No, you ain't even my peer. I I got no fear. You know I ain't going nowhere. No, he ain't easily scared. No, you ain't even my peer. Yeah, I was born for this. Born for this. This is how legends are made. Yeah. Hey, I was born for this. Born for this. We are not one and the same. Yeah. I was born for this. These man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. What time it is. These man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. What time it is. What time it is. These man know. Lifestyle, Mac 10s and diamonds. Eat good, we ain't doing no shish. I ain't never put skeng in a holster. I do it no order like Mish. Kitchen in the basement, grilling up fish. I'ma never fall off, they wish. I'ma never put trust in the H's. I already take too much risks. I leave the big man and show him my face card. I ain't gotta pay for the food. You ain't gotta pay for the smoke, that's free. I ain't gotta pay man to shoot. Back rolls and tracksuits. One ox might see me in a suit. Weekday I be rags in the hoopties. Weekends might see me no roof. Private party, champagne to the face and a Barbie. Got your BM doing up mingle. How they broke and they singing out Cardi. You versus me, that's practice. Me against you and what army? Was it Jovi when I first grabbed handles? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. Private party, champagne to the face and a Barbie. Got your BM doing up mingle. How they broke and they singing out Cardi. You versus me, that's practice. Me against you and what army? Was it Jovi when I first grabbed handles? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. I know about? What 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 I know about?
boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. 6 of our teams have already taken the stage and 2 more will be in action today, plus the 2 surprise winners of yesterday will be battling it out and see which team is going to be qualifying for playoffs first here at Masters. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined here by Jess coming back to the desk, and of course we have the egg. Sideshow, welcome.
One of many, in fact, one of many eggs. We need to start assigning labels. You know, someone's going to be poached and soft-boiled.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
you're definitely scrambled.
Are you scrambled? Okay, we're going to call you scrambled.
I might be after the games today. I can feel something in the water.
You were in tatters yesterday, let's be honest. And the reason that you're in tatters, of course, Josh, Optic, they lost their opening game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a surprise to, I think, everybody that's been following kind of this group of death that we had in Group A. And everyone's like, oh, the 2 finalists are in there. Wow, what a weird group. Unfortunate for all the other teams. Oh, just unlucky for Gilded Crew, really, isn't it? Unlucky. Wait, what happened? The Optic end up losing that game in astounding fashion. I mean, we've seen this team have a couple of falls, a couple of stumbles in previous events as well. So it's not too far out of the normal, but the manner in which it happened was pretty dominant, and with an astoundingly mortal performance from Ye, who is normally, as I'm sure everyone's aware, in contention for the best player in the world. He just didn't really turn up that day.
I disagree. I actually don't think Ye is one of the best players in the world, because guess who showed up yet again, Marved, and he lost. And I still think that that's one of those players that we don't get to highlight a lot, but continuously we have other players stepping up to the plate, and you'll get to be the ones that bring their LAN debut out and go, hey, well, you might have some of the best players in the world, but we're about to jump on that podium ourselves. And I think there's an opportunity for Leo, Trex, a couple of the other players in there to be able to contend for that in the upcoming events, and this one as well, of course.
I mean, who cares about experience when you have Leo on LAN?
Right.
Am I right? Am I right, Leo on LAN? I want to get that hashtag going at some point by the end of this tournament. Yeah.
Okay, I can rock with that.
But it was a day of just, I want to say surprises, but also things that we might have expected when it comes to ruining everyone's pick'ems. You know, imagine if it was Guild and Crew in the upper bracket. But
you kept saying it, Yinsu.
We don't have to imagine, because it is going to be that Crew they took down Loud.
I have a sneaky suspicion you write the script.
Yeah, I actually do.
I really do have a sneaky suspicion. For those who are out there don't know, Yinsu was saying, how funny would it be if Loud lost, you know, Optic lost? And I was like, don't be ridiculous. Maybe one, maybe Crew can come through, of which they did. And I think it's interesting because they said in the press conference they're just concerned that everyone keeps underestimating them, and fair enough. You can come out, you can produce a result. That being said, LATAM doesn't have, you know, necessarily anything to worry about when it comes to Brazilian teams. That's a record they hold firm, and as a result, they're able to walk out with a very nice win. I don't know if, like Optic, Loud has had a slow start here. They didn't look like the Loud that I know them to be, but what I can say, Crew looked exceptional on that day.
They're not both making the finals, I can tell you that. Yeah. It is not going to be a repeat grand finalists from Optic and Loud. One of them will have to knock the other out, and instead of it being in the grand finals, it'll be in the opening game. One of them is going to go from a grand finals to being eliminated in last place of the next event. There is a curse when it comes to the teams that did incredibly well in the previous event coming into the next one. So it's wild out here.
Yeah, I mean, they might not both make it either. That's the other thing. One of them is definitely not going to be, and we might have a scenario where maybe both of them don't, but I am getting ahead of myself.
Stop with the script. Stop.
Yeah, I am getting ahead of myself. So I'm going to hand this over to someone who you guys know is a big brain on the telestrator, is Bala, to break down some of what happened with Crew yesterday.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, it is a crazy day that we had yesterday. Hopefully it continues today. I want to take a look here at a round from Crew because it shows off what is really good about this team, the fact that they could play in situations that are really odd. So the first thing I'm going to bring attention to, this is Loud's POV, and you can see they have 2 ults. And also KO is putting out his null command at the same time as they try to retake this B site. Crew has already gotten the site, and we'll see the response from them. I think this is where they're really good in situations that are tough to deal with, tough to expect. As you can see, this Viper's Pit pit is going to be really, really difficult for them to actually fight back in, because Les and Loud are going to scale through with it, but they did a great job delaying it so that they're not really right in the face. Mazzino still has a spot on yellow box, and what they're going to do, Delzik has a fantastic but somewhat lucky play. He pings for himself on the spike, trying to find the tap, and Pancata actually reses Aspas at the same time as they're getting another spam kill down, but he will find the KO of Sadak, and that actually makes it so they're more comfortable to sit in here. The delay is, the spike is not being planted, and they're ready actually, because the utility is now coming back online with Sadak falling, with all the pulses of the no command out. So they're going to call Mazzino back. You saw him actually try to lurk in a little bit there, but because the utility's back, they give themselves a chance here. So a bunch of delay on the spike. That's a fragment and a shock dart, and at the same time, we actually have Kesnet flashing over the yellow box, and that's going to draw attention here in a second, but Les also gets a molly off to pair with the shock dart at the same time. Should really, really delay them from getting on that spike plant, then the recon bolt, and that's what I'm talking about right here. Mazzino creeps in with Delzik at the same time, and who do they find? They find Les, who's trying to scale up at the same time and put out a molly. We'll see it from Mazzino's perspective, but I think the important part was Kesnet's flash, drawing attention away towards the left side of the site, and then the pit falls, and the round is pretty much wrapped up. So let's look at it again from Mazzino's perspective. There's nobody there from Loud in front of Les who is trying to do the job of holding back the players in the Viper's pit, because they're all worried about a swing on the backside of yellow where Les was. So Crew does a fantastic job at wiping this up, and they continue to be the Brazil kryptonite, and I think showed a little form of champions. And if that's the case, all we can do is just watch.
Thank you very much, Baller. I'm really looking forward to his breakdowns of FPX versus Xerxia today, because there's going to be, I don't even know if we're going to be able to fully catch things from Povs, because it's going to be really, really chaotic and exciting. But after yesterday, Jess, what was kind of your main takeaway? You know, we saw 6 teams play. It was a long day, some surprises.
I mean, with only 6 of the teams having played, I still want to sort of count and track throughout the tournament what the agent picks have been. I want to sort of idealize what the agent premise is going to be with the meta. You and I discussed the sort of fade raise meta at the moment, but for me overall, I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, is Chamber still the top dog? Is that going to be the agent where everyone sits there and, well, you can see it, the agent picks currently after day 1, mind you, this is just 1 day's worth of the sample data to work with. He's the top pick. There's only one map where he didn't get picked, and that was Ascent. Same with Fade. Only one map where she didn't get picked, and of course that was Fracture that we did not see her on, and Raze and KO sort of right up behind them there. You're looking also just down the bottom left, 52% for the attacking win rate, 48% for the defensive win rate. A little bit interesting. We got a bit of an attacking side in us so far as well.
Yeah, see whether it follows throughout the rest of it. For me, I've given up on the numbers. I've given up on the analysis. I am simply a narrative Norman from now on. Okay? I'm following Crew. They're never going to lose to a Brazilian team.
Okay.
Optic. They're never going to beat an EMEA team. Any team can win on any given Sunday, and FPX are going to win with subs. Okay, it just follows. Those are the narratives that I've had coming into the event, and they've all come true so far, and that means they're all going to come true in the future, right?
You've just cursed it. You do realize narrative Norman. When you admit you're a narrative Norman, that means you're now the anti-narrative Norman.
Yeah, I mean the world is cursed. Okay, the
Yinz
world
just
is
pulled
cursed.
out the script and she's like, opposite.
We gotta change it. We gotta change it. Yeah. We gotta change things.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm with you. I respect the bravery to admit that you're a narrative Norman, but I gotta say I have a theory as to why a very, very high on copium theory as to why Lao didn't do as well yesterday. It's not because they underperformed. It's not because they had a bad day. It's actually because they are also cursed. I mean, you're talking about your teams are blessed. The narratives are blessing for EMEA, a blessing for Crew. But Lao, they're just cursed because if you guys take a look at the historical second place finishers that every single LAN event we have ever had, they then go on the next event to do terribly. I think we have a graphic here. If you guys look at Fnatic, they were second at Masters 1 Reykjavik. They didn't even qualify for Masters at Berlin. Envy, at the time, they became second. They lost to M3C. They bombed out of groups at Champions. At Champions, M3C comes second. Once again, they do not even qualify to be at Reykjavik. And, well, you guys know what's happening.
Oh, stop
Loud.
it, Yinzu.
They came second in Reykjavik, which means...
Yeah, Okay, I follow. You're now on the Optic train. You're now the biggest Optic fan. That's what's happened here. These teams.
How is that the conclusion you
they're praying to the false gods. That's the problem. They've found their blessings
That's why
in
it's
the wrong
above your
places.
head.
Exactly. Well, no.
False gods.
That's just me. That's just me, false god.
Yeah, well, the bracket is definitely looking very interesting. Probably not what most people expected. I will say, though, Group B, Josh, there's some normalcy so far in Group B. It's too normal.
You're right. It is incredibly normal. But that's also because barely any of the games have been played. As soon as we see more games happening down there, you are starting to get some abnormal stuff. And honestly, even to begin, FPX are not playing with a full roster, so that's bound to invite some chaos into things.
Yeah, I think both of these groups, even though there's a group of death, has now just turned into the group of massacres. I don't think it's death anymore. I think it's just double, triple, quadruple tapping teams at this point, with guilds showing up. Of course, upsets happening. Group B, where we get to focus today a little bit more, is something I want to see flesh out a bit more. I want to see what the teams have to show and whether or not it's the day of EMEA.
Yeah, we've had a lot of blessing and curses here, but you guys, you get to join the conversation with us as well. Make sure you use the hashtag Valorant Masters and hashtag VCT on Twitter, and we'll feature our favorite tweets here on the show. Now, I have a big task for you guys at home if you scan the QR code right now and go vote in a poll, which is going to be, which agent do you think we will see today? We haven't seen Reyna, we haven't seen Phoenix, we haven't seen Phoenix in a while, I would say even just globally, and we haven't seen the Yoru, but FPX and Sasha, they're playing today, so we're probably going to see one of those. What do you guys think?
They'll play anything. I mean, the Yoru's a fairly likely pick if we end up going over to Breeze. I think that's reasonable. We have actually seen a couple of the teams mess around with the Yoru. I haven't seen any teams messing around too much with the Phoenix or the Reyna, though. I wouldn't like it. Let's say that. I'm more happy with Chamber dominating the pick rate than if the teams went into Bizarro land and started picking Phoenix and Reyna every time.
Yeah, no, I don't want the Phoenix. We've seen it tried historically very badly, so I don't want to see that come back. And of course, our Reyna chance was Kesnet, and he didn't run it. So if Kesnet doesn't want to bring back the whole Reyna sort of
You'll
thing,
see Jing later on, though, actually.
Well, we do have Jing. That's true. He will rock it.
Benkai's going to bring the Phoenix. We know that.
No,
that's 100% going to happen.
You writing the script is actually horrific.
Can I say, the reason Benkai played Phoenix regionally is because the casters said that Phoenix wasn't getting played.
Oh, so Benkai took the mantle.
So it's your fault. You guys just said that you don't want Phoenix.
Okay,
no, that's right.
So the Phoenix is definitely
Benkai's
coming.
listening.
But,
he's like, yep.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here, but make sure to tweet at us as to why you think it's definitely Jess and Sideshow's fault at everything that's happening in this tournament. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with some action from FPX versus Zertia.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to talk about our first match of the day, FPX versus Xerxia. Let's start with FPX because this is technically going to be their debut. I am so happy to finally get them here. But Josh, it's been a hard, tough couple of years for this team.
Yeah, you might say that you're happy to be here, but it hasn't been all smiles for FPX. In fact, it's been anything but. This team has been stricken like a Greek tragedy ever since the formation of the team. They're one of the most long-standing cores, playing since 2020, and this team just simply cannot catch a break. They were the permanent second-place team in 2020. They never qualified for Masters in 2021. When they finally qualified at Reykjavik, they couldn't attend. And now that they've finally attended, they still need a sub. It is just brutal. These guys cannot catch a break, and yet they've always been such a lovable team, throwing interesting stuff with great characters, great players. It seems almost insane that this is their first event, and yet it is. This is the first time for these guys to turn up and show us what we've been watching for so long in EMEA. Unfortunately, again, it's with a sub.
Yeah, of course, that sub is going to be Cider coming in here for Suigetsu, who's not been able to make at least the group stage of this event. But Jess, the international audience, they might not be familiar with Cider, but we are back in EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's not a par for par sort of changeover, but what makes Cider sort of the perfect substitute in this scenario is look at all the agents above his head there. Very versatile, very flexible in the amount of agent pool that he's able to operate at, and that's something you need for a substitute. Think about all the different compositions that FPX run, all of the different holes that Cider's going to have to plug as a result of that. That's the kind of thing that they're looking for, and they're lucky that Xiao was able to snag himself to get in here because it's not two players they're having to replace.
I mean, that would have just been brutal.
That would have been brutal. It's just the one, but it is one of FPX's best players, as we showed you there in Suigetsu with the stats there. So it's a tough one to fill here for Cider, but I'm sure he can step up to the plate.
How much does that damage FPX in terms of expectations here?
I think it damages them. I don't think it's the same as Fnatic that we saw at Reykjavik, where they've lost they have lost their best player, in my opinion. I think Sugetsu's still the best player for FPX, but he doesn't carry the team in the same way that Durka carried that former squad of Fnatic. So I think they should be able to find their way around it, but I think for Cider, it's about putting him in positions where he can be comfortable. They want to go towards maps where he feels good, not where the team feels good. That's how I think you're going to get the best out of him.
Well, Sugetsu is not here, but Angel and Ardis, they are going to be competing today, and Saisho and Brent actually had a chance to speak to them a little bit earlier.
Hello, welcome. We've got ourselves a little interview. It's myself and Bren, joined by the guys from FPX. It's Ardis, it's Angel. You've finally made it. You are here at a Masters level event. It feels like you should have been here a long time ago, and especially the most recent one at Reykjavik. Your team almost feels cursed, Angel, because so many things keep going wrong. Even at this event, you're using a sub. First of all, though, I want to talk about that Masters Reykjavik, where you guys qualified. You were the #1 team coming out of EMEA, but you weren't able to attend the event. How do you deal with that? I mean, that must have been such a crushing disappointment.
Yeah, it was like pretty disappointed, obviously, but the moment I started blaming Ardis in it, I think it was his fault most of all.
Whenever goes wrong in our team, my fault. We lose a round. Ardis, where are you? It's you. We're not going Iceland, Ardis.
It becomes easier after like this, yeah.
Yeah, after you put the blame somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. How did you manage to pick yourselves up and qualify again? It must have been, you know, difficult to get back onto it for Copenhagen.
It's like everyone in team knew it's not on us, right? It's not something we can affect. So we just keep working, keep doing what we were doing. Obviously, like a bit with a less quality. You probably could see it like on the last tournament. Like the first stage was much better, but it's fine. I understand it. There is reasons behind it. But we managed to qualify again, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, this time you guys are here and you get to play. I mean, the circumstances aren't exactly ideal because you know you got the sub situation coming in. But one of the really unique things about FPX, I mean, throughout the history of your team, has been just the creativity, the strats that you guys do. In particular, I mean, recently you've been pulling out the Euro strats and things like that. A lot of creative and cool stuff, right? And you're looking at each other like I've missed something. Like something's going wrong.
Every time I say let's try Euro, you are just no, you're trolling. No, like please, I'm not gonna play.
Every day we start prac, it's a random suggestion. Now he'll have like a theory for he'll have a plan for.
Yeah.
but he'll be like, let's go Sky on Icebox. Then we'll have an argument for 20 minutes. Then he'll go, okay. Next day, it's let's go Euro on Icebox. I'm like, I don't know, you know. But
It's been working across the board, though.
I think honestly, it has like an 80-90% win rate.
Yeah.
The only time it failed is the Euro on Icebox. But I think Euro on Breeze was very good, and I think Euro on Fracture was also very good.
Phoenix on Ascent.
Nope. We've had this one before. We're not even getting into it.
I want to focus on you a little bit, Ardis, as well, because you've got one of the longest careers in Valorant. All the way back in the day, you were the king of Valorant back in the beta as well. Fish 1, 2, 3. As a
the
team.
first year of Valorant, I only lost one best of 3.
Yeah, you were.
I was literally on the living life large.
Listen, you walk now.
How you became so bad now?
Yeah, it's like how you so shit.
That is my question, though. Everybody's looking at other players this time around, other Chamber players, Dirky, Gay, whatever, talking about them being the best in the world, an opportunity to prove to them. What's your mentality coming into this? Are you trying to take it to them? Have you got something to prove?
I mean, I've seen a few top 20 lists. I just say, I think I've seen your top 20 list as well. I just say that.
I had a lot of FPX players in my top 20.
I've seen a few lists and I was like, I don't know about this, but
was it mine? What do you have to
players? I think it weren't yours, but there was a few others. But I don't know. I think I'm good enough. I think other pro players know I'm good enough. I think internationally people don't understand how good our players are individually. Yeah. I think obviously you might rate us, but I think a lot of other people don't like rate Sugetsu, don't rate Xiao, don't rate Zipan, don't rate me, don't rate Angel. Like, genuinely, put Angel in there last year. You put him in there last year.
Yeah, you mentioned.
But genuinely, they don't rate us because they haven't seen us. Yeah. And like, we've been top 1 in EU last year, we're second in EU with, I'd say, close games to Fnatic. Yeah. I think people are going to understand how good we are to win this event. I think even with standings, we should get like...
Worst case, not.
No, I don't think. I think in this event we'll get top 4, top 8, like around there. Like I think even with standings, I think.
Well, it's going to be great to watch you. Thanks so much for the interview. Excellent. It's like watching an old married couple. The two of you there on the couch. Thank you very much for the interview. Good luck in your games coming up as well,
guys.
And we'll send things back.
God bless.
I love how you say they act like an old married couple. That's how we feel when we look at you and Brett.
Yeah, that is true.
It's one on either side then, perhaps. But that dynamic in the team is just so interesting.
Yeah, of course. Finally getting Angel on land, which is long awaited. He, of course, is the oldest player in this tournament. He's going to be going up against some young guns today on the side of Xerxia. Of course, they've been here before, Jess. This is not going to be their new land debut, but I think maybe people expected them to go a little bit further a couple of times in the past.
Yeah, look, there's something about Xerxia that draws my eye each and every time, but each and every time I feel like they're in the shadow of someone else, and it's Paper Rex in their region. I almost call them the bridesmaid, never the bride, and they're the maid of honor that holds the ring bearer, the flowers for the bride that is, and I don't think they want to live in that shadow. It's cold, it's dark, and it's not something that gives them the best chance for survival here, and that's something that they really have to break through. They can have these miracle runs here and there, but they need to step out of that shadow, create an identity for themselves that really paints a picture for what they are in the international sphere.
So far, they've built an identity as an upset team. They have been able to find some wins. They've made playoffs before as well. Obviously, they are the perennial rivals of Optic with the wins that they've had over Envy in the past, over Optic in the past as well. But they're now facing a wounded opponent. And I think, while you're watching these kind of highlights of them being able to get the upsets over these big teams in the past, this opponent they're going up against today is more of a wounded dog. And they can sometimes bite the hardest. I don't think they're going to be taking Xerxia off guard. I think that it's just that they are going to be playing differently to what you would expect, and Xerxia always feel prepped when they go up against these big teams. But they've been able to take scalps before, and I think the most important thing for Xerxia to remember today is that you've got to be ruthless. You can show no mercy. It might seem heartless to go and kind of put down the team that's limping their way to the first Masters, but you've got to stare FPX in their puppy dog eyes and take them out back.
Hey.
That is what they need to do today.
Yeah, Fnatic did it to V1 back at Reykjavik when they had a sub, so I think it's definitely doable. But I also want to say that it's the style in which they won those games, right? It's not like they were beating the big opponents where the big opponents had massive fumbles. Xerxia were just good. They are a good team. They should be looked at as a good team.
Sure.
And Jess, at the realm of that is someone, Cruz, who I think some people thought he wouldn't be at another international tournament again, but I'm glad that he is back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of mystery shrouding that, of course, at the moment. And for him, I hope he enjoys continuing to play. But for him, he's just glad that there's not this envy optic in the way yet again, because he said, I'm glad we're playing a different team. We think that will be a better experience for us. And if you go back and you look at the teams upon which, Xerxia has gone up against, it's consistently, for whatever reason, stop writing the script this way, please, Riot. We need a different one, which we've got here. It's consistently, sort of the envies, the optics and whatnot. And these upsets are against almost the same team time and time again. So for them, they want a better experience, they want a new experience, and that's what they're going to get here today. And maybe we get something different as a result.
Yeah, and one of the players I do think we have to talk about is Surf. I think we talk about him every time, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and actually, you say every time, it's only been one event for him that he's turned up to, and he was filling extremely large shoes. He did a good job of it, but you could tell that he was still a very young player that was getting to grips with this team. The core of Xerxia, the other 4 players, have been around the longest out of any squad that we have in the tournament, so he is fitting into this, and he's a very talented player, and his stats reflect that as well. You're going to be seeing him play Jet, you're going to be seeing him play Chamber too, and so I've pulled up some of these, the overall stats that we have here from Surf. He is pretty potent. Yeah. And I think specifically as well, I wanted to draw attention, he is number 2 when it comes to tour de force kills out of everybody that we have at the event. So if you get to see him on Chamber, watch out for the ultimate. It's deadly in his hands.
I mean, day one gave us a plethora of different tour de force players. Safe absolutely blew my mind with some of the quick scopes he was getting. But imagine Surf delivers something just on top of that. I mean, I love Chamber players. I love tour de force. And the operator in his hands is super, as we saw in the B-roll there. That's something I want to look forward to. And now we don't have to compare him to the player's shoes in which he was filling. That's what I like. He has his own identity now, and that's so incredibly important.
I want to see if FPX can shut that down. Well, we'll see if they give him the opportunity to. But another player that we want you guys to keep an eye on is Scary. Xerxia's controller is dangerous, as you guys know from previous events, and he says that you should never count his team out.
I cannot fit in the boxes, and you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
สวัสดีครับผมสแกรี่จากเซอร์เซียจากประเทศไทยครับผมก็ในทีมของเราครับมันจะไม่ได้เหมือนกับทีมอีสปอร์ตหลายๆทีมที่แบบว่าเขาจะค่อนข้างเป็นการทำงานที่แบบว่าเป็นออกแนวเพื่อนร่วมงานแต่ว่าของเราเนี่ยมันอยู่กันจนรู้สึกเหมือนมันเป็นครอบครัวครับอยู่แบบว่าเราเล่นกันมานานเรารู้จักกันมานานเราอยู่กันครับค่อนข้างจะแบบว่าสนิทใจกันแล้วครับบางทีมเขาอาจจะมีสไตล์การเล่นที่ชัดเจนแบบว่าทีมนี้จะสไตล์นี้ทีมนี้จะสไตล์นี้ทีมเราสามารถแก้ไขสถานการณ์เฉพาะหน้าเพื่อปรับตัวสู้กับสไตล์นั้นได้ครับก็นี่น่าจะเป็นจุดแข็งของเราครับรอบนี้เรารู้ว่าเรากำลังจะเจออะไรแล้วก็มีอะไรที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นบ้างก็ทำให้เราปรับตัวได้ดีขึ้นครับเป้าหมายของผมก็คือการทำให้วงการอีสปอร์ตหรือว่า VALORANT บ้านเรามันโตขึ้นก็หวังว่าสิ่งที่พวกผมทำอยู่แล้วก็มาเป็นตัวแทนตรงนี้เนี่ยจะทำให้วงการ VALORANT หรือวงการอีสปอร์ตบ้านเราจะพิสูจน์ให้คนทั้งโลกและแฟนๆรู้ว่าที่เนี่ยเป็นที่ของเรา
I'm really glad he mentioned the Thailand community because we sometimes forget how small the actual Valorant resources and communities and opportunities are in some of those regions compared to like North America and EMEA and so on.
APAC's I mean, it's an awesome community because it's a lot of tiny different communities all pulled together into the same place and they go there and they compete. And I think it's awesome to see that they've been able to put together a squad that has so much talent from quite a small player base. And I mean, even if you're just talking about Scary, a guy could reasonably be ranked in the top 3 controllers we have here, as long as he turns up and plays like he does online.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he can do. But before that, I want to reveal the poll poll result earlier on Twitter. As you guys remember, we asked you which agent you think we will see today, and most of you voted for Yoru. And I cannot believe I'm saying this, but that was the most sensible pick.
Yeah, that's the first time and hopefully the only time we need to say that. Yoru. That being said, we have seen a few regions try Yoru now, EMEA included, and they have found a little bit of success. I really think it's map dependent. I really think it's stylistically dependent. There is a lot of variables that are dependent here. So please, I'm not saying Yoru is going to be the the be all and end all, but at the very least, hopefully we see some innovation.
Yeah, I'd be excited to see it. I just like the fact that even within a team, not everyone's agreeing on whether or not they should be running Yoru.
Yes.
You heard it from Angel and Artis earlier.
My favorite quip about that story is that Angel wanted Artis to play Yoru, and he was like, "No, if you want Yoru, you do it yourself." And he's like, "Okay, fine, I'll do it myself." And in true Angel fashion, it works. But the thing is, we could be seeing Yoru versus Yoru in this tournament. You know, Paper X down the line, they're going to be playing as Xerxia. Maybe they're going to be.
Victor's tried playing some as well.
Yeah, exactly. But with that is all from us for the pre-show. It's time to get into the main course and get things kicked off. Coming up next, it is our first match of the day, FPX versus Xerxia, day 2 of VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. It starts right now.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
In every sport, top dogs come and go. This will be a changing of the guard. And we are here to stay. FPX team strength is our flexibility.
รอบนี้เราจะไม่พยายามเรียนแบบสไตล์การเล่นของทีมอื่นแต่เราจะพยายามเป็นตัวเองให้มากที่สุดทางมั่นใจว่าตอนนี้ทั้งโลกรู้จักพวกเราครับเพราะว่าพวกเราก็ได้สร้างตำนานมาเยอะแยะมากมายในช่วงที่ผ่านมานะครับก็อย่าประมาทแล้วกันนะครับ
No, I definitely don't feel nervous. I feel excited. I have nothing to lose.
La experiencia de haber estado en todos los internacionales obviamente nos da una ventaja. Y yo creo que ya no tener nerviosismo, estar jugando adentro de algo tan importante como un internacional.
They look very good. They play very aggressive, and I think they can catch a lot of teams off guard, but no one's going to scare us.
They come here as the 3rd seed from EMEA. No expectations, no eyes on them. And that is them, besting the Reykjavik champions. Leo finalises in 4 kills for him. What a finish!
Crew, I'm going to show you why EMEA is the best region in the world.
Vamos a probar que somos los ídolos verdaderos.
What a trailer! We got Angel in a Masters trailer! I feel really emotional about that. Long overdue, and as you heard from Angel, he's not nervous. He's got nothing to lose, and I feel like that's quite a scary mindset to come into for your opponents.
Yeah, it is interesting, actually. The weird thing about FPX is that they've been able to play with subs before. I mentioned it vaguely at the beginning of the show, but they actually won Stage 1. Their qualification, if they'd been able to make it to Reykjavik, was off the back of rotating people in and out. They had Artis come out for a moment. I think they had They had Angel come out for a bit, as well as their sub, Baddie G at the time, was rotating through. They played Angel on Jet. They were really throwing weird stuff out there. But the looser style actually worked for them, weirdly enough. They look like a very structured team that runs very elaborate strats and comps, but at the base level, I think they're just a good team with a lot of good synergy because that core's been together for so long, and they have a veteran leadership presence in Angel. So I'm wondering what kind of FPX we're going to get today. Are they just going to throw it all out there?
Yeah, you say that, and there's a leader that we've left out of all of this conversation that doesn't necessarily get to be on the player lineups that we
I know what you're going to say.
I got to bring up my man, Doom Ross. I mean, come on. There is big brains in Angel, but there's a big overarching mega brain that goes above all of the players, and that's the coaching staff there. And I just think what Doom Ross has been able to say to us in interviews in the EMEA region has given us a really deep insight into how the team wants to operate. And conversely, the way that he's able to tug and sort of give, it's a nice little give and take that he has with these players of Angel and beyond to be able to make the compositions work and then say, that doesn't work. I liked your idea. I liked your innovation. I'm pulling that away. Come up with something else.
I do think, though, while it's incredibly exciting to have FPX at the event, you've got to keep in mind that this should be them playing somewhat at their weakest. And Xerxia's expectations on themselves should be to make playoffs. They've done it before, and they can do it again. This game is so important to them.
Well, it's also going to come down to the map pool because FPX, as we know, have a pretty deep one. And with that in mind, let's take a look at today's map selects. As I said, a very deep map pool here for FPX. Jess, what are you expecting them, in which case, to be taking away? Because they don't have a permaban.
Yeah, maybe after the Fnatic sort of scenario there, although I will say there has been a couple of wounded moments where we will have an opportunity, and yeah, that'll come out of there. That Icebox, that last game.
Thank goodness.
A 5-13 to Fnatic. Yes, Fnatic is a great team, but that was way too much of a thrashing, and ooh, Bind.
I like this.
First up.
I like this as a pick.
Yeah.
Xerxia's going to be able to... Yeah, they're going to go for Bind here to try and punish FPX for removing Icebox from the pool. And that actually means you're going to start things off seeing Surf playing Chamber and Sushi Boys on the main entry duelist. So a very different look from Xerxia map 1. And I think FPX, to me, at the moment, with their full squad at least, look like the best team in the world on Ascent. At least in the conversation. So perfect pick there from them.
Yeah, they've won the last 5 matches on that particular map. So there we go. But no, Breeze comes out of the pick, and that means no Yoru.
Never count FPX out on any agent side.
Wait, you think if we're getting another Yoru on Bind? You think we bring that back?
Angel. If Angel wants to play Reyna today, he's playing Reyna today.
He'll play Reyna on Haven. Angel plays Reyna on Haven, and then Cider will play Smokes.
Okay, sure.
You know, I'll just work out all the other changes that would have to happen for that to make any level of sense in my head.
I think it's probably worth us trying to theorycraft. We know the maps now. Do you feel like the ones that FPX took away is because they don't have Sogetsu and Cider can't really fill in that gap? For example, Breeze.
Yeah, I think that does make some level of sense. At the same time, we don't really know what comps they're going to be running on Bind or Haven. Their Haven comps have changed pretty frequently recently. They used to run Sage on the map. That would make so much sense to have Cider play the Sage on both of the maps that they've selected.
Okay.
But again, we don't really know what they're going to be running on Bind either, because the last time they ran a really weird Cypher comp.
Yeah, they did.
They're not going to run Cypher without Sugetsu.
It
didn't even work. Just don't run it at all.
When is ever an FPX comp not a weird comp, though? I feel like that's just a given. But we're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. Agent Select is on the way.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This is it, the highly anticipated international debut of FPX. They're ready to take the stage versus Xerxia. They were meant to be on this stage in Reykjavik. They couldn't make it. They are here now in Copenhagen, but not the full strength roster of FPX, which means this is a perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take the win. The question is, do you guys feel like that is what's going to happen today? Narrative Norman, does this mean that Xerxia had the better chance?
I mean, I said earlier the narrative is that FPX win with subs, but I think in terms of picking a favorite here, I think Xerxia should be considered slim favorites, just because FPX are playing with a substitute. We don't know what side is going to be able to do. He's replacing the best player in terms of fragging output on FPX, an incredibly smart and intelligent player. He doesn't play the same role either. I think if FPX are able to get the win here today, it speaks so much to what they've been able to do with the core four and helping Cider be comfortable in and of himself, because Xerxia are primed to take a win.
I have to disagree just slightly. Just if they had two subs, I would absolutely agree. In fact, I would say Xerxia would come in as the heavy favorites of this. I think a little on par. I think Cider is the perfect substitute to bring into this, and if they make slight adjustments, and Angel's whole fundamental philosophy that the entire team should be able to be, you know, somewhat flexible, if it works into that playstyle and that meta, then sure.
I have a serious win condition as well for FPX. They've got to shut down Surf. He gets like almost 40% of this team's first kills.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. As you guys know, with FPX, you never know what you're going to get. Cider coming in is going to go straight for that Viper pick here on Bind.
Okay, already something interesting coming out. I mean, we haven't really seen this composition, but they did run the KO last time. Previously, though, it was with a Cypher. It looked extremely unusual, but you have the standard stuff from Xerxia. And I suppose that creates a dynamic where no one really knows what you get from FPX, and certainly Xerxia aren't going to know what they're getting from them. But Xerxia are playing a very standard comp. FPX are going to know the win conditions for this very classic, you know, double controller, solo Sky kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much different from their own. There's only a few tweaks they'll have to think about, and I like the fact that Cider didn't have to slot in and take the Cypher role and have to learn all of these new cam placements, etc. I like that he's come in there and said, what are you good at? What are you feeling comfortable? On Bind, I like to play a little bit of Viper. Sure, throw it in.
Well, it's time for us to throw this up to your casters. We have some scrambled eggs on the desk. How about some boiled eggs? Mitch and Tom.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tom. I'm not really sure what that means.
No, me neither. I am incredibly confused, in fact, for what that could possibly mean. Do you look like you're cooked, I guess? Maybe that's what they could be getting at.
We'll read into it that way, sure.
I'm going to go in a completely different other direction. Start talking about the fact that we've obviously got Cider coming in here. I remember he used to play for a couple of teams before
pretty
this
good
one.
teams, actually.
Didn't really have any success. I think a lot of that came down to just having a poor analyst. But other than that, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring today, because he is almost that Swiss Army knife. I think that was the same with every single sub that they listed, is you kind of look at those players and it's like, okay, we can put them in to any place in the team and they'll actually be able to perform.
I will say you messed up though, because I wasn't the analyst for the team when Cider was on it, so you've just insulted a whole bunch of other people most likely, so well done. Diving into this game though, gonna be absolutely fantastic. I think FPX...
Was it Neeks?
I'm not sure at that time.
If it was, then I'm fine with it.
Changed it. Oh, all right. Throwing the disses out left, right, and
stand by the point.
Nobody is safe today. We got to see FPX come onto the scene. As I tweeted out earlier, August 11, 2020 is when we saw this team started out.
Ago.
Quite a while, but... And look, they were second, right? They were hot on the heels of G2 right away. They were close to destroying that era, and then we see them finally at LAN.
And now they have the best player from that era.
They absolutely do. Yeah, the player that would have been on the other side, right, causing trouble.
I think we have to look at this, though, as like, even though this is a wounded FPX by the fact that Saigetsu, phenomenal player, isn't here, I'm actually looking at this from Xerx's point of view, because I think if they lose this game, you have to realize they're either going to have to beat FPX or DRX, neither going to be a particularly easy game, and they're obviously going to have to go down and face the Japanese squad in the lower bracket if that's the case. So if they can come out and win this one, I think they're almost set to make it out of the group, and I think they have a squad that can definitely do it. They're one that we look at them because they play in the same region as Paper X, and you go, oh, they're not as good as Paper X. And then we stand there and go, yeah, Paper X could win this entire tournament. And you go, well, now we don't really know the gauge of how good they're actually going to be. They have to play against all the wild comps that Paper X come out with, all the things that no one else in the world is even thinking of doing, let alone attempting to do. So I think that even though we've seen this team play against some good teams regionally, this for me is the taster. Like, are they going to turn up on LAN? Are they going to be that team that sort of has beaten Optic a couple of times and has taken them the distance in every single series? Or are we going to look at them like, okay, they're trying to survive in this group?
I think we have to give the respect immediately to Xerxa. We understand this is a team that has earned their spot here. They've earned the respect globally, but they haven't had the deeper runs, I think, that we wanted to see from them in the past. But they've had the potential, as you said, the Liquid game that we saw, the Optic results that we've had in the past. This is a team that could definitely deal some serious damage later on in the tournament. But FPX coming in with a sub, obviously that is a downside, but as they said on the desk, this is a team that originally for the last event managed to qualify with the sub. Yeah. They've done it before, and Cider coming in as an IGL sub, it's fantastic, right? It's just going to give you that extra little bit of support. Not that Angel will ever need that. No. We're diving on into the game here, folks, as we get on to bind FPX on the defensive side. The pistols primed and ready over towards this B site, but Xerxa are actually starting to rotate around. This was a B fake as they look for the A site control. The spike sat outside, and they're going to be bursting right in. Still plenty of utility here for FPX, though, in post-plant.
Yeah, this first half's going to be interesting because a lot of teams you would favor on that defense, but when I look towards the opposing side of FPX, I expect them to do better on the attack. Nonetheless, already a lot of damage done onto Cider. Sushi Boy should have this kill easy, but actually Cider has managed to trade things back, at least for now. Foxy with another, making this one at least a little bit more in the favor, and with only Xiao and Zipam remaining, even with a few low players, it's going to be a tough task to break back.
Plenty of damage. These kills have to come in quickly, and the main problem being the fact that Scary, without any snake bites, but able to play way back, have that orb up, do damage to these players. Molly going to come through, and it's on its way now. There's practically no chance for them to get this one through without finding the kills, and as you can see, those are not coming their way. This is a clean start coming out of Xerxa, really nicely handled. 4 players coming out of that one. And FPX, well, they're not off to a great start here on the defense, but still very early days.
Yeah, I think the thing that was sort of something that interests me from the desk was Sideshow sort of talking about the idea that we need to keep an eye on Serve when he's playing with all of this chamber utility. Like, he is someone that can work with that Headhunter, but will also then build towards basically his free operator, which is his weapon of choice. The shot that he hit at the beginning of this round was nasty. And if he's going to be doing that on the attack especially, it brings a whole new dynamic. Because a lot of the time you're going to focus on Chambers on defense, because the attack, you're almost basing them catching players who are being aggressive, whereas in other focus you'd probably be looking at Sushi Boys.
You know, some of the intentions from Xerxa shown in the start of this round. Scary having that lineup with the snake bite for B long. It didn't get used up here. They decide up against pistols perhaps it's just not worth showing this early on. But they have already lost 1 player. And look, Fox still coming in with a pistol. It's not the end of the world. Not going to damage their economy that much, but the main issue is FPX saw contact. They start to, you know, taper off. Xerxia not making any more noise, no control, those smokes are fading now. And FPX could start to rotate all the way back around. These pistols can do some serious damage, and if they take a handful more kills, it could be a little bit too costly. So they're definitely not in a comfortable spot just yet, but they have chosen the right side. A plan seems almost guaranteed.
No one's actually rotated yet. I feel like Cider was in a position where he probably should have heard it, and they've cleared him really easily. I feel like holding on to the showers was the only real chance they had of doing too much in this round. Okay, the remaining 3 do have themselves the sheriffs, but realistically, I guess you can just look to, can they get a kill? Can they drop one more player? Can they make it so that maybe the rifle disappears out of the round? Probably not, but we'll have to wait and see.
Teleport's ready.
Tom, same thing here. You know, in this kind of round, hoping to get some damage in with those pistols. 3 players still alive. Those mollies guaranteeing the round won't be won, but already successful and a good chance to do even more. That is just great. FPX, smile on their face walking out of this one, even though they don't have any players surviving. They've almost put Xerxia in the same boat.
Yeah, now the question is, does Xerxia actually fully invest? Because you've got 1 rifle already. Yeah, okay, question quickly answer. A lot of teams will go, do we go for the pistols? No, rifles, straight off the bat. Already just investing all the way, making sure that basically they can try and do some damage in this round. I like the fact that Cruz is actually the one who's got the majority of the kills in the orbs, because he's now very close to being able to get that orbital strike. And considering their buy is only slightly weaker than what's on the opposing side, that's going to be a great position for them to be in.
It all comes down to really how this round is going to be playing out for Xerxia on this attack. You can see spreading out, keeping the default as they have many times in the past, spraying through these smokes, keeping FPX out of position. But, you know, with FPX, having the control that they do right now, they're obviously going to keep cycling their smokes as we're seeing. Xerxia want to get the control elsewhere. It's a little shift in through the bathroom, and they clear out these corners. We've seen FPX with this passive A hold in the pistol, and it didn't work for retake, but now that they've got rifles in their hand and much more utility to back them up, I'm curious to see whether they give up the site as easily as they did before, if Xerxia do come back this way.
Well, that's the orbital strike online. So that's basically what was being played for by Xerxia. I feel like then there's a couple of obvious positions. So you're either going to want to try and clear out elbow if you head towards B, or the back of site. Definitely one of the easiest spots. Xiao, though, actually, it's getting a little bit more aggressive. He is going to get that over. That was a wide jump peak, but they're going to know that there's a couple of players there. Straight away, the rotation starts to come in from Angel.
Oh, he's gone back to the A side. He's kind of dipping in between the two, making sure he could pop the smoke down on B. But now that they're hearing some noise, he's going to help out on the hold. 25 seconds left as they look to blitz on through. Zipban only able for 1 to start with. Blitz, okay, out of the smoke, there's no chance whatsoever. Xiao is just picking them off in the air. A little bit disjointed, and with Spike dropped on long, this round done and dusted for Xerxia. I think really the slowing strategies out of FPX, the deep control on B long, the smoke cycles, and just time delay cost them so much.
Yeah, I think the thing that's a little bit odd to me is I don't know if Cruz peaked first and then died and then the whole plan went out the window, but from what I saw there, it's like they slow defaulted, they go back, they go, okay, we're going to get an AWP, we now surround B, and then we're going to orbital... Oh. And it's just like, then it just fell apart because he was the first player to die. Now, considering that they had basically invested around that ult and spent all of their finances into the round, I feel like that's an oversight because the whole plan went out the window.
Yeah, I think he dropped the stim beacon, right? And then I don't think he was the first around the corner, but maybe just that stray bullet, right, meant for someone else, catches him. Unfortunately, it's a tough thing to pivot from when you lose him in that push. This round here sees classics, so the Headhunter Surf is the main thing that they're going to send out to look to take some victims. And of course, if he goes down, everybody else is significantly behind in hardware. With FPX having so many rifles, a decently clean previous round, this is a serious opportunity for the defense to build up that economy. I think the key thing with literally nothing bought on the other side, bar Surf's armor and Headhunter, they need to make sure they don't give him the opportunities. Because this man can have a tour de force, and that was almost a kill.
But that's the thing, even if he gets 1 kill, he has it for the next round. The investment of this round doesn't really matter anymore. Already, though, hard is okay. A little bit of spam that's gone a long way. Spike actually dropped as well, which is frustrating. And well, getting so much done off the back of the spam. Planting a kill, though, I don't think they're going to frown too much upon that. The only man remaining is going to be scary. Actually has a decent flank here. This kill on the player on truck could be for free. He doesn't realize he's up there, though. They're going to defuse. Angel's also incredibly low, and he's just got lost. Finally, he'll get the kill and be killed, more importantly, so he actually gets extra finances.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy about going down towards the end. Extra kill, huge bonus for them, and I think he was right to just concede the round there. You know they're going to get to the defuse. But as we said, coming in, damage was the main name of the game. And FPX haven't managed to build up that crazy economy that they could have. A couple of good punishes coming out of Xerxia, in particular, up close inside of that smoke. You saw Sushi Boys just wait for the sprays to come through. He hears the player reload on the right, then Artis starts spraying, and he realizes, okay, this is my moment to go out. Drops Artis, gets some good damage in. Great play with the classics now, with rifles in their hand. I expect much more from Xerxia. A typical cross we're going to see out of a lot of teams, but hold on, they've not put the wall up, and that caught Cider off guard. A quick kill, and now Artis is going to try to hold on. A damn good job, but it's not enough.
They've had the counter orbital strike go down. That might actually give them a little bit of space to try and get the res up, but instead, Scary is almost just guarding this territory. Xiao doesn't actually get the kill onto Sushi Boys, and in fact, they're trading effectively. Sushi Boys tries to blast back out the corner, and the spikes go flying into the hands of Zipan. This might just be in his hands because of it. A little bit unlucky, but some crazy shots connected from Zipan. Please give me a replay of where that spike just went. I have never seen anything like that before.
That is so unbelievably unlucky. You know, when you got these elevated surfaces, I don't know if the people at home will even necessarily know, right? The spike bounces on those surfaces you can't get to.
Look at that spike!
Even his body. So the nade went down. Sushi Boys was 20 HP after that incredible flick that he hit onto the player dropping out of heaven. I believe that was Xiao. So he hits that flick, 20 HP, nade comes in. He's like, well, I can try survive with a blast pack. And unfortunately, he neither survived nor got them into a better position in the round. That was really worst case scenario.
Oh, I heard they were like bringing those in drone deliveries, but this is like blast pack delivery of the spike.
You guys on the spike? Hey, I like the little backflip he did over the box, though. That was pretty cool. This time wall goes up, and they're going to cross all the way through. Good snake bite down by Cider, though. Delay strategy. Oh, no.
Right, so Cider just died to the dome. No, this whole round has just gone completely wrong. Oh, okay. Well, these last two have been a little bit weird, but nonetheless, it's looking very clean. Xerxia finding some easy space in towards this A side. I think the sheer pace in which they're throwing it in is something that FPX really can't deal with at the moment, but yeah, I don't really know how he died to that nade. It definitely looked a little bit sketchy, but then the rest of the team just get owned. Like, the problem is you then have the showstopper, kill coming through for Sushi Boy, and they just kill everyone else off the back of the site.
Look at that timeline. We had the pistol go the way of the attacking side. We saw another round, just one out, but we're really at the neck and neck portion. FPX gonna dive right in with a big investment. Now Xiao is the one with the operator. He's gonna be playing this towards A, right up there on mid, looking to take the fight. We just saw the orb land on top of him, so a little bit awkward. He has to play around on the A side of it.
Stinger.
Yes, he is.
Where's no shotgun?
So I don't know if he was involved in the dropping of that op, although I don't think so. Xiao's on light shield, so I imagine he bought that himself. That's not the best of weapons to play with, and you normally see the judge up and in there for sure, but maybe he's got that old right-click strategy down. Maybe that's something we know.
No one has that. No, I love you, Lothar, but no one ever used that bind.
Hey, I saw some clips. Clips. All of them were from his stream, but I did see some clips, and that's all I'm saying. The facts are the facts. 50 seconds left as Xerxia look to move to this site. They've still got Orbital Strike, still got Seekers, and a Viper's Pit. A ton of utility to work with. And FPX, though, like, it's this operator for Xiao. He's been so patient with it, holding up close. They've got mid covered, but once this utility goes up, he's going to be under so much pressure.
The first one's for free. Using the ugliest operator in the game. He's actually just going to go pushing all the way through. Little bit of madness. I guess they are playing this a bit more free than normal. Zipan still manages to get one. The rotation's not coming through. The smokes have held them back at least a little bit long. Okay, it didn't. Some of these risks that are being taken by FPX, I am not a fan of.
Well, we've heard that the FPX scrims have been going well, and I'll tell you what, these guys are definitely coming in looking confident, because those plays, to me, that is overconfidence. Xerxia punishing them every turn of the way, and that's what you need to see, right? This team is not going to allow FPX to come in and disrespect them. Artis into the 1 versus 2. A chance, but a Viper's Pit to fight through. A Molly post plant, sorry, Orbital Strike post plant coming out of Cruz. Cruz, I think that pretty much closes the round. Artis is out. Well, if he can get out, knife in hand.
Oh, this is awkward. It's actually going to be Artis to get the kill, and he's managed to retrieve the operator at that, so something to take through. Scary's going to get away as well. But yeah, I definitely a bit of a peculiar one for FPX. Like, Xiao, like, he even had Nightfall there. So if he wanted to hold them back, he could have used his ultimate to try and slow them down. It just runs in with an operator. And then the more peculiar one for me is this move from Angel. Like, that's so risky. That was a 3v3 as well.
Yeah, this is exactly as I say. I can't think of it any other way. Just sheer confidence coming out of the FPX side that individually they'll be able to destroy this Xerxia team. I don't know what they've seen behind the scenes that led them to believe that, but right now, it ain't adding up. Xerxia are looking pretty strong. They're able to take these duels. They're able to punish every little mistake that's been coming on through. And we're left into this round. Sure, Artis saved this operator, so they've got that, but everybody else is playing with pistols. Still, with the fact that they've got so many ultis online, it is a round that Xerxia need to be very cautious of, and that is just the perfect start. Up, down, and out of the round. Unrecoverable, too.
Yeah, definitely not the weapon you wanted to lose this early. Oh, nice shot from Xiao. Maybe wanting a little bit of vengeance after the last round. Angel still trying to lurk around the edge of the smoke, but he's been spammed through it instead. Space taken, Zipan. He's actually going to go in with the showstopper, but he's caught before he can even fire it off. Ultimate used, ultimate wasted, and while Xiao maybe hit him within this smoke, but the rotation fairly far away, trying to catch someone as they exit, but now into the afterplant once again. Xerxia in a solid spot.
Well, that's some info to play with, but not able to follow up. Cider, a pit, but with only this pistol, it's doubtful that he's going to try to use that. I would be incredibly surprised. Being flanked out as well, so there's the round closed. Nicely handled by Scary and through the elbow. 5-3 we go. And this attacking side steaming into the lead. Remember, we saw them win the pistol. Then FPX came through with that confidence. It was working, but now I think they're starting to realize they need to go to a different game plan.
Yeah, I think, as said at the beginning of the game, I do expect FPX to have a solid attack. They always do. And I think especially having a strong in-game leader like Angel calling basically whatever you're going to be doing in the round, I think they should be absolutely fine to sort of turn it. But if it continues in this sort of manner, I almost feel like they're not showing Xerxia the respect they deserve. Because as I said, that round still just sticks with me of just way too overly aggressive and not really much reasoning behind it. It was just, as you said, maybe overconfidence. Or just Angel thinking that he had a timing on something. But he was definitely wrong.
Yeah, they had obviously had success in stopping a plant in that position before, but slightly different circumstances with the nade blast pack up and all that followed. I do think it's okay to start a game out like that, especially for the context of FPX starting out their LAN event. They're coming in here with a stand-in as well. You come through swinging and all those shots connect, fantastic. That is going to propel you into the tournament. But now they're facing the downside, right? The other aspect, the other result.
Well, the other thing as well is, like, especially on this A site, Xerxia's executions have been pretty good. They've been able to isolate Cider fairly easily. I don't think they've had too much trouble, be it with just the showers control that they've been taking, or just their fast pushes straight down mid. I don't think there's been a lot to deny them just yet. I feel like there could definitely be some utility used by FPX to try and slow them down just a little bit more. But also, once they're into the afterplants, there hasn't really been looking like much of a retake setup at all from FPX. So once the plant goes down, I think it's been good for Xerxia.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like we said, those punishments that have come through have been on point. Starting this one out, rifles all around for FPX. Zipan up top. See Angels here to kind of draw most of their eyes. So they think that this is the main player holding up on middle, but in fact, Zipan was waiting. He's been caught, though. A disaster of a start. A flash through. Artis a little bit early on that. The rest of the team now rallying up, and he's got through. He got that shot off somehow, but that's all that they've managed so far in FPX, and the orbital strike. It's not taking him down, but the bullet from Crows certainly has.
Yeah, it leaves again. a 2 versus 4 scenario, Cider and Xiao might even just want to think about trying to save here, because getting back in from defender spawn is going to be difficult. Now, Zipan's played that spot a couple of times, so I'm not surprised to see them actually check it early on. He's tried to use that elevated angle to get a pick. Again, clearly just trying to win out those Angels. Not working out so far, and then it did just look like it crumbled. Like, the pinch coming through from Showers, it was actually a switch up in the way that they've been taking so far, because Xerxia, for the majority of rounds, they've been sending 1 player or 2 players through the Showers, and then everybody else through mid. So I think Artist got a little bit of a nasty surprise. Like, okay, I'm going to reclaim this ground, and wow. He met the full force of the opposition. Good read from Xerxia, if anything.
That's what this whole game has been so far. Again, just the ability to come through with those punishes time after time. You're seeing the comfort level on this map. With 6 rounds in the attack already, they are certainly building them up. Like you said, second half, we expect FBX to come back into it and to put on a good performance, but with the context of how it's gone so far, it just that 3-round streak and then looking relatively flat since then. The ideas that they have, the opportunities they're going for, really not finding any sort of success. And even some of these peaks, like that Zipan holding the angle early, and Fox is able to swing through and take that kill nice and easy.
They're also, every battle they've taken in this round is untradeable.
Yes.
Like, there was no one playing towards Lamp, so there was no opportunity for someone to swing off of it. If there was, probably would have been a 1-for-1.
I think originally, though, right, they had Angel there. He gets Trailblazered out. He falls back, pops a molly, and hopes that's going to be enough. But I guess you also don't expect that sheer pace. That was the Skye who'd used the Trailblazer, right? And she just went running through, which sometimes is what you need to do.
Well, an early Viper's Pit. Weaponry definitely not ideal, but Cider is one of the players with a rifle, so just going to look to play within it. They now do have that judge currently within Hookah, so the weaponry is definitely not ideal, but there's some pieces to work with here. You can see, though, on the other side, again, they're going for these almost set plays to try and force players back off the angles, trying to give themselves almost anonymity, just go in with nothing really being found out by FPX, and other than that, they're just trying to hold on to some of these more aggressive angles, so they have the info. You can see it from Zipan.
They're not using any utility to clear those corners, but Zipan, he spotted it just in time. That spray! Oh, it's so close! But Zipan survives on 45, even gets a nade off as well, and that has deterred Xerxia entirely. They are moving back, conceding control over there. You've got an orb to push through on Bath and a pit to push through on mid. Yeah, this does certainly feel like a B hit.
The thing is that the judge has actually left Hookah, so the positioning of Art, it would have been so valuable if he just stuck around a little bit longer. I guess the call was made to rotate, and now he has to basically sit within the middle of the site and try and get something with this judge. If he can get the timing right here, he has an opportunity. First one's free, but it's just a little bit off. He doesn't manage to deny it. Sushi Boys has held the line. That could have been the round slipping away, but still an opportunity here.
A huge catch and another one by Xerxia, but hold on. Sushi Boys has gone down, and it's all on the surf. He's stuck. He's getting absolutely ruined, and the ult will take him down. The defuse comes through. They could have won that off of time, and they end up winning it with the duels. That was certainly not something I was counting on. And a fourth is found for FPX.
Yeah, no, it's actually quite surprising that with Xerxia basically making a similar sort of play in almost every single round, the fact that all it really took to deny it was Zipan holding his nade. Like, that was it. He just held it a little bit longer, waited until they actually went for the take, and then they realized, like, okay, we can't really go through this anymore. Let's try for a late wraparound. And while Artist actually did enough. Like, that was the main thing. It was like, okay, he takes a kill, allows the time for everybody else to rotate, and honestly, I think if Sushi Boys didn't kill him instantly, the round would have ended there and then.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, timeout for Xerxia called through. 2 rounds left to play with. It really is anybody's half. With the context of FPX maybe warming up into next, you can certainly want to see Xerxia pick up at least that one more. And they're going to call this timeout to ensure that happens. Now, I say, Cruz has been having a pretty decent game. I've been enjoying watching him. Back in the day when we were doing those Ignition series in Southeast Asia, I always assumed the man's name was Crows. I think I called him that for like a year and a half. And then we got to an international event and I was like, oh. Because they give us little sheets with the pronunciations.
Well,
it's a habit I have to break.
It's Foxy as well. Like, that was the one that
Foxy, yeah, of course.
You kind of.
Why would the Z be there?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like you do see like either Fox or Foxes or Foxes.
Obviously, it's scary.
Yeah,
You know.
You've only made that joke at every single event
because
so far.
there used to be a third S there. I'm pretty sure there was 2 small S's and a big one. Back in the good old days.
I don't know about that.
Way back.
Someone please fact check. Maybe we can
Someone
get that
fact check
underneath.
it.
Yeah,
on,
we would get it here instead.
Scary used to actually have 7 S's in it way back in
7-0 in 1v1 clutches. There you go.
Solid.
Not bad from Xiao. He's definitely one of the players that I think him being able to come through to this event excites me. I've wanted to see him and Zipan on LAN even for an incredibly long time. So the fact that they finally made it here is exciting. Definitely more aggressive than I expected them to be so far on the defensive side. But hey, if they come out with a 6-6, I don't think they'll be too unhappy with it.
Cancellation there immediately on the Trailblazer. B-Long 2-stack, it's not something you'll see all too often. We heard in the interview earlier the dynamic between Angel and Artis, so hopefully they maintain control here, or Artis is going to get given out too. Cross it back over, though, going to concede it completely, move to the site with Hookah presence being shown, but Xerxia, they've been very keen to play these fakes. Quite a lot of these, it feels like the majority of the rounds, they're showing early intentions and then waiting for FPX to react.
Launching smoke. Again, they're going to go for this push through mid. A little bit of information found. Sider's actually got one with the snake bite. Attempted to run through, and he's now looking to get a little bit more aggressive himself, doing everything in this round. He's been very quiet so far, but Sider with the 4K, waking up into the match. And that will be a 5th round for FPX.
Wow, listen, that is some performance out of Sider. Even the decision in that duel when he swings out and takes the player over towards the tall box and then tucks back in, knowing that if there's anyone still on mid, they're going to face him, and they're going to expect him to be falling back or swinging on their teammate. They're not going to expect him to stand there, tucked in a corner, waiting for them to come on through. Surf was in no position to get anything done there. Very well handled, and a 5th now. Look, this half was looking very much favored towards Xerxia off the back of a number of very ambitious plays from FPX. But now it seems like the reins have been gripped again, and FPX could equalize before this is over.
Yeah, even still, I think Xerxia being able to get this many rounds on the attack is nothing to shy away from, especially with the fact that they're going to have Surf on that chamber going in to the defensive side. I think he's going to be a danger for sure, and well, maybe even a danger in the last round of this first half, as he's looking to try and find an opener with that tour de force. Hasn't had the greatest of performances so far, but we kind of expect that from a chamber on attack.
I mean, you see it, the struggle for Surf in even this round with the tour de force holding an angle. You got to wait and hope that they peek you. It was Cruz that got peeked. Oh, good flash, but Fox, he is on it, taking the kill quick as you like. And Artis is now down, B-Long control open. That's going to force Angel in towards Hookah. And they are reading this as an A play. Great call by FPX. But we've said before, Xerxia are always happy to rotate back. They're coming towards Angel now. And it's only one player.
Oh,
he
no.
won't even catch him. Cruz on a tear.
Yeah, that looked like a fight that Angel definitely should have won. Now the site is completely given up. Of course, for the side of Xerxia, they're going to have to take the time to clear it, but well, they've done that with relative ease. And you look at what's on the board for the other side, not a whole lot of utility, a little bit available for Xiao, but getting back in here is going to be incredibly difficult. And as I've already said, when it comes to these afterplants, Xerxia have been devastating. All too easy for Surf to pick up the first, and while the remaining 2 versus 5.
Backed into a corner on this one. There's no chance you're going to save it, but running out just leads you into their sight line. Surf finally getting that last kill to close it 7-5. A victory in the half for Xerxia. It could have been a lot better, and now I don't want to say they're in trouble just yet, but I'm waiting to see what FPX have in store for their attack.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to come down to, firstly, how much prep they've been able to bring in with Cider, but more importantly, just what sort of plans they've actually got set in motion, because I think disrupting someone like Surf is going to be very important here. But in all honesty, it's not up to us to set up what's going to be happening in the second half, because we've got 3 absolute nerds over at the desk to do that for us.
Pretty sure that's the nicest thing you've ever said about me, Tom. Thank you very much for that one. Now, this half, I think we were a little bit surprised at how it started, but are you surprised with how it finished?
Not particularly. I mean, overall, you just saw FPX struggle a little bit at the beginning to gain some momentum off the back of the pistol round, but they have managed to put together a respectable half.
Yeah, a lot of that came down on the side of Xerxia for Scary as well, Jess, who's been really, really good on that Viper.
How many times are you going to throw to me about Scary in the world of international events that you and I have been to, Yinsu? Yeah, yet again, I get to say his name. Yet again, he gets to live up to his name. And yet again, he gets to show us why he was the top-rated Viper in Reykjavik. He comes back here and he goes, well, that's the reason I get to be one of the big dogs in the controller world. So for him overall, this has been an excellent first half so far.
It definitely has. I mean, Cider managed to double his kills in round 11. He had some level of performance, but it has been the Scary show, I think. And just in general, the level of discipline coming out from Xerxia has been better than FPX. If you take a look at their rounds and the way that they've been playing out, FPX have been the ones making the mistakes, fumbling occasionally, and Xerxia are winning the fights and finding opportunities to punish. If you take a look at this replay of round 9, Fox is able to sneak his way close, find Zipan. The pre-aim is pretty perfect, looking for exactly where he is. In the meantime, they're taking Shower's control, dodge the flash, use that timing to swing, and force Ardis into going for a crazy fight. They also then get into the site off the back of the Brimstone ult, and that collects the kill on Angel. They're dismantling FPX, and that needs to change for the next half. FPX are normally a very structured team, and Xerxia are picking them to pieces.
I think there's an opportunity now for FPX to look at what they've seen in the first half and use that to their advantage, because sometimes you just need to be able to read your opponent and then put the puzzle pieces in place from there.
Well, I do wonder if 5 rounds is going to be enough here for FPX, and it's time to send this back into game for the second half with Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. 2 rounds between them when we left, and we're about to kick off the pistol round of half number 2. FPX mounting their attack, and we've seen a very good half from Xerxia. Lots of good punishes, some great fakes. Now let's see how they fare on this defensive side.
Well, aggressive. You already see straight away Sky flashing deep down towards B main just to find out information. On the other side, Sushi Boys pressuring alongside the smoke that's there from Cruz as well. So they're basically looking to try and just almost get the information with their personnel, similarly to what FPX are doing with the Jiggle Peaks, but with a fair bit more utility put behind it.
There's lots of players towards this A side from Xerxia. They're not looking to play the same retake, right, that we saw out of FPX. But it means you're going to be a lot thinner on other sides of the map. You're not going to have that same level of defense. They're going to give up Hookah right here in exchange for a long push that hasn't yielded any results, and now in a little bit of trouble with Foxy potentially trapped on long. The TP over from Surf. He can provide some support, but they heard it, right? They know there's an extra player here. They've heard the Sky Flash, so Sky and Chamber on the B site. It seems like they're almost suspecting some A aggression, and they're waiting for it outside of A mid, but it's bathroom.
Yeah, look at the rotation already through. Considering they have the trap there, it must just be a hard read on what FPX are doing, but the majority of the defense is going to be in position, and more importantly, they're going to hold on to a lot of the map control. Sure, after plant fairly likely, although Foxy looks like he's about to set up. Zipan, though, rounds the corner, insta-kill, and then Angel's the one just to close it out. 4 kills for him in the round, the IGL leading the charge in this one, and wow, FPX off to the start they wanted.
There's a sense of trepidation when they approach that A site. They're moving so slowly, popping out their smokes, their mollies, everything, and no contact. Nobody moves. And you could see Angel sat there going, what's going on here? And like someone in Bath or something weird's about to happen. They had the push in through lamps covered with a player hiding inside the Viper Orb, and just waited for Xerxia to make a mistake. I think a very different approach than what we saw coming in the previous map, or the previous half, excuse me, with a lot of over-aggression out of FPX. Still, plenty of time for us to see that happen coming into round number 2. Classics for good old Xerxia. Don't expect very much of them here, do we? Oh, there. FPX, look how much utility they've just used just to get control over an orb.
Well, especially with how close Angel's already getting, I don't really mind it. Like, we saw it in the last half as well, that Xerxia basically had the orbital strike going into the round. Shao somehow managed to flank out the entirety of the team, so this has definitely gone as bad as it could have done. Nonetheless, I'm kind of looking at Surf here. He's been able to take quite a bit of map control away. The thing is, catching them as they go in towards the site is going to be pretty difficult, and with them already completely in control, the only man he could potentially catch is going to be Zipan, and Walt side is now in position to watch.
Yeah, even if he goes down, it's the classic no shield, or the ghost, excuse me, no shields. Certainly not the end of the world. And Angel's gotten out of that with half as well. I mean, this has just been altogether a fairly clean one. what you'd imagine. Coming into the next, not quite the same story. Full rifles for Xerxia. FPX have still got those 2 Vandals, though. Like, realistically, with a little bit of extra investment, they give themselves a serious chance to put up a fight in this one here.
This is something they do quite regularly, where they go for these weaker purchases, but this is exactly how they want it to work. With the Prime Gaming Flawless coming through, they managed to basically put them in position where they can have these rifles, and it doesn't affect their buy in the next round whatsoever. And that's where the value comes in. If they lose a couple of players, then they're screwed for the next round. It's not worth it. This is very aggressive, though, from the defense. Already just pushing all the way through an instant trade. And I don't know if that's too beneficial for them, because the rifles still stand.
See, the thing is, yeah, they'll know that those rifles are in play. They can see their opponent's economy start around. You know they're going to be putting that excess income into those weapons. But with trading out 1-to-1, I have to agree with you. Look at the damage done to Surf. He's on 7 HP. Even despite that, this is not a good trade. What is good for them is the map control they've got. Coming down through B-Long, through Hookah. They can leave one guy to watch that whole bit of control. But
look how long Surf is.
FPX aren't going to be coming anywhere near this site. There you go.
He's screwed. It was 7 HP trying to defend against the entirety of FPX. And bear in mind, again, this is their bonus round. This is one that Xerxia really need to be winning. Nice shot from Cider. It seems like he's woken up after that 4K. Sushi Boys has good timing. He's got to communicate this to Foxy, but it seems like they're going to try and pincer in onto Xiao together. But never mind, Sushi Boys does it alone.
Good spot by him. Good comms as well. Still plenty more to deal with. Double peek and Sushi Boys avoids it. Nade is through. That's a lot of space. Can he cross over? Artis is covering it. He's got a tight angle on it, and he'll connect the shot. 1 versus 2 with time. Artis swinging up top. Very aggressive, but worthwhile with the 3rd kill found. FPX push up to 8, and the lead is now theirs. This is maybe where Xerxia start to sweat a little bit. After that first half, and it could have been a little bit more convincing. Now FPX catch up, they take the lead, and they push Xerxia down to an eco.
Yeah, the worry as well, it will just seem how easy that was. Like, normally, when you're playing with the rifles, there are certain battles that you're going to be willing to take because you expect not to be against rifles on the other side. And some of the pushes that they made almost made me think that they didn't realize the rifles were there. Because, like, you go instantly for that fight in towards Showers, you go, okay, I've got the weapon advantage, I'll take that peek. And then they get shot in the face. It's like, okay, and Surf also was down to almost 1 HP straight off the beginning of the round. Then it just leaves their A-site control screwed.
Interesting thing that there's no shotguns in this round either. The potential to play up inside of Hookah is something that many players will want to take. And in fact, it's the Sheriff there.
I wonder if Sushi Boys is saving credits to give an operator over to Surf. It might be one of the reasons he hasn't invested into anything for this round. It really seems like they're just saving every single credit they can to make sure they actually buy into the next. Like, you've got at least a little bit invested into the SMGs, but no shields behind it either.
Oh, wow. Look at the amount of utility. You have got so few angles to worry about on the way out. Spawn is smoked. Close corner was mollied out. Naded out on backside with a snake bite as well. Practically, like, elbow was pretty much all they had to look at in that position. And that molly's come through a little bit late. Plant still allowed to come through, and so Xerxia don't really have the clock on their side on this retake. And of course, with all the mad advantages that FPX are working with, they have more than enough players to cover all these angles. Martyrdom there.
Can Scary get anything with the Stinger? The thing is, the credits on the other side are so good, but at least he can try and reduce it a little bit. He will get the kill onto Artis, get himself an extra ultimate orb. But now this is where we need to see a response from Xerxia. This is where I said I assume, yeah, the operator is now going to be dropped over to Surf. He's someone that we sort of highlighted at the beginning of this game that he needs to almost be that explosive player for Xerxia. Like, they have very good players all the way through the squad, but he's the one, especially on this defense, that has to put up numbers. Right now, he's at the bottom of the board.
Well, exactly. And it's okay for him to be there after that first half, but as you're saying, Tom, coming into round number 5, operator is on the board. This is where you earn your spot on this chamber. And Surf is not looking to sit back and wait for FBX to come to him. No, no. Surf is pushing. He's got teammates covering his left side, and he's scoped up on right. Nobody's there. And if he's... Oh, he's gotten him! What a shot!
His teammates left. Like, that's so mental that his teammates faded away, left him on his own, and he still connected the shot. Scary finally going to be traded out from his aggressive position, but Surf is just slaughtering FPX. Artist now, last man standing while Surf's going to do the damage. There is a reason they saved the credits for that operator, Mitch.
There absolutely is. Yeah, we said we needed to see this guy show up, and well, I think that'll just about do it. Bottom to top of the scoreboard in one round.
The thing is, though, what his teammates did, I don't understand.
It was wild. Yeah.
Like, if he's going to stay that far forward, why are his teammates running away? That's why you see Angel peek, because Angel hears double footsteps, but it wasn't planned. Like, Surf's like, I will look this way. My teammates have my back. No, they don't.
It feels like either a miscommunication or maybe Surf getting technically overzealous in that he should lose that fight 9 times out of 10, but that worked out. Surf up close, and he's on more, but he can't get out. He's stuck. The ult is keeping him in position. Xiao is going to make it very hard for him to hear anything, to expect those cues, but he's running on up. Surf finding a new lease of life here as he's just dominating the server. This operator has made all the difference that we hoped. That more. Look at this guy go.
He's finally dead. Finally, someone's managed to put him in his place.
Viper's Pit?
Yeah, optimistic. 1 versus 3.
No snake bites.
Yeah, I don't know if Cider would want to be using that in this sort of scenario. Credits are still pretty good as well, something they could try and play around in the next round, and he's being slowly closed in as well, so he almost has to make a move here. Just try and drop as many weapons as physically possible, but I think 9-9 is looking very likely.
Yeah.
They're ready.
They've got everything they need for this, and even the Seekers on Foxy. So that pit wouldn't be as much of a trouble as you'd imagine a Trailblazer too. The swing's going to have to be huge, and it's absolutely not going to be cruise control for Xerxia in the end of that round. As they pull off to 9-9, look, it's not the end of the world for FPX, but the economy's now starting to feel a little bit of pain.
So Surf had no abilities, half HP, no sound. Yeah, and he was also marked, so they knew where he was.
And there was a Prowler just about to hit him.
Yeah.
Just seconds.
One enemy
And they also threw a fragment at him.
And then jumped through a Viper wall.
Yeah, and none of that stopped him.
No, in fact, he just hit every shot.
He's also just gone from bottom of his team, bottom of the server, to top.
Artist has got 16, got 1 more kill.
Of his team.
Yeah. He did start from the bottom, and now he is here. It has been unbelievable to see Surf turn around like that, and it was the hope that we had. The operator would be the turning point for Xerxia, and so far it most certainly has, but plenty more rounds to play with Viper's Pit down on B long, and FPX are going slowly through with that snake bite. It's huge. Artist is left down to 2 HP. He almost went down to it, and another one's on the way. Angel barely avoiding that. Well, that was scary. We could have just lost 2 players to a snake bite and a Viper's Pit in the first couple seconds.
No, you're correct. It was scary. Almost managing to get himself those couple of kills. But nonetheless, I'm still looking at some of the ultimates on the other side. Like, you've got your own Viper's Pit. More importantly, you've got the Orbital Strike, which I think, especially if you're going to try and take over Lamp's control, just has so much value for the squad. But again, I think FPX have just fallen back into this default, wary that they've lost some control. Now they have. It's towards the showers, and more importantly, well, Zipan's own angle used against him to better effect. They're now in quite a lot of trouble because they haven't been able to find the pick. The Viper's Pit is down. They're locked out of showers. They need a kill.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this flash, there's a lot on it. Molly's gone through. There's the flash as they dive out, and the reposition from Foxy only gets him the 1 orbital strike onto Cider. That's connected the frag, and Side is now sort of under their control. It depends whether they peek, but with 12 seconds left, they're going to wait for that plan to commence. That was a strange fight, and he survived it! Oh, no, I don't know what I'm watching. Cruz winning out the round anyways, and they'll find double digits. That was unusual.
There was a lot of things in that round where I'm not sure if it was communicated properly. They orbital strike, and then they throw a fragment into the orbital strike, which will do nothing. Unless they're 100% certain that somebody is there. And they don't then clear the corner to the right of the site as well, so then Foxy's able to get away. So it basically, it just felt like FPX in that take didn't really have everything like communicated properly, and they just didn't put it across. Also, then you just have that showstopper, which, you know, it happens.
It was close.
But
it was close.
It wasn't that close.
Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable if a bazooka landed that close behind me.
No, what if it was made out of paint?
I don't know. Could be fun. Timeout called here by FPX. The stress getting to them. I mean, they're 1 behind. Xerxia Popping right back up into this, we've seen the issues of FPX starting things out were a little bit of lackluster play. This time around, though, on the attack, things are looking okay. With some big performances out of Xerxia, and in particular, it's Surf that FPX need to find a solution to.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like you have players like Artis and Xiao with the utility to force him off the angle. They just haven't really been able to actually deal with him even when he's hit by all of this utility. And that, for me, is just more not really having that effective trading. Like, he's able to reposition, reduel, retake those fights every single time, and then look at FPX and go, okay, you need to be dealing with that. Even if he is someone that's difficult to deal with, I expect that they should have that opportunity. Still, they've got that Viper's Pit. Still, they've got a Showstopper, but there are other ultimates starting to be built up on the other side, looking towards the Seekers. And also, I doubt he'll need it, but he does have a Tour de Force.
Here we go again. Same setup as before.
4 players this time.
Yeah, only 2 of them will run away, maybe. Surf's got that close right covered this time. There is a player there, and the hand is hit. Xiao has a choice to make. He's going back out for more. Well, Surf finding a whole lot of value, and now this swing up close is not yielding them actually that poor of a result. Quick trade, smokes out, but with Foxy in for another, FPX are falling way behind.
I love these almost little set plays that they just seem to have around this man. He connected that shot. It clipped the edge of the wall, and that's enough for Angel to actually survive on just 6 HP. Artis, he needs this kill onto Sushi, but it's not going to be happening. Quick swing, Angel down to 6. What can he really do from this? Gain an orb and, well, again, try and fight for his life.
Not a pretty situation. 1 smoke to work with, 6 HP. A spike down. Look if he can grab a kill here. No, could help them at least a little, but not a chance. Solid connection from Sushi Boys. 11th round now for Xerxia, Tom. The home stretch getting pretty close, and FPX don't have cash.
That's the thing, 4 in a row now for Xerxia. Their defense has really picked up. The second that Operator came into play, the round's completely different, because I feel like a lot of their set plays are fantastic when it comes to setting up around the Operator. If they don't have it, it's definitely not as valuable.
Yeah, we just saw it down the bottom. Even though Xerxia are in the lead and we've had this massive resurgence out of Surf, Artis is still leading on ACS. Ain't gonna matter much though if you end up losing out on the map. Like we said, this round right here, just a couple of credits to spare over on FPX. They'll invest those into whatever trinkets they can pick up, but for the most part, this should be a shutdown out of Xerxia. They're going to be under a lot of pressure on A, though, Tom, and they have gambled up on this B site. There's no fast rotation. There's no one coming to help. Scary. He's going to have to hold on all by himself. And that nade has landed at his feet, so he's given up his secondary position. Now he's on the back site.
That's the thing. This gamble has played so well into the hands of their opponents. You got the Showstopper to just try and delay them on their rotation. Maybe try and find something with it, but ultimately it doesn't matter. They've managed to garner the space, and with the weaponry they have, that's absolutely fine. The Viper's Pit is down as well. There wasn't many opportunities for them to actually win this round, but the fast play in towards the site might be the only one.
It was the right gamble. Xerxia were over on B. Now they've got to retake the site. And these pistols can get up close. They can take favorable fights. They can swing with each other. Drop inside of the ult. That is brave. Sushi Boys has spotted the Viper, but not taken her down. Just about holding on to life here. Cider has the round in his hands. He's up close and he stopped the defuse, but down goes the pit. Can they get on it in time? There's barely any time on the clock, and it's done. They've actually gotten away with it. A gamble out of Xerxia for the B site, and they couldn't have been more wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing with these set plays. They did this in a previous round, 4 players fighting in towards the A site, and you're like, okay, it's caught them as they go through, it's brilliant. Then, the next round, you have an eco, and they go, right, 4 players towards B, and this is the problem. They managed to get through into the site versus the 1 player that was there, and then it's all about delaying time, and FPX just had the ultimates ready to do it.
Absolutely beautiful. And I think from the perspective of Xerxia, it's such a difficult round to hold on to. I mean, you saw Scary doing his best, popping his utility bit after bit, but there was so much coming his way. And it comes back to what you said earlier, Tom. FPX have the utility to deal with Surf. They've tried. They put it out there at times, but he was still connecting the shots. Now we see what happens when those shots aren't connected on the other side. That utility gets you the space, and there's another one out of this guy. Well, okay, that's one way to shut him down.
Yeah.
Kill him through the wall.
Yeah, they've taken the space into mid, and again, it's the fallback from the remaining players. A little bit messy, and in fact, both going in the other direction. Artist needs to do something huge here to stand a chance in hell, but he manages to get both! Almost an accidental lineup. Xiao's also found one more, and they know where Cruz is, but both players are tagged. The Seas is going to hold him back just that little bit longer, giving them the info that they needed, and he's desperately trying to find the clear onto one of these players. But they are set in a perfect crossfire, waiting for that contact, and it is free for Xiao. Artist, well, that was a huge play.
Well, the man was leading on ACS a little earlier on. I think he's bumped up the numbers a little bit in that round. 11 to 11, and it just couldn't be a better time to step it up. After that atrocious push into Lamps, I thought it was done, but they must have done just about enough damage for Scary to go down to, I mean, a shot that I didn't even see hit him. I didn't see it come close to him, but it did enough damage.
I feel like Xiao's going to be another Nats in terms of like facial expressions. Like he's not
he
the
is,
man. It's not the man you want the camera on, because you look at like Artist or Angel, they're going to be celebrating, and he's like, job done.
The benefit of Artist here, though, the ability, these flashes have been fantastic for getting through some of the walls. I think we saw it over on B site. You look to get out through that retake wall, pop the flash, get on the side, and close a lot of space. But it's more particularly in like the Lambs take, or a better example, the bathroom take that we saw starting things out quite a few rounds ago. And it was where they used up a molly, they used a nade, and they used a flash to clear bathroom just to get the orb on Angel. That was like the second round or something. And to see that level of commitment to using that utility just to garner you a little bit of map control, I think it's still surprising to see Artist walking out with that many assists on the board. He's got 9, Xiao's got 10. This is some team play resurgence out of FPX. And we got 2 left to play with. We're going the full distance no matter what, Tom. The question is, can one of these teams close it out before OT?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult with the way things have been going, but you now look back towards Surf once again, see if he can find anything more on this defensive side. He's still just that one blind Artist, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him take that spot, at least in terms of the fragging. Ult-wise, definitely in favor of FPX, especially when you think of the combinations you can have with that Nightfall, along with the Orbital Strike. There's plenty to be done. There is, however, a counter and a potential showstopper for Sushi Boys coming up.
You know what? Scary might have some opportunities here. A lot of his opponents are playing with light shields here. Xiao and Cider. I doubt they're going to be first points of contact, and in fact, they won't. Surf connecting the shot onto Angel. It's a trade. Oh, the wide swing. Artist doesn't connect, and now he cannot afford a repeat, and Xiao's gone. I don't know how this guy hits the shots. Even when the players are mid-air, he seems to have no trouble.
That's a problem. I genuinely feel like Foxy was just sacrificed there so that they could actually get an advantage in the round, just getting Surf the angle needed. Throwing in a little bit of utility in towards this B site, trying to pull a rotation away, but with the deep control that's already there. Look how far Sushi Boys has gone. He's all the way through. Like, he's basically watching them in towards the spawn at this point.
Is he gonna
so
flank?
if they do double back around,
They think it's B.
Yeah, because he's not seen anyone, and it's so far in, they're actually going to go for a rotation all the way back. He might have the perfect flank instead, but for now, they might actually just have a walkthrough in towards the A site.
Oh, this is horrendous. I mean, I can't blame Xerxia for the read. The information they have, it looks like they've made the right call, but now they have to hope that they can at least delay the time. Right orbital strike to allow the flank to come through, but Zipman's already onto Cruz. Here's the flank, hasn't got line of sight. And as they come out of the orb, oh, Artist is tucked in the corner. Sushi Boy's gonna have to swing out wide, and he's lost his life. A great shot from Artist. Cider with another, and now Xerxia in a lot of hot water. Scary, gonna have to clutch this out. Already the first. What would be a 3K, a good connection. But he's gotten him! A reload now, leaving him in the 1v1. Cider watching for the drop. He's got him, but he almost whiffs it. Just about getting it in time. And we will see FPX with a chance to close this out in regulation.
I think if Scary shoots one more bullet there, he wins that fight.
I'm with you.
I like it. You could see it was correcting, and I think the last bullet was like a millimeter above his head. That was way too close of a 1v3, but there was so much in that round that could have gone Xerxia's way. The push through from Sushi Boys actually ends up almost being a burden. Just because they took the information they got, they ran with it, and it was just unfortunate that the net was slipped by FPX, and then just slightly off in the timing. He spams a bullet into that poison orb, he probably wins his team the round.
Literally. He had no idea, obviously, the player had 1 HP inside of it, so why would you? You're just going to get killed by someone else. The surprise factor was definitely the right gamble, but it was that. It was a gamble that didn't pay off, and now Xerxia come into this one. They're going to put everything on the table. Viper's Pit, showstopper, FPX. Already looking to make a little bit of control go their way. The B site under heavy pressure, but that Viper's Pit going down on long. It could be the spanner in the works that ends up costing them massively. A great shot onto Zipan. That's taken out so much, and with Angel finally going down to that snake bite, we saw this last time that Scary used the Viper's Pit. Angel and Artis almost fell to it, and this time it's already got its first victim.
Yeah, this round has completely fallen apart. Xerxia have done an excellent job managing to basically delay enough time that Nightfall has no impact. Artis as well just sat within the Viper's Pit hoping that there's an overextension from Scary, but he hasn't done anything of the sort so far. And well, the only real glimmer of hope is the fact that Cider has managed to kill Scary, though. Still just sticking within the pit. OT looking inevitable, and they've even locked him in on the flank if he tries to go back the other way.
You can see the desperation at the end, the attempt to bait them into swinging on Hookah, so Artis could lurk through the pit. Cruz, all the control he could possibly wish for. The information swings their way. We are going to an overtime in this game, and you know what, Tom? It is warranted. And not the last round, but the one before, where both teams kind of put all their economy into it. We had 5 players, 2 on FPX and 3 on Xerxia at one point, who were considering going in with light shields. The fact that we even have that late on shows you how close this game has been. And so, I'm not upset we end up in an OT. I think we deserve it.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some long games with FPX on this map in particular. I think, at least in the VCT, the longest map of all time was played by FPX on this map. So just seeing that OT does give me slight nightmares, but well,
you nightmares. Look at Doombros.
Yeah, no,
he's reliving a nightmare.
He's just like, no, please, not again.
Oh, I can't wait to go to LAN. Everything's going to be different.
So, nope. Luckily, Xiao's got an Omen this time.
Oh, well. Going into this OT, surprisingly few words coming out of Doombros. I don't know how to read into that one, Tom. I don't know.
That's the thing. I feel like, speaking to him before, there is always this dynamic with him and Angel of like, a lot of the time they'll discuss things behind the scenes, but a lot of the overarching plans come from Angel until things go desperately wrong or until something is spotted by Doombros. So I'm guessing at this point he doesn't feel the need to step in. And then that's what we're looking at. The faith in his IGL, supporting his IGL, but if Angel has something to say, zip it.
That's certainly a good motto on the team of FPX. You know what, though? I feel like that boy there, Artis, he wouldn't follow that all the time. We saw it in the interview. He's happy to give the cheek as much as take it. There we go. We're diving back on into things. There was a timeout called to extend the little bit of a pause in between OTs. That was Xerxia wanting just that extra moment to gather themselves. And you saw, obviously, as we're saying, Doombros was calm. He was collected. FPX had already had their discussion. But Xerxia, they wanted that extra minute. Now we come in. And again, we're going to look at that operator on Surf. They bought it up on the attack side, Tom. That comes with a lot of disadvantages. For example, they're not going to have any shields on Surf. But his defensive op has been certainly enough to warrant this.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, especially when it came to the attack, that he didn't bring a massive amount of value other than some of the early rounds. So
agreed.
I think just giving him that opportunity, and especially with like some of the jump peaks and jiggle peaks that were being made, I think that's absolutely fine. Give him an opportunity to try and find that opener. He's been one of their best players so far. Probably their best player, to be honest, when it comes to that defensive side. And just look at the rotation coming through. A wrong step! He's so ready for these jump spots. And while I think a smoke's going to go down in a set. Oh no! Xiao swings it! That's such a cocky peek from Xiao, but a brilliant shot nonetheless.
Certainly not expected on the other side. Sushi Boy's position's going to be given away. Artis, though, taking quite a bit of damage. Push up through. He's seen a second player now, but Foxy's not deterred. Well, 2 nades coming his way. That'll certainly get you out of the way. Sushi Boy's low HP, but he's managed to grab himself a kill. Cruz! That was an awkward duel, and that's the spike, Tom.
Yeah, more importantly, they've got very little time, and I was going to say Sushi Boys is low, but that was irrelevant with the shot that was just connected. I don't even know what the plan is here from Foxy.
IFB?
Guys, bring the spike B. Guys, bring the spike B. I'm on B. It's clear.
They got to be so confused when they pop this ult and go, wait, he's not there? That's just, I mean, look, the reality is that's, let's spell it out plainly. That's just an unfortunate plan coming out of the attacking side. If you're Xerxia, you're wanting to keep those players inside of Hookah. You want to at least get the control, push those guys back. And when your whole team dies on the other side of the map, it's like, okay, well, now I'm left with 20 seconds, 1v5 or 1v4, and, you know, no control whatsoever. The round was done and dusted as it was.
Bro, what are you doing, bro?
We were wondering the same thing, Cider. It's okay. 13-12 as we come on to the last, potentially round, the last round of OT, number 1. Let's see if Xerxia can pull it off, because now they've got the op on the defense, and this was genuinely the difference maker. We said the Surf, maybe he can get something on the attack, but it's tough, Now this isn't tough, and this is where he's found the value time and time again. He's playing on the A side on top of Truck, hoping to catch someone, and looks like he's about to get the opportunity as FPX start to poke and prod around this area of the map.
Yeah, they've got the info that there's at least a couple of players in towards the showers, so the knife doing its job, they have to be really wary. That you can even see how careful they're being around mid just because of how aggressive he's been. The problem is, Foxy has now got aggressive elsewhere, and they have absolutely no information. He's actually going to go peeking in. I don't believe he did that. I don't feel like that was something that was necessary at all, and he's just given up all of the control, especially when you're the solo player on the other side of the map. That's been now abandoned.
I can't wrap my head around that one. Control that he had, I guess, didn't want to be just full swung by the team. Thought he could catch them off, and he did, but the shot. Oh, that's a great nade. Followed him all the way, but Cruz still able to get to.
Fair play.
Eventually going down, but he might just have bought his team a lifeline to hold on in this map. Either way, it's not going to be easy, because they are going to have to retake this site.
Snakebite not really going to do much to delay, although Cider does step in it a little bit, at least. They've also managed to keep control of Hookah. It seems like from the defender side, they're expecting there to be someone almost setting up for a lineup here, but every single player currently within the site or Hookah, it does mean that the players on site can almost be surrounded as they're slowly being wrapped around from all angles.
One spotted at least, nade through. That's going to clear them out, push them into the spawn player, hopefully. With Surf falling, Scary taken down, and now the round done. FPX are picking up their first map on LAN. The debut off to a good start. And Tom, that was Xerxia's map pick.
Yeah, a real slog of a game, I feel. Like both teams almost having that sort of back and forth all the way through. It actually ends up with Angel at the top of the board, which I don't think many would have predicted going in, but it's something that happens far too regularly for my liking. Also right up there with the First Bloods. I think the only player above him is Surf, which kind of says a lot about how he plays that Brimstone. Even still though, Cider playing on his debut for the team and on LAN, 19 kills, 15 deaths, it's not bad. Like, I think we could have very easily given him that sort of excuse of having a poor performance, and although he definitely started a little bit slow, it seems that he came into the game, and I think that's the most important thing for FPX. Even if they win this game, that's already a success in my eyes, even if it's not necessarily the most clean, which this definitely wasn't.
Now, I gotta say, on the subject of Cider, I can't give him any sort of slack, to be honest, coming into this, because FPX stand-ins, they have high expectations. Yeah, after Batty G, this guy came in, he looked like he'd been on the team as long as Angel was. So I'm happy to see that Cider, especially as a player coming into this roster as a stand-in, he's an IGL himself, so he understands what it's like to work under those conditions as well. Played with Looker, who is also an IGL, so those sort of dynamics are something he's used to. And so I'm happy to see him slot in well here, perform very well. He had some huge rounds. That clutch play that he had over towards Lamps, where he's just shutting them down on the push through, basically solo holding the side. I mean, he was a pleasure to watch all game long. This FPX, they're looking good, but Xerxia brought the hurt on their map pick. They brought it to OT. Now we move on to Ascent, and that's somewhere that FPX are going to feel a little bit more.
Let's be honest. In the interview we saw earlier, with the sit-down we saw earlier, Artist said he's expecting minimum playoffs, probably top 4. So I think they might have to do a little bit more if they're going to be bringing that one off, and let's never count out Xerxia, because we know this team can be fierce.
Oh, we absolutely do. Well, you know what, Tom? Let's see if they can beat FPX on the next map. That's going to be coming up in a little bit. For now, though, I'm going to toss you guys off to a break. And our analyst desk, I'm sure they're going to have lots to talk about.
Of course, they're nerds.
Yeah.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. stop it. Quitting was never an option, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
FPX, they finally make their debut here at Masters on the international stage, and they come out with a win on map 1. But that was a close win, guys. I'm back here with Jess and Sideshow. Xerxia, they put up a good fight, but FPX, they managed to close it out, which is what really matters when it comes to the results.
It definitely does, yeah. And of course, that wasn't their map pick either. So, you know, we'll be looking towards the next map in a bit. But when it came down to bind, the players that really stepped up, I think, are Artis and Angel. They've got Angel really pulling ahead towards the end and showing that leadership, the adaptation at the end of those rounds. Round 25 in particular, where they had a plan to shut down Surf's op that had previously been such a problem for them. I felt like they really came into their own and started to get into grips with the LAN.
Oh, there's a man on the other side who tried desperately to drag and claw their way into a win. They were close, and then of course tried to in the overtime, wasn't successful. The man who I dare say, I'm going to say this right now, you know there's a lot of players we say who are built for a certain agent. Well, I think this agent was built for certain. I think converse. I think Riot sat down and said, you know what, we can build a certain agent for a certain man out there who can wield it to its best ability.
The weapon might have been built for Surf.
I absolutely agree. And I look at his stats right there. Now, what you don't see on there is that over the past stage of games he's played, 18% of his kills have come from the operator alone. I looked at this match, 55% of his kills, 55% from the operator alone. We're talking 18% usually, which is quite high in a particular. If you're looking at averages, 18% of your kills is very high. I believe 164 of his kills were from the operator. And this man was like, how do I beat that? 55% of my kills with the operator. That's unreal.
Just keep him poor. That's the win condition. That's the win condition.
Oh my God.
Big ups for using the Ion operator as well, not something rubbish like the minimum
no.
one. But,
such a skin simp.
Yeah, I love
she
the Ion
just wants
operator.
to dig at the fact I use the minimum
and
operator.
also, right, if you want to put the IGX Vandal in my shop sometime soon, I'm not going to complain. But when talking about the weaponry, FPX, Josh, they do something pretty funky when it comes to using said weapons.
They are geniuses. Look at this. This is the bonus round performance. So that's round 3 or round 15 when you've won the pistol. Crew are at the top. FPX are number 2 in terms of their bonus round wins. Why? Because they manipulate the economy perfectly. You can see it in the second half here. They won 4 rounds off the trot by coming in with a pistol round strat that looked fairly good. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but essentially here they're coming in, their players are good, they're able to execute a pistol round. And what's important is they save a couple of those ghosts into the next round, into round 2. They are able to dismantle their opponents using a combination of ghosts and specters, and then the players, the 2 players that keep the ghosts, in this case it was Angel and Cider, those players upgrade to a Vandal. Look at Cider here now in round 3 with a Vandal in hand. This means that the bonus round economy for FPX is way better than usual. Almost every other team in the tournament is taking Spectres, maybe a Bulldog like maximum into the bonus. FPX every time are coming in with 2 Vandals and then a combination of Bulldogs and Spectres to accompany that. And that means that they're the 3rd best team in the tournament at extending 1 pistol round win into 3 rounds on the trot. That's just so valuable.
Yeah,
other teams need to steal that.
Exactly, because they've been doing it for a while. Like they've not been shy about the reasons they've been doing that as well. And speaking of FPX, one of the players, the substitute coming in here, did pop off on a bind. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment with a tasty Jess for him.
Oh, I didn't expect it either. I knew he would be sort of the tip of the spear to stop this oncoming onslaught of players, but he had been using his snake bites to good effectiveness before that. Then when he peaked out, I thought, okay, he gets the one, but he gets traded. But the man just kept it going. And you know what the biggest and brightest and best thing about Cider coming in and having this Verizon high-speed moment? It's that he had a really slow start to this map. He came into the second half of where he was able to thrive holding power positions on the map, and he was able to peak with confidence. He didn't take one and go, oh, I've overstepped my mark, I've got my one, I'll move back. He was confident enough to continue, and that is something Sugetsu would have done. So he is taking into the shoes and gone, I will do the exact same thing I'm here to replace.
He's got a shrine of Sugetsu. What would Sugetsu do? And that's just his driving force all around.
The issue is Sugetsu would have done that 5 times in a half.
And that is so true. We wouldn't have made it to overtime if Sugetsu was here.
That is definitely true.
Cider is not going to be playing Viper on the next 2 maps unless they go crazy with the comps. So we don't really know what to expect from him even coming up.
Well, before we get on to the next map, let's take a look at Zipan right now in the AIM Lab pre-match shoot-around as he's practicing and gearing up for Ascent, which let's talk about it a little bit because, Josh, I know in the pre-show you said you do believe that FPX are the best Ascent team in the world.
Yeah.
How much of that was down to Sogetsu?
I think a decent amount. Certainly in terms of the firepower, that's where you're really getting your best stuff from Sugetsu, a very smart player. But also just the strategy that they have and an unusual composition that they bring is throwing off a lot of other teams. They have very good executes. I think it would have been more of a blow, frankly, if Xiao hadn't made it to the event when it comes to their Ascent win rate. Because his fade is such a crucial component of how they exec all of their sight hits, you know, his haunt lineups and how he utilizes the Prowlers in these rounds. But I think that crown of the best Ascent team is definitely up for grabs, and maybe FPX aren't up to the task with the sub, but it should still be a very good home ground to go to close out this series. It's going to apply a lot of pressure.
Well, there you go. The big thing for me now, looking at these maps on your screen, is that FPX won Xerx's pick. So you can see there, FPX is able to jump in and go, you know what, that's something that we get to walk away with the bind, and FPX have picked Ascent. I feel far more confident knowing they won their opponent's map pick, they're going into their map pick, and now they were able to walk away with a team that's already won the past 5 Ascent matches, and they've looked good while they've been doing it. I'd say there's a few other maps I have not looked at for FPX and I've been confident on. This one I can turn back and go, yeah, you know what, there are teams in EMEA you can beat on this, and I can put any EMEA team in front of you to beat on it.
I'm paying attention, I think, specifically to Surf here. And that might seem a bit strange because he played so well on Bind, especially in the second half of the game. But he's probably going to be playing Jet. Yes. And I think that also means that he needs to be getting value out of rifling too. If he got over half his kills with the AWP, what was he doing with the rifle? That's the big question,
Is it an
right?
AWP crutch, or can he do more?
Yeah,
and normally he's good with the Vandal.
He is indeed. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent select now. As you guys can see, Surf has locked in that Jet. Shao on the other side with the Fade, like you both said. And see,
there we go.
Well, of course,
Okay.
this makes sense.
This is the normal composition that both teams are going to be coming out with. The only question is whether Ardis decides to pull out a Jet, as he has done in the past, but the Chamber is more often the pick. And again, I think it's about Surf finding holes in this. He's the only duelist on the field. If he can run around and increase the tempo and start hitting his rifling shots, maybe he can find holes where no EMEA team has.
You say that, but he gets to start on the defense. Maybe he can crutch a little bit for the first half, boost Xerxia up for the first half, get into the second, and it's already a bit of momentum there, and he can lean back a little bit more, because let's not forget the last time they played this map, Scary went nuclear. So there is opportunity for others.
Well, FPX, as you both said, are the slight favourite here on Ascent, but I still have faith in Xerxia, and I want to know what your casters think. Tom and Mitch, what do you guys think?
I don't know, Tom. It's a pretty tough demand, right? We're coming into...
I'm not an analyst. Until later today. No,
that doesn't work when you're on the desk
until
later.
the next game.
In like, well, an hour or two?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Still,
maybe a little bit longer.
Hair
It's a nice
past
watch.
the freckle.
Look at that one. Yeah, that's beautiful. But diving into this, Tom, realistically, what do you expect? Because this is FPX's map pick after a victory on the first, but a very, very tight score line. I don't think we can count Xerxia out.
No, I'm more scared just by the fact that FPX are going to be starting on that attacking side, because I think that's where they play their best Valorant. And especially on this map, I think a lot of the executions that they have don't actually revolve around Saigetsu very much. Like, he's on a Sage. Realistically, a lot of the time it's going to be on the defensive side where he has his value. So I think this, hopefully, for them won't make that much of a difference. I'm more looking at that defensive side. How much can they disrupt? How many problems can they cause these setups? And well, by the looks of it, they're going right in early on. Xiao already just shutting down this early push. Foxy, he swapped his gun multiple times, lands the instant headshot, and then gets traded out anyway.
Oh, not the ideal start for Xerxia on that aggression for sure. Now,
where Angel is.
Left to slow this down, stall it out, and look, with the lack of information that they've got, the vacuum left open, it's no surprise FPX are able to thread the needle a little bit.
Look at the X's on the map of where they died.
What do you mean X's? There's one X, Tom.
I see one
X. Blue and I see one red. I don't know what else you want me to go on.
One of them's a little bit more defined than the other.
That's a little bit, yeah, a little bit of a deeper color there. Stalling it out 40 seconds, you're eventually going to have to gamble that. And Xerxia are making a little gamble of their own, right? They were spread out, they were playing on opposite sides, but now that turret's being taken back from A, and it looks like they're going to be stacked up on B. The right call is being made. Scary still on the back of the site. He's popping down a star as well. This could help get his teammate across, and Sushi Boys picks up one. This is winnable at this point, and FPX still don't know there's another player back site.
Yeah, they don't have the time to rotate back around. The problem is with the stuns already coming through, it's not going to work out. And that's the thing. I don't mind the idea from Xerxia, but it's just basically what was expected by FPX. They play a slow default. They have a couple of players. They basically use their buddy system just to make sure that it's not going to be an easy trade either way. And if you're going to have Xiao hitting 2 instant headshots on players that look to run around the corner, the problem is as well, I feel like if you're going to make a push that deep, either you have to catch them off guard, which they didn't, or you have to commit to it at the same time, which they didn't.
Yeah. You know, how many Vandals? You got 3 Vandals and a Bulldog coming into this round. You know what? Me and Dubro's gonna have a chat about this one later. That's a heavy investment. That's pure confidence. And Artis already picking up one. He's walking around middle. Could have the Headhunter in his hand, but the Vandal dealing the damage, getting them those orbs early. And they've got a trap behind to cover their flank. This is perfect. They've got set up for post plan. Smoke down the door as well. A little one-way. It's probably a little early, if anything, because the door's still locked.
Yeah, I guess they're expecting it to break any moment, and it did. I guess the way they're looking at this is they were either going to run into the entire team early and have the rifles, or they were going to run into absolutely no one, which they did, and just have the sight. Now, already one player has gone down. They haven't lost a gun yet, which is fine, but any other kills that come in here is going to be a rifle dropping. The to the deck, but it doesn't happen. So FPX now go into this round. This is the benefit. It's obviously a risk. It's a big risk. But the thing is, this is something FPX has done quite regularly, either just going really low and going for pistols and then buying the rifles, or doing this and risking it in the round.
And it certainly has paid off. I mean, just look at the economy of FPX. I am going to call this a bonus round because technically, we wouldn't say this is a power-up, would we?
Rebought.
No, they haven't. We've got the one rifle invested into for FPX as they come in with 4 Vandals and a Bulldog. Xerxia, Odin in hand, looking to defend B main. It won't find anything off the rip, but I certainly respect the attempt.
Yeah, it was more so just to try and give Surf that little bit of extra space, and they are fighting both sides of the map. The extremities is where they're currently challenging, with the alarm bot currently waiting on the other side. Interestingly, actually using more of a lurk onto Xiao in this case. Like, they're just leaving him behind to try and almost catch anybody getting aggressive, spot anybody making a move into mid, but instead it almost just seems like gamble rotations, and Ardis, well, not quite quick enough, as Scary's going to find the opener.
This is good. They've actually just avoided a Prowler, but they heard it on B main. So with Foxy going forward, seeing no one there, he's going to start to think that B could be a little lighter, and that opens up perfect timing for FPX, you would think, to walk through here. But that turret, it's going to get contact, and then in comes the spam, and this is where things get dangerous. He has gotten them. Able to refresh up another reveal, not going to quite catch them. The rest of the team towards the A side are looking to move there a little later. That's a devastating blow dealt right away. Good recovery with Angel finding one, but they still need to get to a site and get that planted. 30 seconds left, and he's gone pushing with an Odin through main. Alrighty.
Oh, Foxy's a bad man. I love that setup. It's so ratty. Just have the turret for contact. You don't risk any of your players, and then they're not going to be expecting that Odin to spam almost straight afterwards. No real way to escape, and a free kill in. Even up against such a strong, quote-unquote, bonus round, it is still a very convincing looking round coming out of the side of Xerxia, and they're going to be able to buy up comfortably into this one. So again, both teams with their full buy.
Foxy, you really know how to pull on my heartstrings. You know that, man? It's a beautiful thing, the little Killjoy setup on the turret, the reveal coming out of the fade, and no surprise, same thing's going to be going on here. This is something FPX are going to have to figure out relatively soon. Their bonus round, quote unquote. Ooh, that order's not ideal. Bonus.
He's just wide swung, and actually he hasn't been cleared, but Sidon with a nice couple of shots, quickly trading things back. This is not the place you normally see an Odin.
No, it's not. Probably not a favorable fight, but Cruz is coming behind with another. It's got Scary by his side. The whole team now with control over mid. But the spike has made it onto B. It snuck its way in. Ardis up close. Oh no! He got revealed and no chance to get out. Xiao now has to dig deep for this 1v3.
One kill and he gets himself the ult. Maybe that will give him a chance. It needs to be quick, and it's not quite quick enough. First kill going his way, but the trade is instantaneous. And while Xerxia, they managed to get 2 rounds in a row. And I'm liking the fact that, as was said at the beginning, FPX have some wonderful setups, some wonderful executions they could throw in to take the map. Xerxia have been nothing but disruptive, pretty much the entire round. You look at the way it was kicked off by Surf, he's battling in mid. He's taking angles that ultimately you expect him to get 1 kill, dash out of there. Absolutely not, still fighting. And then you even have the likes of Cruz wrapping around with the pop flash through mid.
Now you see down the bottom, FPX 5-0 on Ascent. This is certainly a map they're strong on, but the setup that they're facing from Xerxia here is causing them a lot of headaches. They know about the turret. I think they know about the alarm bot in mid as well. And this is where we should see FPX coming into the next round at least, trying to really deal with that and push this utility out of position. Already, actually, they're going to be moving towards middle. So whether they know about that alarm bot or not, they certainly do now.
He's going through. You know they're going through. Pop flash out. Xiao, though, is actually going to catch both of them. They expected it as well as we did, but the trades come back. Sushi Boys actually breaks the wall and manages to double up. Now Ardis has retrieved an operator. They're going to make their way through on towards the A side, but do they expect Sushi Boys to be here so soon? Absolutely not. Both players caught off guard, and well, he's going to close out with a 4K, an incredibly fast rotation, a brilliant read from Sushi Boys, and FPX, they are being caught round after round.
The heat map of this game will certainly look a little bit funky. Looking at FPX's play, going through middle, everything was working out for them, but how Sushi Boys is able to grab that double on mid,
But they're too occupied. That's it. They were so occupied with... Oh, that's disgusting. Basically what happened was they were predicting that that flank would come through from short. Watching in that direction, they get the kills, and they go, well, I don't have to worry about that because my wall is down.
Yeah.
They were wrong.
Just perfect timing on that break. Xerxia.
They got all their ults.
Oh, Angel so close to doubling up on that. He's going in for more.
He's not left.
The shot rings out. Angel knows he's still close, and he'll find him. That's Shorty not going to do the damage this time around. A double entry from the IGL as the A site falls, but the spike still needs to cross. Oh, Sushi Boys standing strong.
The others are. Some of the players are so far away on FPX at the moment, but luckily for them, Cruz has now found two. This is what I mean. Look at where they are. Still looking to make the play through onto short. Oh, don't run out of bullets. I'm just looking at Cider's position and the wraparound slowly coming through. They know exactly where he is because of how much time he's just taken to get the kill. The thing is, though, he has vision onto the spike. Slow, gonna make things that little bit more awkward, but looking to just battle a brawl, and Cider will finally take him out. Cruz did as much as he could, but FPX get the round.
Yeah, it was wise of them to just let their teammate go. I guess they realized the trade was worthwhile. Zipan's life to be able to take that 2 versus 1 fight, and they trapped him underneath, slowed him down as well. Very nicely handled. Now, Tom, we've obviously seen Zipan pop the ult, right? He was on the floor and trying to recover himself, but there's a few more ults online coming into this round. So even though Xerxia are coming in with just some pistols and a weak buy, those trinkets are backed up by some pretty powerful artillery. I don't want to count them out of this one.
No. Well, this is why.
This is exactly why.
Jet knives of Surf, a man born without fear, as we've seen already throughout this map. And no surprise, looking to actually fight into middle. But you could see how calm and collected FPX are currently being, almost just trying to bait out some of those jet knives, give them an opportunity, and more importantly, give Ardis the same opportunity to catch any of the aggression they're going for.
Yep, you can see the jump spot on mid, then a Prowler pushed up through the arch to allow Angel to re-peek there. Very much trying to make sure that Surf isn't around this area, and finding that he's not still here and not peeking, and nobody on Xerxia has been seen going for any crazy swings. That tells you that at this point, they must have obviously conceded that control. They could be tucked up close, but the thing you know, they should push somewhere else. They should try to garner the information in other ways, and well, they just have. They actually managed to spot at least one. I think it was just Cider that they saw.
Cover going on.
But that's causing the rotation. There's 4 players on B and another just about to be there.
He's actually gone for the wall up. It's going to give him quite a lot in terms of the angle. Cider has basically wiped out their whole team, but the one danger man is still left standing. Surf, there should be no way out of this, and well, only a couple of knives away from maybe ruining their day, but FPX will stabilize in the end. And actually, it was Cider's wall up that works. I think we've seen that in matchmaking since day 1 Ascent.
Yep, there it is, up on top, and oh, they had actually seen him.
He got 3 kills from here.
Yep, they saw him, but they just didn't have the firepower to deal with him. I think on the other side then, right, just a little bit late to the party, they had a 4-stack on B, but Surf kind of rotating around, jump spotting mid, trying to see what he could get done there. He's a little late, he updrafts, grabs 2 kills. It means the damage isn't like negligible,
They're prepared for this push. Instant paranoia. The thing is, though, the counter utility's solid. The problem is their own utilities kind of got stuck along the way. Angel will take that control, and although the push looked like it could have got them something, instead they're going to be forced all the way back, hit out by the utility, but still fighting into this one.
Cruz has been so impressive so far. That utility on point, and he's even picked up the opening. And as they try to recover it, well, there is absolutely nothing going their way in these duels. Chow relying on Angel finding this flank secure, and Surf as well and truly taking him down. This seems to be a lost cause. Maybe try to make it costly in some facets, but that is impossible.
No, in fact, it's a Prime Gaming Flawless coming out for the side of Xerxia. Again, it does seem to be the case that whenever Surf gets his operator in play, the complete dynamic of the game just changes. He's so good at just shutting down angles. But I also just like the fact that you have that push, it fails completely. You then even have the Nightfall thrown out by Xiao, which is obviously going to leave you without sound, without basically anything. And what do? They face. They're like, okay, well, I might have lost the ability to hear, but I can just focus in on that one choke point that you're pushing through.
With 4-4 on the board, operator on Surf. No surprise, going to be what's looking to open this up, but we saw the shrouded step from Angel across to the other side. An unexpected angle. No way he's going to walk into this one. Certainly not walking out of it. Scary. Already doubling up, and Sushi Boys comes in to grab another. That is absolutely fantastic. For an opening duel that went so well, they dealt with Surf, the main danger man on this roster. But it looks like on this map, Sushi Boy's got a little something of his own.
Well, that's the thing. Both him and Scary seem to play so aggressively for agents that a lot of the time are used as sight anchors. Like, you think of the way that most people play cages, like, I've got my little turret, peeks over on B, that'll take contact, then I got my alarm, but if they run through it, oh, look, I got my nano swarms, then I'll run through the nano swarms. Where am I? I'm hiding in the back of the site. And then Sushi Boys goes, guys, I'm pushing mid.
Yeah.
And it's most rounds, or he'll run through short. They'll have pop flashes. You saw Scary there. He was hiding within his own smoke on short as the main utility man on the team. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense the way they're playing this a lot of the time, but it really works, and it's catching FPX off guard quite regularly.
FPX going to be calling a timeout right here, right now. Very low cash to play with. Headhunter for Artis. Everybody else coming in with just a couple of pistols that they can sprinkle throughout. It's definitely not going to be a very easy round, but this is the one that you come in and look at as an opportunity to learn. 2 more to go with. They already have a vague idea of the setup that has been employed in a lot of rounds by Xerxia. And so this is where they can hopefully exploit it. We saw the success earlier on, the faster play yielding the results on A.
The funny thing is Xerxia, they're winning rounds like this so cleanly using 0 ults. Like, they're not using anything because they're playing so aggressively around mid. The ultimates don't really make sense. Like, you have probably maybe the best set of retake ults you could have in the game. You have the null command, the lockdown to sort of clear everybody out. You have Foxy's Nightfall to basically tell you exactly where everyone is. And if you need it, a Cosmic Divide to section them off. This team hasn't played retake once. They don't play retake ever. So it's almost curious that they're just using these agents for completely different reasons as to what everybody else would be using them for. So it's definitely becoming quite difficult now for FPX to actually find a read on what this team are doing because they are challenging mid. They're challenging positions, but I like the way that it's varied. I don't think they've had the same sort of mid battle in any of the rounds.
And again, that's going to be true. Sushi Boys this time moving around through short. And it's going to be Scary on mid. That's looking to duel it up. He's been spotted and he's caught. Cider running out in the open. That's nice and easy. No wall to go up this time around. And no players to fall on the side of Xerxia. A Prime Gaming flawless. And that's a statement made.
I really love the way that they play off of each other. Like, there's moments where you might have Cruz in a 1v1 duel, but the second they realize that he is the focal point, every other member of the team is like, okay, now I make my move, now I make my move. Like, there's not even a second's notice of like, okay, I need to be peeking here to make sure I'm helping out my teammates. And, okay, sure, he does the majority of the work in the early stages, but that's where, well, you can see basically 4 members of their team are in mid at the end just to make sure they work together.
I don't know what round they got all these ults online in. All I know is I said it very early on that they had 5 and they used the Surf one, and that was it.
Can we get like a nice little stat of how many rounds in a row they've had 4 ults? I want to say it's like 4 or 5 now.
It must be 5 I'm going to go with. There's been very patient play out of Xerxia, and they haven't needed it for the most part. Although going in for some incredibly aggressive pushes, considering, yeah, like you said, with these ults online, you'd expect a retake play. Still not going to really see that. Maybe the A-site retake, but you've got Nano Swarms down, got your alarm bot for short as well. Look at this global utility out of Sushi Boys. This is not, oh, I'm locking down B with my util, I've got it. No, Sushi Boys is helping every site. He's facing mid, holding B main with the turret, and holding short with an alarm bot. And if they come A main, Tom, the one other place, well, I've got some Nano Swarms ready for him on the site.
Yeah, I'm ready for the plant. Honestly, that's if they somehow manage to get past Surf, which alone is difficult enough. They're going to run straight in onto that alarm bot, so information is there. Surf getting out of this is going to be difficult, but actually Zipan goes a little bit wide. Lightning fast on the second shot, and he's going back for more. Finally, I think someone made the call like, yep, you remember, guys, we've got 4 ultimates. You might not need to fight this one.
We can retake this one time. They have got the res off, and now they're going to be looking to plant it. Shao. One popping it down. Nightmare on its way. This could be a little bit awkward, but FPX, they have no trouble in the duels, at least to start with. Left into a 3v2, and another crazy shot by Cruz. One player locked out. Artis has been heard up close. He's being pushed on top of the wall, but Artis finds a triple out of it. Cruz not known to be up top. That flash, it's crazy, and it's worked out. He now even knows the player's gone towards heaven after not being detected. Halfway stuck, he's going all the way. That is ambitious, that is brave, and well, he obviously thought he'd gone further into short. What a round.
I felt like every kill that Xerxia got in this round could have been put in a highlight reel. Like you have the first couple of kills coming out from Surf, Cruz as well, like to just ridiculous second shot, and then the pop flash as well was just sick. But this man, basically in the backline, saving them throughout this round was Artis. Huge from him, and that's the thing. Did he just not almost doubled his kills? He got 4 in that round. This was so sick.
Enemy remaining.
That is one hell of an ambitious play, and it's just that little bit of misinformation, right? Player was on short, knife goes out, he's not close, and I think he thought to himself, I don't think he could have made it to window, right? He couldn't
it's
quite
either that, or he could
enough.
have backed away, or he could have gone all the way around to the spawn.
I think when the knife, I think when the knife hit, he wasn't out of it, but he was just about into the window. Then it actually, you know, reveals, it pulses. He's barely outside of it. If that comes in 1.5 seconds earlier, less, half a second earlier, maybe he ends up getting the information, but instead he's like, okay, he's further back on short. I can defuse this all the way because he's not peeking me. And unlucky. A timeout from Xerxia to try and secure this 7th round. They at least want the lead coming out of this. It was a fantastic start to the half. Sure, FPX would put up one hell of a good fight, but they do not want to be equal at halftime.
No, but that's the thing. I feel like for FPX, a lot of the time you are going to look at this attacking side as where they really thrive. So the fact that Xerxia has been able to lock this out, I do feel like Surf is going to have a lot more to do when it comes to that attack with taking space. Not so much in the fragging department, but with just being able to dominate. Now, we're actually going to technically have a double operator here for FPX because Angel's been dropped one over. Obviously, the tour de force is going to be utilized by Artis going into this round. And Surf also has his Blade Storm in his back pocket ready.
Ready to rumble. And I mean, it's always good to have that little bit of a safety net. Xerxia certainly ones that are content with using it, or with keeping it in the back pocket, the safety net being there for them the entire half.
Okay.
That's a good punish. Something that's been lacking in the majority of rounds. Artis in with the scope to equalize things.
Well, what's really interesting is they have 4 players in mid until Surf dies, and then it's like, right, plan over, everybody leave. Like, without that focal point, but they did leave Scary behind. Again, not the normal point for an Astra, and in fact, he's playing the big brain game. He's left Artis to walk past. His teammates are not going to peek off of this. He's just making sure that nobody goes down on the other side, but he buys enough time that they still just have all of this information. Even going to lock them in onto short here, with them having nowhere to go but forward.
Right on into the stack, and still a nanoswarm waiting for them. That plant's not going to be easy to secure.
They have a lockdown.
Oh, I think they're just outside of it, so that plant's pretty easy to secure, but it is the lockdown that's the real thorn in the side here, having to concede control over the site. Xerxia pop in the Cosmic Divide as well, so at this point,
they can't break it.
You're done.
But Shout's just hitting every single shot. The problem is he's going to be detained. And his teammate's already down. I thought they were going to knife him for a second just to close out the half, but no. They are kind in their mercy. A brilliant round again from Xerxia. Finally, they actually used some of those ultimates, you know? That lockdown that was there for the entirety of the half, but the situation was found. The Cosmic Divide as well, and 7-5. Not bad.
A really big fan of that. Execute in towards the end to retake the setup that they had. And good performance by Xerxia. I want to see what the analyst desk think about the second half, though.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. What a start to this map. It's a highlight reel, left, right, and center for both the teams. But Jess, one player we got to talk about. I know you're a big fan of his. Sushi Boy's back on the Killjoy.
Yeah, the KJ is where I really feel he reigns supreme. I mean, okay, he's sort of popping over to the Rays recently. That was something he didn't used to do. He's on the Jet, as we know, but with Surf coming in, things being juggled around a bit since this sort of year of international play. Now he's back on a set where he plays the Killjoy and where he's able to reign supreme across the map. Defensive side, of course, being a KJ is where he's going to be the most effective, but that's where over the entirety of his career as a KJ player, he has been reigning on both Icebox and a set. And it's been really impressive from him.
What I really like, though, is that he doesn't play the defensive Killjoy. He's fighting in mid on a lot of these rounds. And that was part of what was really flummoxing FPX. because they expect to get the majority of the map for free. They're not playing duelists and triple initiators that can go and grab all of the map control, and they're not expected to get pushed by the Astra and getting pushed by the Killjoy in mid. It's really potent and aggressive, this defense, and it worked fairly well, but I'm not sure 7 is enough.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, whilst it looked good, they had fade combos B main, they had, LMGs through the wall to combo and everything like that. That looks good on defense. It doesn't translate to attack on this map, and they know that. And that's something they've struggled with in the past. Now it's an opportunity for FPX to really give them a taste of their own medicine.
What have you made of the Astra as well?
The Astra, I mean, I think they've been playing so aggressively that it hasn't made too much difference so far. They've found decent value out of it, but let's see how they end up working it on their attack side. They're going to have to try and support Surf as he's getting into uncomfortable fights and seeing if he can get value out of the rifling. Again, all the questions still here for Xerxia, despite the fact that they have the lead. It was the same score on Bind and they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed, Mitch and Tom, let's close this half out.
Well, it's time to kick off that second half, Tom. I have to echo what was said on the desk. I don't know if 7 is going to be enough for Xerxia, but this pistol will certainly help them out. Already looking for a bit of control around mid. These guys like to fight it a lot on the defense, so no surprise. But it looks like FPX, they've got some of the same ideas. They're actually just dominating with Angel on this Ghost. He's taken 3 kills, and just like that, the pistol round seems to be completely out of their grasp. Good damage done, but Angel will find a 4th.
Yeah, I believe that's now both pistols heading in FPX's favor. A huge round from Angel and maybe trying to take a leaf out of the book of Xerxia. Okay, you can fight mid every single round. Well, maybe we'll give it a go as well. I will say that, again, I think that I'm looking to Xerxia to prove again that they can almost do things more so on this attack and base their play around Surf, because he definitely struggled more so in the last map. But I do think we're in a pretty even scenario here. As I said, I think the FPX have always been incredible on their attack sides of this map, and Xerxia did an incredible job just to basically disrupt them all the way through. So I want to see what they've got, if they've got a plan to do the same thing versus that defense.
Early aggression from FPX. It's like they want them to think that they're inside a wine, want them to maybe swing around behind that smoke. And that might be coming through. Oh my god, I've seen Foxy jumping through the smoke from up top, from the top rope. A good idea, but not one that's yielded them any results. This is a strong round out of FPX. Clocked themselves to 7-7. But this is where the real trouble begins. Regionally, Xerxia are pretty strong on the attack as well. I just don't know how it translates.
The thing is as well, like we've just seen the sort of polar opposite to what we had in the last half, where they bought into all of the rifles. They've now gone where a couple of players have saved up the cash so they can invest into the rifles in this one. So there's still going to be some danger going into this bonus round for Xerxia. I'm mainly looking at the likes of Angel, who's managed to get so many kills over the last couple of rounds that he's actually going to have a Vandal here.
Yeah, it's no surprise to see FPX with some stronger weapons coming into round number 3. Zipban has the ability to duel on range. He's holding a main right now, Angel, in towards a short, but it's the B site that's going to have all this pressure, so a lot of the weaker weapons about to be challenged as they make their way through. Cider, Vandal in hand on the back side, supported by Xiao. They've got to do, I mean, a lot of work up against these Vandals. The wall's going to at least delay them a little bit, the slow as well, and I like Xiao's position. If this is going to be a little bit of a distraction play from Cider, this could work out massively, especially with Angel now tucked close in that smoke. I think Xerxia are pumping the brakes, realizing that FPX might be ready to crunch on them if they do just go willy-nilly into the site. They're trying to at least clear out some of the room first.
Just about able to escape that corner, spam through, going to be spotted, and Surf, a little bit risky. I don't think they'll expect the rifle to be at the back of the site, though. Cider already getting one on the close position, a lot of damage done, but he goes down. Surf, 2 quick headshots, straight back from Artist, though. And now the remaining 2 locked into the site. I think it's been realized by Foxy that they need to almost reclaim a little bit of extra control, not allow the build-up to come back through from FPX.
Especially with Zipban alive and that utility, they've got to take the fight to them. Zipban about to be pushed on from around the smoke, and Surf's got 4! Unbelievable. We question this guy with a rifle. We know he can do it with an op in hand, but he has certainly stepped up in the moment of need.
I think as well, even though this was a lot of damage, you have to bear that in mind. FPX, yeah, they invested into a couple of rifles, but ultimately they can still purchase into this next round and comfortably. the Blade Storm is going to save Xerxia here, because they are able to have Surf basically play that alongside a pistol, and then they can juggle some weaponry around to make sure that everybody's still in a pretty decent position. The main game changer, though, in this round, though, is going to be Ardis. Like, we didn't really get to see a massive amount of, well, I guess from what we've seen from him normally on the chamber thus far, but he should be able to do it on the defense.
They beat the smoke. You don't see that all too often. Surf just running around the corner to take Zipan, and then jumping past and off. I mean, very successful early round thus far. Confidence that's paying off, at least. But the rotation they've dragged from FPX, B's completely open.
They're going to get a rifle as well. Like, that's the thing. This is basically just a free upgrade for him. The Prowler actually doesn't reach, but I think Xiao, he hasn't rotated or anything. And actually, look where his teammates are. They started to push up mid, but they've been caught by Foxy in a pretty rough position now. In fact, I think Ardis is dead. He'd have to get the timing almost spot on, and he catches him through the air. So damn accurate. And while it leaves just one man to defend this Xiao here from the beginning, and he will be there at the end.
The Xiao show ending early this time around. That was a strong round from Xerxia. Surf swing on A main, speedy as can be, and it just didn't seem to stop. That shot on the Ardis was utterly disgusting. There's a reason this man is 18-11 right now. You know, we'd sit back and we'd sit there and say, hey, you know what? With an operator, this guy's great, but he just seemed to do it with something else. Well, there's the rifle, there's the ult. I mean, I don't think I can question him too much more right now. This attack's certainly off to a fantastic start for him.
Well, that was always the worry. Like, we saw this roster when they had Padipan, and it was like, okay, is that person going to be replaceable? Like, he was so good when we saw him at international events. Surf is up there. Surf is definitely up there. Same sort of just individual flair that you need from your Jet player if you're still going to be running a Jet. Like, he needs to be able to put up these numbers, especially with that Blade Storm. And as I said, that was their economy saver. That was the problem they had going into that round, that without that Blade Storm, thereby stank. And instead, it ends up actually winning them the round.
Now, Zipan attempted this peek earlier and was absolutely destroyed by Surf. It looks like, coming into the minute left on the clock range, we're going to get that same peek once the smoke is dissipated. This time Surf with the rifle in his hand instead of the Blade Storm, but he's only up against the Sheriff. As you can see, pretty easy time on that. Making sure to clear wine. They're going to go for control over site. Here's the dash through, but there are two players here. The Headhunter finding nothing.
Yeah, it's not gone well, that's for sure. Finally, we'll get one with the Classic, and Outsiders hoping to get anything he can here. Xiao still with an SMG to play with, but they are being mowed down. 10-7. Xerxia now in an incredibly strong spot on this attacking side, and while we're starting to get to the end of this map for FPX if they don't manage to take this round.
Like I said, Xerxia regionally a strong attacking team, but there was always going to be that question of how does it translate? You know, what do those regional victories mean on the international stage? But right here, there's got to be no doubt about it. Xerxia are able to bring that same level. 3 rounds ahead and close to closing this out. And we have to remember, this is FPX's map pick. You know, after an incredible bind, a very solid performance, we knew they weren't going to come in and look flat, but this is an impressive step up from this attacking side as they move out quickly. Surf's confidence only seems to be compounding.
Yeah, again, like Xiao, it's just such a horrible position to be in. He's got the entirety of their squad just running in, and the rest of the team so far away. Just being able to isolate those early duels, and just, at the moment at least, they can't keep up. Angel, well, he's just having to spin around, can't hear a damn thing, and well, Ardis was hoping to put this tour de force to work. He's at least found what. Look at where Surf is.
Yeah, that's not an
Who's
angle.
pre-aiming this angle?
Not Ardis, that's for sure. 11 rounds on the board now for the attack. FPX have got to be sweating. You can be your map pick and all that, but Xerxia showing that they're here to play. The answer has to be immediate. I wouldn't be surprised to see a pause coming out from FPX after this, just because
Flash was so, he must have gone over it. Like that, do you realize how ridiculous your setup has to be for a man to dash over a flash? It completely blinds your opponent, and you be able to see clearly. Like, that is something that they have clearly set up. I think he actually popped it through the little gap in between the window.
Could be. It could be.
So it goes over the top,
off
down,
the roof, goes down below the wall,
and then he goes over the top. But even still, if that's a millisecond early, you're still flying through the air and you're completely blind.
Yeah, if you're in a different position in the air, if it misses even slightly, it's a Kesnet nade, you know, you never know.
That's a cool setup. I like it.
It is.
And they've had a few of them. Like I think their defensive side setups were brilliant. But now going into the attack, like I almost am getting the sort of flashbacks to when we see Kesnit play the attack. It's like you have him as that tip of the spear, and then you have the rest of the team basically doing what they can to set up. Cruz has been fantastic at that throughout the entirety of the game. Like the pop flashes they've had into mid on the defensive side to give them space through the smokes that are being put down. He's currently sat on 10 assists, but I really don't feel like that even comes close to telling the story of his impact.
This timeout for FPX is going to have to be full of solutions. Very limited time to get back into this one. The runway in front of them, it's looking rocky. Look at that. They've got a rifle on Artis. Everybody else playing in with some seriously weak weapons, light shields all around. On the defensive side, there's some opportunities for these weaker weapons for sure, but chance for Xerxia to have 5 opportunities to close out this map, Tom, if they win this one here, and that's what FPX are almost conceding. They're allowing that to happen. Certainly speaks to confidence in their defensive side. Let's see if they can make this one costly. At the very minimum, they've gotten themselves into wine. This is a position they've been very cautious of before. Artis, though, with the one rifle. Okay, only good for one.
Playing through their own Cosmic Divide. I don't know if they expected this to be clear or the player on the other side to be blind, but that has worked out awfully on the other side. They have the information of where Foxy's going to be. You can even see the trap being placed into mid. Xiao just making his move all the way over to the other side, knowing that that rotation hasn't come through. Orb going to be taken for Foxy, but he is trapped.
This 1v2, almost impossible. The angles that he has to clear, but he's deciding to go to spawn wisely. Costs him a little bit more time, but it's worthwhile to avoid peeking through mid. Those steps might
30 seconds left.
Be heard. No, he's just about far enough away by the looks of things. There it is, though. He heard him. He heard him now for sure. That information there to play with. Good early peek. He has got to be careful not to go out too early. And Xiao's got it down to a T. Early rotation from Cider. He won't get here in time. 10 seconds left, though. Maybe they can delay it down just by rushing. Can they see him? Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to just keep going left and right. Like, oh, you're not going to plant, are you? That could have been awkward, but there you go. An 8th round found for FPX. I had 0 faith in this one. And it's Zipbound with 3 kills on the Sheriff that gets them. It's the, going through their own Cosmic.
It's the duality of the Cosmic Divide. This, I have no idea why that was the plan. You're up against an eco round. You know you're up against an eco round, and your plan is to run through your own Cosmic Divide without a flash.
And it's not like, look, if there was 15 seconds left,
no,
I'm there. All right, I get it. But there was a lot of time, man.
It's always been the case with Cosmic Divides. We saw it all the time when Astra was played more regularly. Like, the amount of times teams would lose off the back of their own Cosmic Divide, and that's basically what's happened in that round.
Artis has got that operator, as we saw. He attempted some mid-aggression, but got pushed back off the angle. Now he's over towards the B side, and that's perfect. That's what Xerxia want. They're gearing up for A after faking it out a little bit. Still that Prowler coming up through mid, smoke on top mid. They're really trying to tell these players that they're fighting for that control. But it looks like FPX are starting to get suspicious of it as well, Tom. And with this trap down on mid, I think that's the main point for them. They haven't seen anything around there, and with the utility that was put through, it almost telegraphs that this is going to be an A play.
Instantly, we see the ultimate pop. It's going to take away any utility that could have been there to try and slow them down. Xerxia, once getting into these afterplants, have been pretty good, and I can't say I remember particularly strong retake coming through, except for in the 2v1 that we just saw. There's a lot for FPX to try and find here, and well, they're hoping that maybe Artis can get a little bit lucky with the shots. It hasn't happened. Instead, Xiao being pressured, being pushed, and they are isolating these duels one by one. A man advantage taken, and still so much to find. And while Zipan has just been slaughtered, it's left all on to Cider. No time to really get his teammate back from the fray, and well, the clock already ticking quite far.
A great flank protection by Foxy. He was down on A long, sat there for the entire round, just covering it, and eventually I think he might have just caught the steps over on short, used that as the trigger point to go straight back through. And it's also, because he's holding that flank, and you've got Heaven being watched by your Jet, these three players say, all right, you know, we're not going to sit here and wait for them to do something. Let's push through short, take the fight to them.
That's always been the thing. FPX are great if they're given the time to actually have their setups. They're one of the teams that loves to run that clock down and then play back into it. But in this case, Xerxia are just not allowing them. I feel like they've played almost the perfect counter card. Cider, though, I don't know, he gets away with anything there. I'd completely blinded up, sticks around, and Surf loses his head.
I think Surf tried to beat the Sage slow, like dash through it, or maybe he was just wide swinging the entire time. Either way, an impressive connection by Cider that leads them into the man advantage. FPX, though, with some good control, but it's been spotted. Shout, yeah, he's going to give that.
Why? I don't understand. You already know he's there. Don't even give him the opportunity to try and take that shot, but wall down. You can see the patience from Xerxia. Not wanting to overextend, but also not wanting to allow that map control to be kept a hold of. Foxy, he's actually going to lose that battle as well. Xiao more than happy to just stick that fight out, and now with the pressure coming in onto the B side, there's still 3 players here just because of the control that Xiao was able to hold.
And there's your information as well. Zipan's knife just landing and revealing, I think, 3 of them.
Teleport's ready. 30 seconds left.
Ready for them to flank back through mid. Another star going down. That could be problematic. If they can smoke themselves out, get themselves a little bit closer, or is it even going to be the fake? No. Oh, it is the fake. Okay. It's dropped, and Zipan's able to trade out. One Cider up close. There's Spike. And with this, the round is done and dusted. There were way too many players to deal with. 12-9. FPX need to win 3 more to push this to an OT. Xerxia, I don't think they need to worry just yet, Tom. I mean, just look at those finances. It's not like they'll be taking an eco all too soon.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, on the other side, FPX are still in kind of a weird spot. I think they failed at actually picking up one of the guns. They ended up with a Guardian instead of a rifle, which is definitely going to be a little bit infuriating. Ultimate-wise, the only one they've got online is the Res, and I'll be honest, with the majority of these rounds, there's not really been an opportunity for them to use it. It is either the site has completely fallen, or we've won the round. That's basically it. It's been fast-paced from Xerxia, but they've had these back-and-forth rounds, and the streaks from FPX haven't really been the case. The other terrifying prospect is just the ults that are on the other side. Lockdown, again, it's online in almost every single round. No surprises there. Sushi Boys really hasn't been using it much. But then you also do have that Nightfall. Basically just being able to give you all of the information, and when you have someone like Surf with a Blade Storm, that can be enough.
It definitely can, as we've seen time and time again. Really finding a new lease of life on that attack side, because the struggle has been there in the past. Like you said, that operator over on Bind attack really wasn't connecting the sort of value we were looking for. And I think they mentioned on the desk as well that outside of the op kills, his rifle kills weren't really there either. But this has been a complete turnaround for him. 22-14, really leading the charge for this Xerxia side. And they'll just need 1 out of 3 with a good bit of economy backing to them.
Actually not going to buy a rifle.
Yeah, it's Blade Storm time. I mean, why?
He's so confident in it.
Take that extra equip time,
try
to spray him down. Let's see.
Look at both teams. We basically got 8 of the players all building up into the exact same position. Very quick stuff from Surf, and already he's going to open up, but there's no trade there. In fact, it's Cider holding the line. The flash is so good, though, from Cruz. Maybe a little delayed to help out his teammates, but it's done enough to give them the site.
That it has. A plant now secured. Xerxia with the man advantage. They're close to taking FPX's map pick and pushing us all the way to Haven. Cruz, he's really just been lights out so far. This guy's impressive. And you might look at that 14-16, right? It's like, oh, he's not like fragging like crazy, but it's the flashes, man. I think his utility has been just on point from the get-go, even in the previous map. Now, still with a little bit of it left. That nade's gonna slow them. A great little contain. Angel can't do a thing. And a reload out of Zipan even after swapping weapons. They're ready for him, and they're taking him down. 13-9. Xerxia take map 2. They've guaranteed themselves a Haven.
Yeah, and honestly, a map that I think could go either way. They were really solid in this ascent. I think the defensive side traps that they were setting, the fact that they were able to dislodge and almost just caused problems for FPX throughout this map. And then it came to that attack side, and just what they were able to do to set up Surf. Cruz had a worldy of a performance on the KO. I don't even think it was a competition between the two of them. And yeah, again, showing that they're a team that we can never underestimate. FPX are going to have to really have something up their sleeve for Haven, because I am starting to worry for them here.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to see some of those cracks form, but, you know, starting out fine, I think that FPX losing the rounds they did in that first half was their fault. They made mistakes. This time, I don't think it's that. Xerxia look incredibly impressive throughout this map. They earned that victory, and with this being their opponent's map pick, it completely changes everything that we thought about this. You know, you come into this series, FPX, probably your favorite, Xerxia had a chance, but a lot of it relied on someone like Surf showing up. And after that first map, I wasn't fully confident. After seeing him here on the Jet, though, I can't doubt the man. He just put up numbers time and time again.
Yeah, if you're top of the board, 23 and 15, and you have 7 First Bloods, I feel like if your team are losing you that game, it's definitely not your fault. So, yeah, great resurgence from Xerxia, bringing this one back to a third and final map. And honestly, I think this is where this series deserved to go, especially after the first one.
Yeah, now I'm 100% with you. When you get an OT, and the OT that we did out of that first map, you certainly want to see it go all the way. And the Haven, do you think that that's going to play as a proper middle ground between these two teams?
I think it could. I almost worry if it gets to the point, it could be going in Xerxia's favor at this point, but we'll have to wait and see. Luckily, there are some big brains waiting in the wings to actually tell us what's going to happen. Obviously, they're brilliant at their prediction. Isn't that right, Joe? So let's head it over to them.
Acting not fitting obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Alright, fuck it, let's go.
Acting not fitting obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Xerxia, they get themselves on the board after a tremendous attack side on Ascent. I'm back on the desk with Sideshow and Jess. I cannot believe how that game ended. The first half, I felt like, oh, it's going to be a bit of a back and forth, but then Surf was like, nah.
I mean, we said this, although I thought the first half would be really where he stakes his claim, and then he comes in the second and he's like, no, I carry that momentum, and I kind of feel nice because I was like, okay, maybe he can do that. Maybe we don't just put him as the op crutch kind of player. He can come in and he can give us more, and he was able to do that. A couple of really nice opportunities of Blade Storms as well, using that ultimate to pull of, I think return on investment there was quite good. But that's the kind of thing that Surf is obviously built to do with the team.
I mean, shots like that are just absurd, but it wasn't even the majority of this map. Like you're saying, it wasn't really the op. This play was gorgeous the way that he played with bots.
Here we go.
A lot of their other engagements, it's either him going for raw peaks, or a lot of the time he's being set up beautifully by the flashes as well.
Yes,
that are coming out from the KO synergy. So I think all in all, I mean, that's the example that had Tom just squirming. So all in all, he's playing weird angles, he's entrying fantastically, his synergy is really good with the rest of his team, and this stat is just bonkers to me. Because when you look at the teams that rely the most on their star players to get first kills, it's Meteor up at the top for North Action. Yay obviously carries Optic with those first bloods, but then it's Surf right there at number 3. And so if he doesn't have a good performance in terms of getting those entries, they're not going to look great. But he does. He turns up and he delivers them Ascent on a silver platter.
It's so funny that you bring that up because my very next point was going to be everyone else on the Xerxia roster went highly negative in their opening engagements. So it goes to your point because Surf goes, that's fine. I can pick up that slack. That's my job. I understand my role. And everyone else who's struggling on those entries, maybe getting picked off a little bit too early, he just fills the gap so well.
There are 5 players. You should expect them to get, 20% of the first kills each. He's getting twice that. So that he's doing the whole job of like Cruz or whoever else wants to get in his backpack.
What an Surf player.
That was actually really bad. I hope you feel guilty.
I'm going to own it. I'm going to own it. You told me one time if I was going to make a bad pun, I got to own it.
That's true.
I'm learning.
You've hurt me, and now I hope your teams lose. Whoever you're rooting for, I hope they lose.
I mean, everyone at home's probably quite happy that I managed to hurt you. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. But let's talk about the fact that we're going to move on to map 3. I don't think many people thought we would be getting to map 3, but this is going to be Haven. And again, with a little asterisk because no Sogetsu.
Of course. And also, I think the biggest point here is that they lost Ascent and they were 4-0 on that map.
Sure.
So heading into Haven, it's much more somewhat contested territory between the two teams, you would say.
I mean, if I just go look at the stats, I think if I had to put money on it, FPX looks way better than we see Xerxia in their previous results on this map, especially when you think about FPX being tested by some big rosters and still weathering the storm, whereas Xerxia losing quite handily. They either win quite handily or lose very heavily on this map. The last time they played Team Secret, think about that final, it was ugly.
It was ugly.
Honestly,
what was it, 13-3 or something?
It was really bad. So recency bias makes me feel, and I'm sure you won't mind me saying it, that this is probably not a good territory for it to be a decider, but that was when the rest of the team wasn't stepping up. I feel like Cruz is stepping up.
Yeah.
I feel like Scary is stepping up. I feel like back then it was just the Surf show, and the rest of the roster is at a performance right now, so it could be different.
Thing is, but both teams, they like to experiment, right? When they come to the team comms, like they both play 3 or 4 times on this map. In terms of team comms, it's never really the same kind of back to back. We were talking about this a little bit in the break, but what would you like to see them lean into? Because the last time we saw FPX play on Haven, it was more of the kind of DRX Haven comp.
Yeah, I'm not sure, really. I think FPX have looked good when they've been running the Fade Raze kind of comps. That's been a strength for them, but they don't pair it with the Breach. So that then puts Cider now onto a Sage role, maybe, or some kind of, I don't know, Killjoy pick or whatever. It doesn't seem to fit very nicely with what they've currently got with their team overall. And when you look at the other side of things, if you're trying to come up with what composition Xerxia are going to go for, they've been running Sova Breach on this map, which is a very exec-heavy comp, but it's not meta. Normally you'd expect double flash comps with the Sky and the Breach. But the more that Xerxia lean into those heavy exec styles, the more similar it will be to their Ascent, where they're all putting their resources into Surf, and I think that's the win condition today. I think you just look at how Surf's playing, give him flashes, he will frag.
Yeah, I absolutely don't think there's any need to move away from those win conditions. Even we saw them take timeouts, and every time we all spotted, they managed to pick the operator after every timeout. I mean, obviously someone's saying that this is a clear win condition. Why should we move away from that? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So for them right now, play what they know. Yes, the last showing wasn't.
It was a bit broke.
It was a little broke. Do bandage it up, put a bit of super glue, make it work. But what they have been doing when it does work with that composition is nice, and it can work here.
I mean, the fact that Surf is having kind of the performance of his life right now, I think it helps, right? I think it's these times that we want
confidence to the rest of the roster. That's my hope.
He's also a young player that has had experience at one event so far. And we always have the question, you know, are people going to turn up when they come to their first event? I mean, you've got Zipan on the screen right now as well. Same kind of questions about those kind of players on FPX. But Surf showed up to his first event, did pretty damn well.
Yep.
And now he's turned up to his second event and is exceeding those expectations.
Yep.
He's just building on the experience, and now he seems better slotted into the team. Everyone's supporting him, and he's going out there with confidence, and he's hitting his shots.
What I will say, though, is that for FPX's sort of debut here on the international stage, overwhelmingly late debut here on the international stage. I cannot believe how long we've waited. That there is multiple of the members I could have highlighted as star players so far. It's not that I've just turned around and gone, there's a Surf on the side of FPX. It's such a different dynamic to say that, well, I could have pointed out Angel, I could have pointed out Artis, I could have pointed out Cider at moments, I could have at any point pointed out any of the players and being confident in their performance, which, if you want to put the tip of the spear on the side of Xerxes, you have a very clear answer, whereas on FPX, maybe not so much.
Well, we're moving into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now you guys, we've seen them both play Haven a few times regionally, but it'll be interesting to see where they're going to shake things up here, especially looking at Cider on the left.
Oh, wow.
Who was taking the over. So where is Angel going to go?
I mean, they could play Breach, I think.
There we go.
No sense, but yeah, you could see it highlighted.
It's been a hot minute since Angel has played KO, but also Foxy on the right. They've abandoned the Sova.
This is the right pick, in my opinion. Going for the double flash comp to support Surf is perfect. I'm just looking at FPX, and I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not a bad composition, but has Angel's been hitting today? I don't know. Has he got it?
I mean, sure. And of course, Zippin, one of the best razors in the world. Yes? No?
I like this from FPX. I really like this from FPX. Let's see what they can do in the server, though. And as we head into the last map of this series with your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, Tom, you know, I want to look at the last map and say it's FPX's fault they lost that. Angel called it in the interview. He said, you know what, Phoenix on Ascent, they didn't do it. They ended up losing. I don't want to say that's a coincidence, but moving on to Haven, I don't know, man. There's Angel playing a KO should be fun to watch. We haven't got to see it all too much in the past. And this guy, he has a way of coming in and reinventing the way we think about agents.
Well, I think the thing I like about it is has that balance of sort of him being able to set up Zipan, who I do agree, I think can be one of the best razors in the world and has been in the past. But he also has the ability to pop flash himself and just go and try and kill everyone, which, if anybody doesn't know, this man is probably one of the longest standing players who played CSGO back in the day. If any man is going to be able to pop flash himself into positions, I think it's going to be Angel.
Well, we saw it just in the previous game. Oldest player in the tournament is Angel. He's under pressure here. 40 HP, and his nade has gotten a kill. Isolated Sushi Boys, and taking him down. Surf is gone as well. He did it in the last map on Pistol, and he's somehow doing it again. 3 kills under his belt, and Xerxes are desperately trying to recover any advantage. And it seems like, well, a tough task. Crew's certainly up to it, starting out with the first.
They're trying to bait somebody in off the plant, but the fact is they're looking to try and play this together. Angel's desperately low. This now starts to become a real worry for the likes of FPX, because as you said, this round pretty much looked done. Cider's wraparound, though, might be a bit of a surprise. They're trying to bait the plant. He's actually going to be in the perfect position. Cruz stands back up and takes him down as well. This is starting to simmer away, just drift away from the side, and it's going to be Cruz. Anything you can do, he can do better. 4 kills in the pistol round.
The word is not slow-mo, but can we get a very slow-mo of that plant into headshot from Cruz? I don't know how he could have done that. That was insane. Okay, so that's the first. Here. Get out of here, dude. What? I need to see that like 7 more times. That was unreal. I'm gonna have that on loop tonight before I go to bed. Oh my. Well, 4 kills for Cruz, pretty good pistol.
So you know that guy earlier that said, please don't jinx FPX, and you went, he's done it in the last pistol, he's done it again, and then they lost. That guy's not going to like you very much.
No, I don't think he is. I will say, I don't think many people have seen that coming. You know? Oh, good nade. It's not got him. He just about rounded the corner. Good movement. Solid stuff. Still some damage being done here down to a 2v2. I'm getting a little bit worried here, Tom. I'm going to be honest. Foxy is gone as well. It's on the Sushi Boys. Now he wins these. He wins these every single time. He's got a Spectre. Low HP on the other side. Good kill already. Artist needs a headshot. Misses the first. Oh, that could have been awkward, and it is. It is indeed. With Artist on a triple, they will win the second round. If this is a sign of what's to come, I don't think my heart's going to be able for this game.
He wins this every single time.
Yeah, I'm going to stop talking now, to be honest, actually. I'm just going to...
Mitch Man's going to become Mute Man in a sec. We're going to start unplugging all the cables. You can see our sound guy just panic in the background.
Listen, it's balanced. You know, I cursed one team, you got to curse the other. You know, now I'm done. Now we'll leave it.
Yeah, now it will return to normality, right?
No, I can't say that because then, see, Tom, you don't seem to understand how this works. That's what's on the screen. He's got a knife in his hand. Wow. Third round. Pistols.
He doesn't have a knife in his hand.
The attackers. That's a good point. He doesn't. It was in the wall. Now it's gone. And they've seen all.
Oh no!
Mechanical breakdown here. That's a disaster.
Is that another win for the Spacebar gang? I feel like it might be. Honest. He's done a lot of damage. Still, though, the trade's come back. I'm seeing more frenzy kills than I ever really wanted to, and somehow managing to walk back in. Rolling Thunder utilized, but Zipad's going to fight both off the back. FPX, win it. It was kind of, it was relatively clean.
He was off his feet, but he fell right back on top of them. That was absolutely gorgeous. Little double spray, but of course only up against pistols, and I think bar the Rolling Thunder investment, you can be pretty happy with how that one's gone, and the opportunities were there for it to extend further.
The thing is, I know it. Right, I'm going to interrupt you. I know we have our stats guy Rob. Normally the challenges we give him are to like find out different things within the game. I'd like you to count how many times Mitch curses around. We're currently on 2, so anything that he says will happen, like, oh, he's about to do this, and it doesn't. That counts as a curse. So just bear in mind, we're on 2 so far.
I don't think he's going to be able to get that from the API. I think you've given him a pretty
I know.
tough task.
I'm a horrible person, but if he can do it, then hey.
Well, I'm saying nothing from this point forward. Already put into a 4v4. Angel doing well with 2 quick kills. He goes down, can be rezzed back up. They got to deal with him still. And there he is, spraying right back. Sider able to trade. He's holding on decently. They're getting a lot of control. But Scary, in 1v2, he's got a chance. And the first, well, it almost went his way. Those shots just grazing the top of the head, but not quite connecting. We will end up with a 3rd round for FPX.
Yeah, stabilizing after those last couple of rounds. Definitely a bit shakier, but they've got themselves into a very good position. Like, the economy, even though the rounds haven't necessarily been clean, has been put in a spot where they can buy in the operator. They're still going to have rifles on the majority of players, and will still even be able to purchase somewhat into the next round. And that's now coming up against what will be somewhat of an eco. It's not going to be much of an investment here whatsoever from Xerxia. So the only real worry for me is the fact that if they can get Surf onto the Bladestorm, it's a very different round. We've seen that already within this series. Surf without Bladestorm and a pistol, he's all right. With the Bladestorm, he could win you the round on his own.
That's why Xerxia calling this timeout as well, right? Not only to balance their investments, figure out where they want to be putting this info round towards, but also deciding if they're going to go for one of those orbs. If Surf's going to have the opportunity to pick up this Bladestorm that could be and has been the difference maker in the past. Sure, that operator, attack side, not likely to come out, but we know that defense, they can pick up the rounds. The thing is, they have got to build the foundation here in this half. You've got to be walking out with enough runway that they can have that poor start. They can lose the pistol and buy their time to that 5th round when Surf gets that scope weapon in his hand.
That's the thing, and the switch up in their composition, it almost revolves on this
Oh,
attack.
come on! Come on! All right.
Mitch, can you read that one out, please?
Yeah, I think it says something about Angel. His flashes have been really good, something like that.
I forgot that you can't read.
Yeah, I know. You throw me under the bus. You always do this to me. Come on, man. The Irish education ain't what it used to be.
Oh, God. But once it's not me insulting the Irish. Either way, Angel, that was one of his flashes, you know? It was really good. And actually, there's a Paranoia out on the other side, completely deterring from any sort of push. Artis on C has already been able to find one back, and he has defense, making sure that no one can make the way through the garage. It still seems to be an attempted push in towards this B site, however. I just want to say, if Angel blinds himself this round with a flash, I'm going to laugh my head off. He doesn't have one anymore. That's sad.
No, he doesn't. That would be more impressive now. That's been a shutdown from Artis. Picking up 3 kills. Okay. Picking up 3 kills. Those orbs as well, contributing towards having his tour de force online. But it's the key thing, the operator. It's had that impact in this round for FPX now, and I think Artis might be getting a little bit jealous. Looking on the other side, these guys are saying Surf's really good at the off, but like, I can do that.
That's the thing. I feel like
walks on water, this guy.
Other than maybe when he used to play Split for G2 and was on that Raze and was just unbelievable, this was the map I always think of when I think of Artis. Like,
Yeah, sure.
I think the way that he used to fight the extremities, I'm sure as the map goes on, he's going to get cheekier with how far he's willing to push, and also just playing that almost rotational op. He's now on that A site looking to take the same fight in this round.
That's 8-1 right now. Let's see if they can add a second death to that. They can. Surf up drafting with the Blade Storm. Like we said, it's been the difference maker before, and now it's secured him an operator potentially. They can slow this round down completely, Tom. There is no rush on the attacker side anymore.
Well, yeah, and the Seeker's become so much more valuable the more players he's able to eliminate, just to give them that extra information in these slower scenarios. Angel looks like he might be about to attempt something, though. Almost just spotting for the information. He's going to go back in with Xiao and actually just decimates Surf on the other side. Goes for the repeat, though, and Cruz is waiting. Has spotted a couple of players, and the rest of the team are going to try and move in for support.
He barely held on there. Fraction of HP, and he'll be taken down eventually. That's the spike. They've got it stuck in the corner, but the smoke down out of Xerxia, it's not really going to give them the opportunity to hold that control. Even Cider is having to stick towards this C site, as they've just got no manpower to hold on to this control. There's so many gaps that they can be exploiting, and through garage and through mid, but Xerxia are still going towards the part of the map with 2 players. They've no way to know that, but they made the wrong call.
But they've still got the Tiger. The Tiger could clear things out, but I guess they wanted to go for the element of surprise. Xiao is going to be isolated, but the trade is there, and now even having the paint shells back online, it's delayed. Nice shot, though, from Scary. That entry into the site turns it into a 1v1. After plant, Paranoia, smokes, a couple of shrouded steps, but I think that Paranoia might be the main piece here. If Scary even gives him the chance, reading everything perfectly for the Red Bull clutch.
He couldn't have done it better. In that situation, no stars online and none refreshing, so you're not even an agent anymore. He had his ult, and that was about it as an Astra. So going aggressive like that and taking raw fights, it was the right play. You sit under heaven, you sit sight, you risk the Paranoia coming through. You risk it being that important piece of the retake that you hinted at it could be. So instead, he just takes the fight right to him. Beautiful stuff, and Cider was not expecting that. Scary, clutching out the round and giving Xerxia a foothold in this half. Still, they're going to face heavy opposition coming into this one. Again, they dealt with Artis last round on the Blade Storm, catching him off guard on an angle he didn't think he could possibly be exposed to. Now they've got to deal with him in another way.
Well, that's the thing. There's only so many times you're going to have the Blade Storm. Instead, though, Cosmic Divide put down straight away to give them access to the site. Paranoia from Cider. He's actually going to go peeking, but left off the back of the flash, stunned up, and well, the swing risky as hell, and it doesn't work.
Oh, the nade's actually going to cause some problems. It didn't kill him. He just got out. Caught on the way back, but traded. So many players on long. They have to wait for this to fade, and Artis will hope that his off is going to be enough, but they would have to go peeking him. They would have to make mistakes. In fact, Tom, look at what they're up against. They've smoked themselves off?
Yeah, smoked it off just to go for the spam, but it might get to the point where they almost have to run through it. The nade actually jumped into by Surf, but they still have themselves a grab wall. They know that there's nobody on this spike, and the time already being bought relatively low. There needs to be a kill or two, and look at the wraparound. They are buying time for this rotation to come through. It should be free, but actually, he's managed to find the kill with the nade. I don't know if there's enough time. I think it's going to be heartbreaking for Zipan. A nice attempt, but it's not quite there. Absolutely ridiculous that he even made that one close. And I think Mitchman might have just broken his microphone.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I caught the box while it was falling, so it's okay. That one, he knocked me off my feet. I cannot believe that. Beautiful, the nade down, the walk back, and it's just that unexpected bit of movement, right? The guy's going forward, you decide to take the shot, and then whoop, goes back in the other direction, pulls a Michael Jackson on you, and almost cost him the round. Between Zipan and Artis, and then you've got Angel right there in the middle, having one hell of a game as well. Xerxia are doing well to pull these off. I love the fact that they smoke off long, stop the operator from getting them, have the grab well back pocket. So that was my concern was, what if he does just stick it? You're gambling that, but no, they have the grab well, and by the time that's come through, smoke's gone.
They could have got it to half in that time, and then they would have actually won that round. But obviously, you're not going to expect Zipan to kill all 4 players in that sort of, like, the likelihood of that is slim to none. I think it is enough, though, for Xerxia to go, actually, let's take a timeout here. Both of these rounds that we've won, it's come down to a 1v1, and that one, they even lost every single one of their players. Their economy is consistently on the brink, and I think we heard Xiao even say it there. It's like, no, nice try, dude, you killed everyone. So it's just like, that's sort of the silver lining here on the other side, is that, okay, it wasn't the best of rounds from FPX. I think a lot of it came down to gambles. And that's the one thing I've been a bit disappointed with them throughout the series. FPX don't seem to want to play any retakes. And I don't know if that's just because they feel the synergies off between them having a stand-in. But, like, in that scenario, they were like, we have to keep swinging through this Cosmic Divide. It's like, actually, you don't.
Yeah. I do wonder how much of it comes down to just knowing those players are close. Oh, unlucky Zipan. Oh, very unlucky Zipan. He wishes he didn't use that second blast pack now, I bet, and they heard it. So they're ready for him to be close. In goes the Trailblazer. Now he's in trouble. Rolling Thunder gonna try and catch him. It's got both. Zipan's down. Up close here, an opportunity! But Xiao whiffs it completely. Artis only good for one. That is an absolute disaster of an A-hole.
Yeah, and again, only 2 players remaining to try and get anything done. I feel like there would have to be a mistake made from the side of Xerxia. Again, these more direct approaches to round are the ones that just work out for them. So quick to almost make that take happen, clearing out 3 players that were waiting, and while I almost wonder if it would have just been worth the remaining 2 players on FPX trying to save. Like, they are just fighting up against a brick wall, it seems.
Xerxia look really good right now. I mean, the synergy on some of these pushes, even just the awareness, like, they don't let anything slip. Once FPX make a mistake, immediately there is a response. There is an answer to it. We saw it on Bind, but right here, they're also elevating their own level of play, like we saw on the previous map. Surf, I feel like I'm not even seeing half of what I'm going to from this guy. That defensive side excites me with it ahead of him, but he has certainly figured out this attack, the amount of space he's gaining and success in duels. The dash onto site, he should never have killed Xiao here.
No.
Never. 30 HP left, like, come on. And it's the fact with 30 HP, Artis kills him, and then they trade him.
Yeah.
So instead of that being a kill for Xiao and then 2 players holding a choke point, it's site lost, and they get 1 kill for it.
This round's pretty interesting. It almost looks like we're seeing the tour de force being saved for the buy round. And instead, Artis is just going to try and use a rifle as a hero rather than actually using the tour de force as such a wonderful combo. It's rare that you see teams actually get caught out by that fade seize in combination with the nade. But they've already managed to get an opener, a second found from Cider. Bear in mind, he still has a rifle in hand. And Angel desperately wants to...
Hello!
Zipan's gonna get the trade.
He's almost died himself because the Seeker was chasing him and it hit the showstopper. So that rocket landed right up in his face.
I'm still just trying to deal with like Angel's thought process there. Of like, I'll pop flash, face the wrong way so I don't get flashed and just try and grab the gun and then turn around again. Rather than just facing the blind player with the pistol. Zipan though, he's actually gonna catch Scary, trying to be a little bit cheeky. It's left all onto Cruz. He has a full belt of utility to try and fight this one back, but there are 3 players coming his way.
Yeah, it's about what they've got. Zipan with a nade in the back pocket. If they spot him before Zipan goes down. Oh, he used it just now. He had it literally a second ago. So, okay. That's being fired out. Cruz running around. Good for 1. Traded out immediately. And nicely handled. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want to go into the site with it in his back pocket and then die. Just chuck it out and then see what you can get done. 5-4. Look, FPX might be in the lead, but so far, this map certainly feels like Xerxia are the team, you know, doing the majority of the work. And I think when you look at that timeline, having won the pistol in the fashion that they did was a ridiculous round, and then lost 4 in a row right afterwards, they're doing damn well to be this close. Oh, he could have died to that. And he would have looked so silly, but it wouldn't have been his fault.
I think he actually got the ult off the fact that he got the kill as well with the nade. So the one time that nade combo is going to work at the beginning,
you're right,
he then gets the showstopper and that gets him a second kill. Like, and then he even gets the third with the aggressive push coming out of Scary. I do wonder if they just played that as a team, if it would have worked out. But with the amount of success Scary's had with aggressive pushes, I can't really blame him at this point.
That's the thing. You sit back and say, oh, well, it might have lost you that round, but how many rounds did it win before that? So
the clutch he made.
Great knife out of Angel. And I think this is his 3rd map career of playing KO. He's been pretty good so far.
We've just been destroyed.
But, yeah. That ain't great. Surf was kind of going in here to be the cannon fodder. Zipan up close. That's a good swing. He's got support now, but Sushi Boys, this guy is unbelievable. You know, on the last map, his short holds on Ascent were fantastic, but went into this one here as well. Very important triple to keep them healthy in this round.
He knows there's someone around. This smoke, oh, it's a bit whippy. Eventually, we'll get the kill, but they're Scary straight away. This is what I talk about when it comes to those aggressive pushes. Like, he'll just be irritating around that space. But, yeah, from FPX, just being caught off by that to push through. I think it was the spam that ended up killing off. I think it was Cider who was at the back of the site. And he's been having a bit of a rough time with this C-site hold. Like, he hasn't had anywhere near the success that you kind of expect him to, especially with that sort of role being one that he has played quite a bit in the past. Not so much recently, but he was always, I always knew him for his controller play at least.
Yeah, I'm looking at this FPX side right now, and even just that last round, I think, highlights a lot of the problems we're seeing. And it's something that Angel spoke about in the interview where he said, if you guys look back at when they were playing with Batty G, like, there were mistakes there. You could definitely see the level was down. And it's always going to be. Having a stand-in, having the situation that they have right now. Yeah. There's so many, you know, I want to say there's so many excuses for this team, but Angel does not use them as excuses. He just goes, it is what it is. We got to be better, though. We got to be the best. Looking at this team, though, you know, I can definitely feel the synergy is not quite there in some of these moments. And it's not even down to the players themselves or how they're working. It's like the comfort of the comp, the timing there when they start to get that push out. Everybody is sort of like Angel's popping his ultimate. He's in the middle of that. He's swinging. There's a small gap. They get the angle on and take him down. The wall bang along was kind of ridiculous. That's not much you can do about that, really. But there seems to be a lot of moments where I look at FPX and think, if the conditions were a little bit more ideal for this team, would they have lost that round? Would they have played that clutch the same way and so on? And I don't think so. You're definitely seeing the struggles there, but at the same time, as I said, Xerxia have just been unbelievable. The individual performances they're pulling out at times and some of these clutch moments.
Oh, it's so clever. He expected the stun to come through from previous rounds, dodges it initially, and then obviously on the other side, they just expect that position to be clear. They are waiting just in case he goes back for more, and considering it's Artis on the other side, I don't really blame them so much for that. But it's a real slowdown. Still just holding on to this control, even has utility towards short, and it seems like they're actually going to throw in a little bit more just to try and clear some of those angles, although I don't think anything was found.
And the real trouble with Surf going down, you know, who opens up that space? And I'm sure it'll be the Trailblazer to attempt at the start. Fallback from Artis, hit by the Rolling Thunder. A big problem for him now, rolling with that operator flashed up as well. Eventually, though, it's going to fade, and he's good to strike. Barely anyone to take down, though. A good hold from Xiao, and Artis cleans house to put 6 on the board. A very strong A-hold out of them this time around. I mean, they had more than enough players to do it. But I think the second Surf goes down, you see the trouble for Xerxia in getting that control and pushing into that space if they're not finding the immediate trades.
I think the other thing as well is, I don't know how many people it hit, because Xiao got all of the kills, which isn't helpful when you're looking for assists. Yeah. But he threw down Nightfall. So I think they're running into the site without being able to hear any of the moves that are being made on the other side or even really work out where the bullets are coming from. So, and also they're vulnerable. So I think that was just a really good counter, almost waiting for that Rolling Thunder to come through and then just going, okay, if you want to push us, you have to do it vulnerable.
Same attempt on that long nade.
I think they do it every round.
There's certainly been a lot of rounds that it went down. Even I think the second or third was when we first saw that debut with that third-person angle. But, well, not finding anything this time with Xerxia on the other side of the map. But there's plenty of presence here. Artis with the op is the least of it. They've got Cider alongside Angel. That's a lot of flash initiation capability inside a garage. And they're going to have to retake B by the looks of it. Angel. That was a flash. I thought it was his knife he was chucking in.
Is waiting till the last second to TP back out of there. It's aggressive, and Xiao has stepped up over the last couple of rounds. Nice shot from Scary, but needs so much more. And it is going to be the eventual close, 7-5 for FPX. Again, a real back and forth with a few streaks of rounds going either way, but I think FPX probably going to be relatively happy with that coming out of the half.
I think you have to be. Even that last round, it was a good adaptation. I think they were very much expecting Xerxia to go for further aggression. You know, it's rare teams hold B by itself from window or something. You got to take A or C side. And so they were ready for that dash play through. Avoided Surf getting some massive value. Overall, I think a very good half. But Tom, half two, I don't think Surf's going to be the same guy. I think this guy's about to get revitalized. Let's see if our analyst desk agrees.
Famous last words there, Mitch, and I hope you are right as well. It's another 7-5. Every single half of this series has gone 7-5, but this time, Jess, is lent towards the side of FPX.
I felt that that might be the trajectory we were going on this map. I sort of guessed that what I'd seen from Xerxia so far wasn't good enough to be able to go up to what we've seen FPX recently deliver on this map. However, I will say there is many players on Xerxia stepping up who didn't in their previous match on Haven. So that's a good sign, at least for the second half. But for now, there's one particular man that we really have got to give highlight to that we haven't yet, probably because he's been hyper consistent so far and he's the top rated player in this entire series so far as well. It's your man Artis, and I think he deserves a bit of a shout at the very least because the kind of space that he's taken, the power position, the power angles more so, and those opening engagements in this half so far, it's been pretty damn good.
Yeah, he also had a massive play for them in round 2 after the FPX lose the pistol, which they've been winning the vast majority of. Yeah, and they shouldn't have, considering what Angel was able to do. And Artis pulled them back from the breach and was able to recover that round. So he played fantastically in that situation. But then from there, Xerxia won the vast majority of the gun rounds. Or maybe not vast majority when you consider the final couple, but they won 4 out of 7 of the gun rounds in this half. There just weren't that many of them because of the mess that FPX had made of the economy. And when you look at what they were doing, it was still fairly good. They were comboing their utility together. They've pushed FPX back in this situation. Exec with a breach ult, Surf dashes into the smoke. They punish onto Shower and they exec in. Now, listening to what the casters had to say, though, they're expecting Surf to come alive with the operator in the second half.
How many times have I said, Surf, defensive side, things look good. Can he take that momentum onto the second, or rather onto the attack? He's done the reverse now. He's set up a foundation to say, I can perform well enough on the first half on the attacking side to get onto the defensive to do really well.
But they have never had to fight from behind. They've always been leading 7-5. It's a different situation now.
And I don't think it's whether we need to see Surf step up. Right. He has to. He has no other choice if he wants to progress in the upper bracket of this group. And Mitch and Tom, let's close out this half and see who's going to come out on top.
Well, Tom, it seems like there's certainly some hope for Xerxia if we see Surf step it up to that level. It's just whether or not he will. But the defensive side, it's been his home turf. He's looked very good there. I can't imagine we'll see that much of a fall off now, but the pressure's on.
The thing that excites me about this half is normally when I see FPX change a comp, it's based around the attack.
Yeah,
I feel like almost every single time that's what they've been setting up for. They've got that double initiator. They've got Zepan on the raise. Let's see what they've got in store.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of plans here. Already a stun coming down from Xerxia as they attempt to get their way, or at least being held.
Look at their mid push. They had all 5 players pushing mid at the beginning of the round. And now that they've not seen anyone, they've just taken such deep control. This is such a Xerxia pistol round.
Cruz was holding that stun the entire time in case they get contact so they can immediately fire it off. But obviously he doesn't want to fire it start a round because you don't want to give away what you're doing. They've now managed to root their way into these nasty little positions, and they are in a firing squad, crouched in front, stood behind, and it's clean as can be. 2 players spotted. FPX are immediately conceding that control.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the meantime, we've also seen Foxy go back towards that A site, just in case there was the realization from FPX that this spot was initially clear. Look at the rotation from the defense. They have such a good read on what FPX almost have to do that they're going to have that set up almost ready to go the second they tap that spike.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking a little bit, though. The spike's gone down. FPX will get a little bit of time to set up post-plant, but
gorgeous.
It doesn't seem to matter. Every shot's going their way. And the defuse in a 1v5 Cider, yeah, that might be a little bit too much to ask. And Cider's had a rough half. You know, these other maps, he's looked like a very good addition to this alliance, but when he moves over to this final map, it's definitely been rough in half number 1.
Yeah, and a Prime Gaming Flawless coming out from Xerxia. I like the fact that they had that little setup just going out. Again, it revolves around Surf, just taking that space back. But it's the pot flash down, he dashes out, and then it just looks so clean, the way that they actually execute through. And that's the thing I've really enjoyed with this team, especially on Ascent as well, is the fact that they're never boring. Their defensive side rounds are always innovative. They're always clever. They never just sat back and expecting, like, okay, I'll hold this, I'll hold this. It's like, okay, what are we going to do this round to try and make things difficult for FPX?
That's a great way to be. You want to come into a match and make your opponents adapt to you, not the other way around. Looks like Xerxia definitely fans of that. Sushi Boy's down, but the conversion... maybe not as good as it could have been there.
Some of the players only have pistols here. Like they're going to start retrieving some of those weapons, so I guess it's not the end of the world, but they didn't invest that heavily into this round, and it definitely has its risks.
See, the thing is, I almost don't see them winning this round, but the reality is, as long as FPX, they've already done damage, anything from this point forward is a bonus.
Oh, okay. Wow. A little bit shaky. Cruz actually doesn't take much damage at all and is going to go back for more again. I think they've realized that there's actually quite a bit of space here. Off angle and, well, dissipating. He's gone behind them. He's run out of bullets, though. Somehow Angel's found another one, leaving it on 17 HP, but he will get himself a spike plant. Something at least in terms of the orbs, but also a chance to play with the time.
He doesn't quite get the info out of that he was hoping for, and a Trailblazer's on its way towards him. He suspects this player will be towards long at this point. The second one at least, and there it's spotted, confirmed. He now knows where both of them are, but with a Sheriff and 17 HP. Yeah, the info isn't the hardest part of the round. We're going to end up at 7-7. A pistol win, a conversion from Xerxia as well. That's what we needed to see. It was missing in the first half after finding that pistol and then falling flat to a 4-1 deficit. Much better face from them starting this one out. And Tom, like we said, like the analyst desk was saying, Xerxia in making these reverse sweeps happen in BO3 series, when they go to the third, they've been good, but they're always in the lead coming in that second half here on Haven.
I think that more, I was going to ask, like, how much money are they realistically going to invest into this round, because they've lost so many players? And then Surf, within 2 seconds, bought an operator. So this is mostly Spectres, but there's still a rifle onto Foxy, and I don't know if they'll expect him to have an op here. That is an audacious purchase. We'll see what he can get out of it.
Okay, shrouded step for early space. Smoke down as well. It looks like they're certainly expecting some facet of a long aggression out of Xerxia, some sort of ranged fight that they want to avoid with that smoke. Maybe they did cast a quick eye at that scoreboard and realize there's a good chance with the impact Surf's had that they find it worthwhile to put that scope in his hand. For now, Xerxia will try to conceal that. They don't want to go firing off for absolutely no reason. A surprise factor, at least in their mind, is still there.
They've already taken full C-long control. The problem is, with the execution already coming through, this flank is not going to be there quick enough. The rest of the players really need to try and delay as much as possible, and they haven't really been able to. Foxy, he runs out of bullets. How does he hit that shot? So quick on the operator, but the trades have come through. This is less of a bonus round as well. Bear that in mind. This needs to be a victory for Xerxia. Sushi Boys. His opponent is so low. If he checks this corner, it should be a free kill. He doesn't check it properly, though. A mistake that might just cost them. It's scary left with an SMG and 3 players to find.
2 of them are extremely low, so there is somewhat of an opportunity, but this is a Hail Mary. Got to get Xiao on the swing right away. He does good fight on the Cider, and he did the damage. If that had been Artis on the other side, it would have been the kill and a 1v1 after, but they chose the right angles to peak. It's 8-7. FPX picking up that round did they got out with the op, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Artist picked it up right at the end. That man, he could smell that operator from a mile away. Like, he was more than ready to go and retrieve it.
There you go. Xerxia are 8-2 when facing 3 or more maps. So obviously going into BO5s as well in that territory, but 8-2, a solid record.
Yeah.
FPX closing out half of their games.
Especially, you think probably a lot of their best of 5s are actually versus like Paper X or something like that. So.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be deep tournament for sure. That's probably the 2 they've got lost.
Yeah. Here we go though. Surf leading the charge. This is exactly what you want to see from Xerxia in these sort of rounds. Give this man the opportunity to try and do some damage. But look how deep FPX are playing. They knew that something like this was coming in this round when they saw the Bladestorm was online. Angel, he's actually missed the timing. 2 players have just crossed over. That would have probably been a free kill, but more importantly, the information of the direction they've gone. And just look, the entirety of Xerxia are now just abandoning that A site because of the early presence they showed. They went, okay, look, we've got everything. All the bells and whistles are towards this A site. You should probably go somewhere else, lads.
You do imagine, right, if you just tuck in and give them 0 extra information, they're going to make a choice. Do we go towards where we know the Bladestorm was, or where we know the Bladestorm wasn't? Still, it's the best of situations to be in. They've got the B site, so go right in the middle ground. And in this case, it is the right call. It avoids the stack either way. Oh no, the timing is terrible. Zipban pulling out the nade at a great time. Lobbing it down below, ready to kill Fox. That couldn't have been any better. Perfectly planned.
They've already got the smoke. You can tell they're just going to try and stick this all the way. Halfway gone already. This needs to be denied. And finally, someone from FPX stops this from happening. It's the nade from Zipban again. And well, although they don't get any kills, I was still a little bit scary. Prime Gaming flawless once again from FPX. And while the economy built off the back of that round.
You know what? Yeah. Great nades all around by Zipban.
Yeah.
Yep. Two kills with nade, and that couldn't criticize it if I tried.
Are we adding that as 3?
No. That was absolutely perfect.
You questioning his nade and then him getting 2 kills with it?
No, that doesn't. No.
It would be awful if
the stat was rounds.
The
The stat was rounds, Kurt. Right? It was rounds.
So you're not saying his nades won the round?
Tom, listen, let's just I enjoy the other ones. Angel's 32, let's get more of that stuff up there. He's going to give that to me later for that. But they did put it on the bottom of the screen, so that's not Angel. I didn't bring it up. Well, I did, I brought it up again. But nice up shot out of Surf. Could already see it coming.
Does he know? He does know the players up above. I like the use of the haunt. Gave that extra information, and actually Cider, I feel like he's starting to come into his own on this attack side. Plant will be coming through, and Artis has been very patient. Just waiting around the edge of this smoke for anybody to attempt the push. They're not got any utility to actually force him off. And the kill initially is free, but it'll be caught by Scary. A quick trade back, leaving this in to a 2v3, but Surf desperately low on HP. I assume because he's seized, he'll actually go back up a little bit, though.
Yeah, this has got to be Cider. He's already done so much in this round, but his position now as he groups up with Xiao. Smoke down, they'll try to play through it, and Cider, he'll get 1. Doesn't know if that defuse is still underway now. It's just been tapped yet again. It's time to swing and look for these frags. He's in for it. It's not hitting him. Oh, the timing. It's so horrendous. The bullets whizzing past his face. And just as I don't even know how he was able to step around those shooting. I was ready for him to be shot in the side of the head any moment. But that didn't come through either.
I almost feel like he
was. Oh, come on. Players. Oh, look. Cursed players. There we go. All right, okay. God damn it. Are you happy with yourself, Tom? You seem pleased. You seem pretty pleased with yourself.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I'm glad you are. I'm enjoying Surf on the op, man. I love some. Yeah, maybe
I know production and loving it as well. That's what's even better.
Oh yeah, I can hear the laughs from here. Having a great time, aren't they? Well, this operator on Surf going to be challenged again on the C site, and it's a tough challenge with Scary down. Good on to Angel to start it. Showstopper on its way, and he dodges it. Okay, so he's gotten out of the site. They can play a retake. That's better than it looked like it would be, and negating the Showstopper. I mean, you can't be happy with it.
Yeah, at least I guess it forced them off, but 4v4. No ults available, at least for that defensive side. Paranoia just looking to try and push them back at least a little bit, and they're waiting for this wraparound. Foxy, though, he looks away at the wrong time, and every single kill just quickly goes into that favor of FPX. Zipan I have to say, is on an absolute tear. I think he had 15 kills already in the first half. He's at 22 right now.
Yeah, and this is a guy that we talked about, you know, said earlier on the desk, and God, it's been said for so long, since the Zip and Go kill days. This guy is one of the best in the world.
But that's the thing. There were two people I were really excited to see going into this event. One of them was Zipan, the other one was Leo. Leo had a god performance in the matches yesterday, and Zipan, right when they need it most, is stepping up to the table. There needs to be someone on the other side, and there has been strong performances. Scary still putting up numbers. I feel like Sushi Boys is the one that I now need to see if they're going to do well.
They heard the push on short. They think there's at least 2 players, maybe 3 coming up on A. They want to go through Garage, but they don't know that Scary is sat right here inside the smoke. It's so nasty. A frenzy in hand. He's able to take so much damage. That could have been greater, but Angel's low. It gives a chance to the players on the site still holding on. The Classics doing so much damage, and they'll win it. Xerxia with absolutely no right to take anything in this round, and they walk out with a win. Oh, that's just ridiculous. Oh, to sit inside the smoke like that, Scary. You're beautiful, man.
He outplayed the Boombot. He created a smoke for himself so that he could hide in the corner. And just the whole round just fell apart from that moment onwards. I mentioned Sushi Boys. He's able to slow them down and hold on to the site. And that's probably one of the most minuscule investments we've seen in this tournament so far. Like, they had about as much as you could expect them to have in an actual pistol round.
Literally, yeah. And for FPX, you can see where the logic comes from. Prowler goes out, steps are heard pushing. You know there's going to be one long, there were at least 2 short.
They Boombot as well, and the Boombot would have cleared every angle other than that tiny bit of smoke.
So who in their right mind? 3 players on A. I'm going to say 100% they knew 2, but I think they suspected 3 based on the speed of the reaction and how quickly they turned around after hearing those steps on short. So you think 3 guys A, Boombot cleared Garage. If you check that corner, you're probably dumb. You know, you shouldn't expect him to be there. Why would he be? But that's why. Huge impact. And what a brainy play from Scary. What a time to pull it out.
The thing I love, and it's, again, similarly to what I was saying on Ascent, is that everybody on their team is so quick to react. Like, it wasn't just Scary. Like, everybody else, when he was feeding them the information, was sprinting their way over to the site. The second Sushi Boys then takes contact, you see Foxy jump back through. Like, it's so perfect with the timing that the communication had to be absolutely spot on. Otherwise, someone jumps out the window and gets shot in the face.
Well, it left FPX, who are playing this game at one of the best IGLs, one of the most experienced IGLs of all time in any FPS title. They've also got Cider coming in as a stand-in, who is an IGL in his own right, quite experienced in Valorant, and they just looked completely lost. It was chaos. It was chaos. They're just getting shot from every angle. Let's see if that happens again. Good hold by Surf. What?
He
they don't
got
go Garage
hit
again.
by a Prowler.
Never.
It pushed him back, he sprays it down, and then continues to wipe out the entirety of FPX. Moments ago, this was looking like FPX was slowly dragging their way through to the finish line, and now we sit 10-10, a Prime Gaming flawless once again, and Surf once more proving why he's someone to fear. He only had 5 kills in the first half.
I'll tell you why, Angel's not going to be getting his card touched up after this one. He's going to have a fear of Garage. That's unbelievable. Twice in a row now running in there. Once is a guy with a frenzy tucked in a smoke. It's ridiculous. This time, it's just a spray.
They didn't even get to the point where the smoke could have been. They're like, don't forget to check the...
check the corner. Oh, he was in front of us this time. Check in front next time. That's insane. What... Well done, Surf.
And look at the economy.
Look at the rifles, actually, that guy.
Tour de Force is all they really have for this round. Ultimates have been completely nullified. Bear in mind, they've used a fair few of them over the last couple of rounds to try and drag things through. They've spotted some of the utility on the edge of the smoke. Well, Sushi Boy is going to get there in the end. They do have a trade onto Foxy. Now, bear in mind, there is next to no weaponry put into this round. So anything that can be retrieved. Nice shot from Ardis.
Oh, Sushi.
Oh, is he going to check? I don't think he's going to check. He doesn't expect him in the corner. But, oh, it's a whip from Zipan. Not what they needed in this moment.
Not a pretty one. Not a pretty one at all. Still, Ardis lurking around here. He's gone outside of his TP for just a moment. You can see how slowly Xerxia are moving around this one, knowing that that op's on the other side.
Well, that's the thing. He's managed to put his trap into B, so he knows that no one could have really got aggressive around any of the angles other than the choke points or the back of sight. So they've managed to get a lot of space for free because of this.
30 seconds left.
They've also got a passive hold into mid as well from Cider, so there's been no aggression from behind. They can get a pretty strong afterplant with nobody really being able to contest because they split themselves thin.
Look at the spike. Heads is right on top of the trap. It's a little, could have been a little bit to the right, maybe, but, you know, we'll forgive you for that one, Xiao. It's a hard placement. He's got himself into this corner now. Here comes Cruz. Does he pop a flash?
He's got so much
Does he
utility.
swing? It's the fact that Artist is holding it first, right? The shot's going to come through, but... Oh, hold on. He's pushing. I saw Xiao start to step forward. It looked like he wanted to go all the way. And he might now. He might try to tuck into A.
Like, he's got to be careful, otherwise he's going to be stuck. And I don't know if he managed to get detained. It didn't matter in the end, he did. But Sidus actually killed him off instead. And
If
instead,
Sushi Boys killed him there, he won the round.
Yep, basically. Because Ardis is slow meant he was stuck.
That is so... That would have been something
The thing is, though, with the other two players within the site and them knowing that, I don't know why you would have expected Cider to be playing in the window on his own. Like, you kind of expect him to be in that hold with them because it's just a little bit odd anybody actually having that utility being there. So 11 to 10, FPX take the lead back. You do have yourself the Rolling Thunder operator still available, and money not really an issue for Xerxia at this point.
Wait, did I see someone? Xiao's playing on light shields. Xiao, what are you doing? I mean, he's only up against Vandals and an AWP, so, I mean, as long as Surf doesn't pull out the shorty and headshot him, we're all good. If that ends up happening, I will concede it's a curse. I'll give you that.
That's what we're waiting for, to see if Xiao dies to a shorty.
From Surf. Oh, I might die to the AWP from it. That's a nice little spot for him down below, swinging out, and he's not got the kill. That's a leg shot to Zipan.
Oh, and the swing around. It's given Angel an opportunity, shorty out, but it's not the right man in position, and he's so desperately low. Not going to be this time, at least.
What a kill,
They've
Xiao.
still damaged up. Scary, not really wanting to take the risk in this scenario. They don't have any ults to get them back in this time. No lockdown available. Utility at a minimum. They've got to be careful where they place it. They've got to read the positions of where their opponents are going to be. They've tried to almost make a gap through. They actually have. They bypass one, but Zipan lands the shot anyway. Left all onto Scary. 1 versus 3, and he's got to try and get into this corner. Zipan is landing every single shot. And FPX now have map and series point. A place in that upper bracket match versus DRX awaits unless Xerxia has anything left in the tank.
I was wondering, I wanted to see what Xerxia had economically because I couldn't quite recall how healthy it was, but it looks like they're not going to have an issue in buying up. Just because that 1v3 was like, it was tangibly lost, and to still go for it means you must have money in the back pocket, and indeed they do. The only thing here is Surf on light shields, but again, unless someone's pulling out something on the other side, it's all Vandals for those headshots, and Surf's going to be quite far away from them, you'd imagine. There's going to be an A push to start with. Again, Xerxia with 3 players there. This time there's no one tucked in sneaky in Garage, but I'm sure FPX won't be checking that for a while. They'll probably steer clear of that position.
Interestingly, I think they actually went for the orb onto Nightfall instead. So Xiao's going to be retrieving that rather than actually going for the showstopper. So maybe just feeling like that's going to be the thing to give them more opportunities.
Maybe you just say Zipan's going to kill 7 people.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Maybe Zipan's going to get a kill anyway, and then it doesn't really matter. Surf's aggressive position, though, it's going to be checked for. They always seem to be very aware of these angles, and now might even be holding for it, but he hasn't left. He's still just stuck around. He has been spotted, but again, they're a little bit wary. They're throwing everything at him just to try and force him back.
You know, that is incredible that Surf didn't even use his dash there. He was so confident in being able to get out that he just ran, like, shoots the Lear up top, and then he's just getting out. I don't know how, or the Han, sorry, not the Lear. But he shoots it up top, puts down his Cloud Burst, and doesn't dash. Fair play, he's got that online now.
Here we
Could
go.
potentially help them on the fight here on B.
Do they have the horn? It doesn't seem like they do. This was the plan last time that he goes up here, is that there's a horn. Instead, jumping in.
Turn around, Cider! Turn around!
They are back-to-back within the site. They have absolutely no idea, but it doesn't seem to matter. Cider's going to get away with it. A massive misplay. They didn't have the the sound because of the Nightfall going through, and that actually grants him 3 kills. Even still, a 2v2, timer ticking. They have to go into this B site at this point, and even just denying the plant could be enough, but there is no one there to be able to do it.
Artis has TP, but if he goes now, Killjoy's watching it, stood right outside. He cannot use that. I think he should know that. Suspected, perhaps. Angel detecting one to the right side. He knows there's a flank possibly underway, and now he's been cut off. Artis has to do it all. He's sneaking around. They have no idea where he could be. Oh, now they do. They seem to have a great idea. Oh, no. The right side open, and Artis flicks. That is incredible. The timing couldn't have been better. They'll win this out in 2-1 fashion. It wasn't quick. It wasn't clean. But FPX, they found success here in their LAN debut.
And it's going to be FPX facing off against DRX for the spot to make it out of the groups. They've been wounded, as was said, but they are here to fight, here to play, and unfortunately for Xerxia, that is going to send them down into that lower bracket match. Still, though, putting up performances, Surf still showing that he is a player to fear, and this was genuinely impressive. They utilized the fact that they had themselves that Nightfall to just deafen everyone as he TP'd into the back of the site, and the fact that they were back-to-back just moments later, and even still, Xerxia fought back, and it took a Red Bull clutch from Artis to actually close out the game. Incredible stuff from him.
I can't believe that. I mean, that whole time that you're just seeing him, Cider stood on the back side. He's just, every fiber of your being begging him to turn around. And he got it done in the end, and an impressive turnaround from him. I think that first half was incredibly flat from Cider. I called it out going into the second, and he had that resurgence.
And positive.
Absolutely. Oh, he did, yeah, 14 and 13. Good spot. So altogether, an amazing turnaround. I think he had 3 kills at the half?
Yeah, something like that. And I think for a debut, again, you're trying to slot in, playing different roles within the team. Obviously, you still needed those superstars of Zipan and Artis to play the game that we know they can. And that's the thing. I think there's been many highlights, many talks about the fact that Saigetsu isn't here, but there is a lot of depth of talent when it comes to this FPX roster. Some of it even being the IGL doing crazy things along the way, but ultimately, we've seen that star of Zipan rise in this final map, and I'm hoping this is just the start of something for FPX.
And you have to think, you know, for FPX, coming in here, they've got their stand-in, all that sort of stuff, but it's Cider in particular, I want to say, the pressure this guy must have that he's facing, and coming into an international event, standing in for a very prestigious team, one with some of the best players we've got in the world, some that have proven themselves, era-defined, and he's coming in. If he does badly, that's a black mark against you in your career.
It's not even so much that. I feel like if it was me in that sort of scenario, this team didn't get to go last time because they couldn't get the players here.
Yes.
Now they get to go, but it's with you. If you fail them, you're going to feel like you let them down. On their attempt to finally play on LAN, he did not do that. And in fact, at the end, he was one of the reasons they were able to close this map in the first place, as Xerxia were definitely building back in. So hopefully that might be some of the jitters out of the way, because he has had some slower starts, but it's not about the way you start, it's about the way you finish.
And that's exactly it. I think the best example there is the fact that, sure, we say Cider first half, 3 kills, yada yada. Surf, I think he had 5.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the turnaround from him as well. So things can change. It's all about your role and how you're playing. But the thing is, for Cider, the pressure that he's under first half, you come out of that, it's got to really hurt you mentally.
You got 6 first bloods for Surf, and then only 1 less for Scary on 5.
Yeah.
He definitely is not playing that Astra the way that we normally expect. I like the fact that although Sugar Zero might not necessarily be here, it seems like Scary might have taken up that mantle of like playing that Astra in unorthodox way. I think the fact is, Xerxia, an incredibly fun team. I think we're going to get to see them go up against North Epsom, which I think could be quite an exciting game, but honestly one that I think they have a very good chance in. And then FPX versus DRX, who knows how that's going to go. Well, DRX looked very good earlier in the week.
Yeah, I think DRX certainly, in terms of form that they're showing on opening day, they look maybe that little bit better, but FPX now get the time to go back.
Who was better in this one?
Try to work on it. Who was better in this one? Yeah. Get your phones out, get scanning or screenshotting if you're already on your phone. I don't know. Got Angel, Artis, Zipan, or Surf.
You know you have to have played well if you're in it and you lost.
Yes, that's a pretty damn impressive thing. It's not often that we see it, so a shout out to Surf, and if you think he deserves it, and I wouldn't blame you. Get your vote in now. Make sure to head on over. You got your QR code right there to make it nice and easy. Get your vote in. It'll be announced during the analyst desk. But Tom, anywhere you want to direct the viewers?
Ooh, I feel like Artis had a very good performance. Like the fact that he started out on a KO in the first map, performed very well there, and then even closes it out, switching things up onto a chamber, completely different roles within the squad, and managed to do both effectively. I think I have to sing his praises today.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, if you agree with Tom, go and get your vote in. If you don't, go and get your vote in anyways. You should do it no matter what. We're going to toss things over to the analyst desk after this break, and they'll let you know who your player of the match is. See you soon.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on redbullcampusclutch.com.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
They were meant to be on this stage in Reykjavik. They couldn't make it. They are here now in Copenhagen, but not the full strength roster of FPX, which means this is a perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take the win.
Down A.
Nice! What are you doing, bro?
One enemy remaining.
Nice! FPX are picking up their first map on LAN, and that was Xerx's map pick.
One enemy remaining.
13-9. Xerxia take map 2. They've guaranteed themselves a haven.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
What? Oh, that's just ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
It wasn't quick, it wasn't clean, but FPX, they found success here in their LAN debut.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. As Mitch said, FPX on their debut, they have found victory already despite being a man down. I'm back with Jess and Sideshow. It was a very hard-fought one, though, in the end.
Oh my God, what one of the closest matchups we've had thus far throughout the tournament. And to say it was a close one, I think is probably putting it right to the very thin line upon which was probably going to see another overtime if it wasn't for FPX really pulling it together in those final rounds. Some B hits, which can go tragically wrong sometimes, are what we were able to push them over the round. And look at Zippin. It was that risk for them to change over. What would he play? What was going to happen compositionally? Well, I tell you what, one of the best raisers in the world, he gets to step back up to that mantle.
He played phenomenally, but on the other side of things as well, you've got Surf just dunking. He had, over the course of this series, 48% of his team's first kills. And almost half of the entirety of his team's first kills are coming from Surf. Played a blinder, it just doesn't end up being enough. And I think I want to put the attention on Ardis because that round 2 save allowed them to get the edge in the first half, and then he wins the 1v1 to close out the map. It has been a spectacular series from Ardis. He's coming back for that old ancient throne that he had. And look how awkward the whole of this round was.
This is what I mean, this B hit, it's such a risk, things can go wrong. They know what side it does. They know what his MO is. And he's holding hands. Who's he holding hands with in this moment?
I can't even remember, to tell you honestly. It was scary.
It must have been scary.
Yeah, scary at back gong. Just at the same position as him the entire time. But Ardis was so clean,
It was
so
the
crispy.
nightfall that made it so scary. Couldn't tell there was someone right next to him.
Yeah, incredibly
Unbelievable.
awkward.
That is awkward.
Those are the moments that win or lose you matches at this level. It's crazy.
It's quite fun, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun from where you're sat.
Loads of fun.
It's not going to be fun from where the players are sat. Can you imagine you look at the replay and you're like, that's how he lost, is it?
Yeah, I said if they win this way, I went, oh, geez. And to be the sub, the one that's subbing in, a lot of pressure on your shoulders, you know you got to make a bit of impact. I mean, for him to just stand there and be like, oh, I'm sure there's no one behind me. They've got that right. I mean, shout out to him. He had a great match.
I mean, the problem is even if you think you know where Ardis is, you don't know where Ardis is on this map. And Jess, especially if we take a look at the heat map here, he had a hell of a performance.
I wanted to bring out the brand new heat maps that we want to be bringing you on the desk every now and then. These are where his kills are coming from. And the reason I wanted to show you was because it's a little bit splotty, blotty, you know, paint shop kind of all over the map. You want to see where this man's getting kills? Yeah, I can't isolate one particular spot, although there's a little bit of a red spot, and that's on that B side. And that's the one we were talking about. That's where he was making most of the impact over towards the B, but C-Long as well on that attacking side. There's areas of this, and if you want to take a look at those heat maps throughout this tournament, I'll keep bringing them back whenever I can. We can have a big look at where these big hitters are taking a lot of the mass amount of these kills, and I want to do a few plant heat maps as well to see where teams are trending towards when they're going for these plants. So there's been a little bit of discourse around teams planting and then having one-sidedness on one plant, and other teams knowing this and countering it. So we'll see whether or not that shows up as well.
He needs to work on his spawn kills. There was why was he not getting any kills at spawn?
Yeah, of course.
What is going on?
Well.
What fair and reasonable criticism?
Yeah, that's what Doombros is telling him right now, I bet you. Speaking of Ardis, he was up in contention for the InZone fan vote for the MVP. You guys voted on Twitter. I can now reveal the results to you guys, and you guys went for Surf.
Oh wow!
Do you know what? Fair enough.
I'm not mad at it, honestly. Like I said, he had almost half of his team's first kills. He goes plus 12 in first kills to first deaths. He was massively positive on the series, just dominated map 2, and played a blinder still in map 3 once he warmed up. So he was a great player. It was a close game.
He was the highest rated player in the server throughout the series, so it's not necessarily underwhelming, or rather overwhelming, that he is the MVP, but I think that just goes to show what we said before about Xerxia really having that one player, like Surf and Friends, and that's something that they could not put on the board in the last map. They needed everyone to step up. Scary did, I will say, Cruz in the first half as well, but if you want to win matches, it can't just be that front runner all the time. It can't be the guy we expect Surf, well, if he doesn't like he did, and he had a really slow start in the first half, that's what happens. You lose by 2 rounds. That's what happens.
Yeah, they do a good job of supporting him and extracting the maximum value out of him as well, but the rest of their team does amazingly in like clutch situations and finding those impact frags when you watch them play in APAC, and it's just about bringing that to the world stage. I think. I mean, even Scary, he plays even better than this when he's in APAC, so that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, bring Surf to EMEA. That's my message for everyone today. Wait, we need to steal him. We need all the firepower we can get.
We have 3 EMEA teams here.
Speaking of firepower, let's hear from Artis right now, who is with Doug for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Inti. Yes, I'm here with Artis. Artis, first and foremost, congratulations on the win. I've got to ask, given the history that FPX has had, given the fact that you're here with 1 sub, which was almost 2, how good does it feel to get this first win under your belt?
I mean, honestly, I'm happy for all of us because we qualified for the last event. We should have been there in Reykjavik.
Yeah.
We got hard done by. We had 3 subs ready to come in, and we still couldn't go. I'm just happy all of us, like, we're all meeting each other for the first time as well, so that's like good for us. Like, we've never met each other as a team.
Sure.
So I think it's just a good experience, and yeah, let's just keep the wins coming, I think.
Hopefully the first of many, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's the expectation for a lot of people. I want to ask you about a cat you just went head-to-head with. The guy's nuts. He won the MVP vote. Surf just kind of feels like a different breed. What was your perspective having just gone up against him?
I mean, Surf played really well that game. I think he was doing some crazy stuff, some stupid stuff, but like, because I think he had so much confidence that like the stupid stuff worked.
Yeah.
I think other games it might not work as well, but honestly, like if you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And you're like, if I was feeling it, I'd be doing the exact same stuff that he was, but it was tilting a little bit, but honestly, individually he played lights out. Like I don't want to say it, like I didn't know how good he was, but like I didn't know he was this good. So I'm just happy. I'm just happy to play against him, and hopefully we play in the future as well.
Now, I want to very quickly ask you about that 1v2 at the end, because you and I were chatting about it, and you said there was something a little bit more than just meets the eye that went down there.
So in the 1v2, I killed the first guy, and I went to reposition, and I've heard Xiao in the background go, this to your right. I've instantly flicked to the right, and as soon as I flicked, the guy's peeked, and I killed him. And as soon as the match ended, I was like, Xiao, you're the man, you're the man.
So you didn't hear him? You had no idea he was there?
I had like white noise in my ear, nothing, and Xiao was screaming, right side, look right. And honestly, I think that whole win is on Xiao. I think that's all on Xiao.
He played super well. Last question I have for you, then I'll let you go. In the pre-show interview we aired earlier today, you talked about how people rate FPX and the fact that they don't rate this team individually, that they don't rate it as a unit. What should people think about FPX now that they've seen you play and now that they've seen you win on the international stage?
I think people should put us as the title contenders. Like when we're going to events, I think we might not be the favourites for every event, but I think we should easily be top 4, top 3 of every event. The individuals as 5, even as 4, we're too strong to not be rated the top 4, in my opinion. I've saw other people's rankings, I don't really agree with it, but I think we're that individually good and as a team good. Like even with 1 standing or 2 standings, I think we should be getting, like people should be looking at FPX and thinking top 4. The same way that people look at Loud or Fnatic or Optic, they think, listen, like they might not win the event, but they'll finish top 4. I think we should be in the same bracket, and I think we're going to prove at this event, even with a standing.
Well, hopefully not Loud or Optic, given how yesterday went.
Yeah, I mean, one of them's going home.
Thank you so much, Artis. It was a pleasure. Best of luck to you for the rest of the tournament. We have a banger up next. Group decider for Group A between Guild and Crew. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Welcome back to VALORANT Masters. We showed you guys a banger already, but I'm about to raise some stakes because we have our first qualification to the playoffs game to play right now. Crew versus Guild. The winner will be the first team. I know. I can't believe it.
Sorry?
Wait, where's Mitch?
Where's Loud and
Why are you here by yourself?
What's going on?
I thought you were confused as to where you were. I was like, this man doesn't know what match we're doing.
Wait,
No, I'm kidding, I'm
why
kidding.
did Sideshow change his clothes?
Also, I don't understand. You were just casting.
Brent?
My apologies. Honestly,
Wow.
what is going on?
Wow, that's an insult, Jess. Don't let him do you.
You
like
know what?
that.
I'll meet you out back after.
Yeah, but as you guys saw from Tom's confusion, Crew versus Guild, the match that we didn't expect for the upper bracket. But let's talk about Guild first, because Tom, we expected them to make it through. We did.
Did you, Tom?
Yeah,
I did.
sure. Well, I did actually have them going through my lower bracket game, but ultimately I think the fact that they showed up yesterday was just so impressive. I think ultimately we saw a performance from pretty much every single player on the team, even Codamenta sort of kicking things off at the very beginning. But honestly, Jess, I think there just seems to be so much depth within this roster at the moment that anybody can pop off.
It's not even depth. Okay, there were moments, I don't have the clips for you, but I promise in the future, given the fact that we want more games from this roster, they had already had pre-planned crosshair lineups for where their opponents would plant. They had wallbangable, smoke bangable, and everything. How many smoke bang and wallbangs they got to deny plants? I mean, if you're that micro level prepared and counted for your opposition, I can't say that there's another team that is as prepared as I saw Guild, and I've sat in a lot of international desks now.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Leo, but this man, Tom, he has been popping off.
Yeah, I feel like these stats are almost understated just because of the different roles he actually played within the series. Like, you had his KO, which a lot of the time was very aggressive with pot flashes, and then you move into what he was doing on the Rays, which a lot of the time just seemed crazy. Like, it was blast packs into sights, but then you even have his stats, which were still positive in first kills.
I mean, the man took over half the map in a matter of mere seconds. I mean, we've spoken about blast packs and EMEA not always being to perfection. Sometimes we have really good Nookie type level of blast packs. Then we get Trex level, and then some other players not so much. But he's come onto the international stage, staked his claim, and dare I say, blast packing into the top level of Rays players in the world now.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to blast his way into the back line of Crew if he wants to go through to playoffs today. And Crew, Jess, again, a lot of people had questions for them. A lot of people weren't so happy with how they performed this year. But I feel like all of that has just been thrown out the window.
I think maybe by underestimating them a little bit, and I will put myself in that camp of saying I did not expect them to go too far in this, and I didn't expect them to show up the way in which they did in their first game here. But I think that comes down to the fact that the Latin American region didn't necessarily have a lot of teams that were staking their claim internationally, and they were the team that just kept coming back, the only team to make international claim, of course, time and time again. But I think overall Leviathan and whatnot stepping up, maybe we're underestimating Leviathan as well. Maybe we just don't realize that the whole region right now is stacked, and maybe as a result now we put a little bit more respect on their name, and I certainly have, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at the group there, and we had to almost underestimate them. Like, you're basically, to get out of this group, we expected them to have to beat the champion and the runner-up to actually get anywhere near, and instead, well, they will beat one of those, the runner-up, but potentially could make it through today if they face off against Guild.
Yeah, they could. And one man who was kind of at the helm of everything was Kesnet. I think we expect him to. Much like Surf, he has to at times. And what a performance he had. But also the players that were surrounding him too. Tom, look how much they can achieve when every single person is performing.
Yeah, I think Mazzino had one of the best games I think I've ever seen from him, especially on the defensive side. Like, he was even in KD on attack, and you're like, okay, for like Sage and whatever he's playing, that's pretty good. He was plus 12 when it came to defensive rounds. He got an ace. I think he got a 4K in like clutch scenarios, and then you've just got this man on your screen. You spoke about one of the best raises in the world just moments ago. This man is making another claim for it.
I mean, I can't wait to see two of the best raisers in the world go head-to-head. The fact that you've got Kesnet, who we can almost certainly rely on to almost always have some kind of flashy appearance at an international event, no matter what. Now there has been a little bit of a claim, which I think we can slightly dispute now, that it is Kesnet and friends. We can step back a little bit and say there was a lot of teamwork on a few of those maps there that didn't require Kesnet going quote-unquote nuclear to be able to get it done, but he was the standing man, the front man for them, and I don't think that discontinues. I think we start talking about the likes of Mazzino and other players on the roster.
My question is, yesterday with the games, everybody kind of thought Crew and Guild, they won the favorites. But how evenly matched are they now that they have to play each other, given also how great and similar their map pool is too?
Well, that's the thing. It's like either side, you could kind of see where they're likely to go in like what sort of direction. But at the same time, there's a lot of crossover maps for either team, which I think they're going to be quite happy to play, especially with Guild adding in the likes of Icebox into their pool as well. Quite recently, you go, actually, I don't know where either side is going to want to take this, and we're going to get a lot of middle ground maps.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like it's a little bit more evenly matched, but with Guild picking that Icebox yesterday, I had to rip up my notes and just throw them in the bin because they're not doing anything I'm expecting them to do.
Split out the window. What a shame. Again, we keep seeing it sort of banned out.
Okay, Guild, what is happening? What are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing?
The Haven ban's really interesting.
What are you doing?
Because that used to be Guild's best map. Yes. Even though they lost it 3 times in a row in EMEA, every single time it was 11-13, and that was against like FPX and against Fnatic. So I never saw that one coming.
Me too. I mean, everybody wanted to dodge. Okay, they picked Fracture.
Fair.
I feel like, especially recently, they've had some pretty poor performances on that. They got banged out by FPX, but then looked really good when they played it versus Mech. I do think this is a team that is maybe the best in the world at countering.
Yeah.
So I think they're almost just trying to play with the map pool in such a way that Crew are just going to be like, well, we kind of expected Haven in this pool, so why are we now ending up Pathfinder
They've also got to
Fracture?
vote on it. Let us not forget that
True.
if they have predetermined minutia micro plays like shooting through walls at default plans, that if they've already got a fresh out the womb VOD, then I would play off of that as well. I think that's fair.
If I hid the names from you for this match and said, guess which 2 teams have picked this map, or I personally wouldn't have said Guild.
The only way I would say that, though, is I guess if you hide both and it's neither team, I guess I would agree. I think the fact that Fracture coming through for them, though, is actually not a bad thing, because I think even Crew themselves came out and said, like, yeah, we don't feel particularly comfortable on that map.
And they're not.
And I would say that's not a great thing to say when you're about to play the next day against a team that seems fairly happy to play Fracture.
I think the counterplays on that are going to be brilliant. I cannot wait to get to that one, of course, but I was wondering where Icebox would be in all of this, the fact that it's a decider, but I truly thought going into it, it would be a close matchup. I'll be a little bit upset if it's not, but one thing that'll sort of maybe soften the blow is if Guild is able to pull out just a world-class show again, come in, and if they do wipe the floor with Crew, it'll just turn around and just show the depth of EMEA and then, of course, Guild as a team.
Well, the maps, they have been locked in. We know where we are going. You guys have seen the players already yesterday, but the stakes have been risen here at VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. It's time for us to throw it over stage and to meet Guild and Crew once again. This matchup is more than just pride, more than just regional rivalry, but a spot in playoffs, and to prove to everybody that yesterday was not just a fluke. Tom, you were cracking up a lot there. I kind of want you to share what your thoughts, at least, going into map 1, if we're going to see more comedic.
I really hope Coldamenter's planning on stealing the limelight in the game as the way he just did in that matchup. No, I think that going into this map, especially on Bind, it's a map where I think that it can definitely be a confident one, at least within their region for Crew. The only real loss, though, that we've got, although there was a close game versus BBO, was to Fnatic, though, for Guild. And I think that ultimately, any loss to Fnatic on Bind is not really that much of a loss. No, it was 13-9. It's not that harsh.
I mean, oh yeah, we got him through Champions as well. It's not a good history. If you had to put your money on it, you would look at it just on the map history of both of these teams. I firmly believe, and as a result of that, it means Crew must win this map if they want to win the series, because I don't see them going into the second map having a chance. At least off the fact that I know they're probably going to be counted down to their first step off the block.
I feel maybe a little bit opposite in a sense that I see a world where both of these teams win on each other's map picks, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't think I would be super surprised if it happened, but then at the same time, everything that I thought I knew about Guild, I feel like I don't anymore.
Same as Crew. I feel like I can say one thing about Crew and then it just be the complete opposite. So the script is really flipped on its head recently. I think to make a proper prediction on this match would be not doing it justice, because we really don't know until we finish this first map.
Well, I think as well, some of the mirror matchups here could be quite exciting, but I imagine we're just about going to get there.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Now, as I said, a lot of these teams have been bringing surprises here. Would you guys like to see something different?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Well, I think we've already got it. Going in onto the Astra. You've also got Sky coming out for Safe. He was someone who was previously, I believe, playing the Chamber on this map. So interesting to see some of those switch-ups. And the big one is probably Russ. Like, Russ has always been on that initiator role.
Yeah.
Now switching things over. So maybe that's just a comfort thing.
No Chamber?
I was actually going to say, going into this, one of the things that I really used to enjoy from Russ was his Sky. So the fact that that's actually gone out of this is a little bit disappointing, but I do feel like Safe is going to play it much more aggressively.
I wonder whether or not we're just talking about sort of like Hex over and B. Like, is that the reason you've got that? Is there power positions on the map? You've really seen them push hard? Is that why you want to take that agent instead? I don't think it goes down that micro level, but to get rid of the Chamber specifically, you've got to make a big decision to move that out of your composition.
It could also just be counters again, because you
you
have to think about what Crew like to do with having the likes of Nags, like taking map control. Okay, you've got extra flashes, you've got stuns, there's so much more to basically shut that man down.
Well, there's a lot on the line here and a lot on the line on this map as well. Let's go into game right now with your casters for the match, Doug and Baller.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, Baller, a lot on the line. Probably a fair way to say what's going on. We're about to decide who's going to be the first of the group teams to make their way to the playoffs. Like, the stakes are as big as they get here.
Yeah, and these are already two surprise teams to be in this position already, right?
You didn't predict that.
I don't think anybody predicted both of these situations to happen. Some people might have had one of the upsets to go through, but not both of them at the same time. So one of these teams is moving towards playoffs today.
And we're going to be kicking things off on Bind 2 of all maps. There was so much discourse around where it could go. I think agent composition is also something that surprised perhaps a few folks. There are notable changes on the side of Guild.
I mean, yeah, not running a chamber on this map for them. They've been running that pretty much all season long, and it's very interesting. That Safe just played one of the most fantastic chambers we've seen so far last time around in the series that he had yesterday against Optic on Icebox. So to see him go away from the comfort that he's been on throughout the season is definitely surprising. They're bringing back in the Viper. They're bringing back a little bit more traditional double controller, double initiator, raise that we've seen so often in the past. This is kind of weird that it's happening right now in this meta.
It is interesting timing, to say the least. I know we got you all hot and bothered at home thinking we were about to jump into the map. It's just a bit of a tease, right? Just a little bit of a tease to get you all excited. But we will be getting into the action as soon as possible. Again, if you are just joining us, Group A decider on the upper side between Guild and Crew. There's so much history for these two teams, particularly on the side of Crew when you think about their international success and then, quite frankly, lack thereut. The last time we saw them, it's almost like a night and day difference.
Yeah, it's really interesting. A team that's been to every single international land, not having actually a great record against the EMEA, and this is what they're going up against in Guild. A more fresh team, I would say, for sure. But still an EMEA team nonetheless. They're actually 1-5. The only EMEA team they've beaten was Fnatic in that Champions run. So that's a long time ago, and this is a Crew that we really don't know how to place yet on the international scale because of their early exit in Reykjavik. They were the first team to leave last time around.
Well, we're about to find out, or at least have a better idea of how we can place them. Again, Crew kicking off on the attacking half. We saw a little bit of this. We've actually seen, although that Molly looked like maybe a bit wide. Either way, you're cutting off some of the pressure that could be coming in from the B side of the map.
Yeah, it's an interesting feint. But immediately, Nagzet takes out Safe on the other side of the map. He's trying to go for a little bit more info, thinking it might be a B play. But instead, Crew's just rushing up this A site.
Yeah, the Prowler has already taken U-Haul, Kesnet following shortly thereafter. A Ghost, no armor. You hear the spike has already begun to plant. Utility goes a bit wide. First big box of the round has been checked, courtesy of Mizzino.
Also dealing with this flank, they just got a little bit of information on Russ, who was trying to go deal with the trademark and actually come through, but they got the information. This is really slow from Guild.
He tried dropping a wall to get around it, go a bit wide. That's a little nutty. You see the tap already coming through for Koldamenta. Now they've already taken care of the alarm bot. Nelzik knows there's somebody coming around. The swing comes in on both sides. Klaus falls.
Russ.
Yeah, he stays alive.
Koldamenta,
he's gotten it to half. Nagzet with the timing, gorgeous. Perhaps Leo can find more success, but they haven't cleared showers. Goes a bit wide, a 1v1 to kick off the series. There's no better way to do it, and Delzic's Frenzy comes out on top to give Crew the first round.
Fantastic stuff there from Nags as well, coming out of bathrooms, taking down 3 players in that initial. He took down Safe to start things off, who was going aggressive through showers, and I think the idea from Crew there was really good. That feint with the molly that we saw early round baited this push out from Safe, the quietness and the no information, and then the post plant was really good. Even though the trades were going in Guild's favor, they got a lot of kills in that situation. But the clutches continue here from Crew. Anti-clutch in this situation. They were so good in their series against Loud, Mizzino, Kesnet. Actually, every player was so good in those situations.
Oh, a cheeky little something set up. That might hurt. They're able to get back just soon enough, and then a counter nade to keep the pressure back. And you see, speaking of pressure, Guild just kind of fully sending. They've already sent 3. Well, they're all falling apart, though. The pressure looked good. Just didn't amount to a whole lot.
Flick, too. Still some damage. They'll picking up Klaus, but 4 players up now, and they're on the site. It's really interesting to actually look at the stats in terms of eco-round conversions in situations like this. Crew and Guild are some of the worst in this round specifically. So obviously that's not going to matter. They're going to cancel each other out, and it's going to be basically a very important situation to watch in the future series, in the future maps as well. But Crew is able to handle this, and now this is where they get good in their bonus round. They are the best team heading into Copenhagen on their bonus round conversion rates at 63%.
Yeah, that's absurd.
The average is 45% for perspective.
You really are the stats guy.
Okay.
We'll see if those stats hold true as Crew tests the waters towards B again. Trailblazer, excuse me, to lead the way a bit. But nothing going on quite yet. The nice thing is they haven't lost really any space on either side of the map. Perhaps a lack of information, but they do have a little bit of room to reset.
And Crew, who's always been sticking with this Viper, is going to switch and cycle the wall and the orb, meaning they can peek through here, and Safe is not going to be out have any say on fighting through that, and they continue to push through into lamps as well, so all control gained here from Crew.
Spike planted.
Rotations are showing up too. Koldamenta, perhaps the late one to the party, but the fight has ensued. Russ once again having to deal with the pesky alarm about to swing out. It's not going to land as Delcic cleans him up. Again, remember, ball is stats as the rest of this round plays out. Very interesting post plant setup here from Crew. They have 3 so far back. They've given up some of the space, and now they want to fight back into it. Koldamenta's already taking care of Kesnet, which is a big kill to take care of, and Mizzino's not going to be able to come out with a Guild, get on the board.
Well done from them, and it looked like the same situation that we saw actually on Pistol Round, where the trades coming through lamps, going onto site as well. I think thankful to that Viper wall that they're actually using. Russ is using one that's going all the way up bathroom like normal, but it's cutting off the front, the back of site instead of the front of site, so they can clear all the way up to where they're planting the spike. And there's nobody here to really help Kesnet all the way back up in lamps, so they're really relying on him to be able to get something. Either way, just the bonus and a huge buy still here available from Crew.
Yeah, and Nags has the Tour de Force, which you hear come out right on time. Flash got an early bit of info for Safe, and he backs right up. Man, look at the pressure that they've taken through showers. They're sending 2 back that way. and now the Prowler through short. There's a lot of info that they've gathered on what's going on here. The thing is, they could flip the map at this point. Crew are in a position where they could, if they don't like it, they get the heebie-jeebies on what's going on before them, they could duck out through telly. The thing is, they have no info on what's on the other side. And they still have to deal with this pinch that's coming through spawn.
And this one is huge. Only person who's going to be able to find an inkling of it before it's too late is Klaus, and he's way too far up. He's going to get caught.
Knife out.
And the only chance they have here is really to TP out or win the site fight, and I don't think either is happening, especially with that flash now. Not expecting to. Coldamenta in the back.
He's got to stay alive here. A nade in his feet, and he ultimately falls. A 4v2 left for the round. Bazzino and Kesnet both still healthy, and both still stuck. They haven't chosen to flip the map, and with 30 seconds left, time is ticking. You're going to have to figure something out here soon. The thing is, the alarm bot, he's going to pass right through it here again. 20 seconds left on the round. So patient in how they approach this. And they're just, there's no way they have enough time. Are they just saving this?
Could be, yeah.
10
The classic 40-second save.
They lost so much map control. I mean, you had to walk back down here. They still didn't deal with actually, who was it, Russ? Who was also flanking, or Safe probably, who got the initial kill. So, yeah, absolutely. At that point, it's like, what do I do? They know the only option for us is TP, and that guy probably doubled back, so.
Well, and you're right. You saw it was Trex who, after getting the kills on the pinch, he started to rotate back towards A in case that was the play. So they were a step ahead of it. Ultimately didn't come out there, but you can see they're doing a very good job of dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and what have you. I got that right, didn't
All of the above. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I'm always afraid I'm going to get that backwards.
Did you say crossing? Never mind. I'm just not even.
2-2 here early on Bind. Gun round for both teams. Klaus with the Spectre.
They still have, obviously, all those guns. So this is a very doable round still for Crew, even though normally if they lost that fourth, it would spell disaster for the economy. But this time, they took quick control of Hookah instead. Much different pace compared to their regular default that they were running.
Feels like a bit of a fake though, no?
And they've actually bought a lot of utility out from Guild. They used already the Seas, they used already the Cosmic Divide.
Trailblazer now, yeah.
And I'm not even sure what Coldamenta stars are going to be, but there's still one down on short, and maybe he has a little bit more recovering too. But if there isn't, they should have an execute window that hurts, especially with Klaus's Viper's Pit. They find the site, and that goes down. That's really hard for Guild to retake without any utility.
See members of Guild start to scurry back, but again, you see it's so touch and go. They haven't fully committed to the rotation.
Shark's got the ult as well. The showstopper could be huge. No, he goes down. They're just taking the site, but Guild is holding strong.
So impressive, given all of the misdirection that was before them. Safe gets 3, not able to get the last, but Leo does. Wow. As Guild take the lead back. What a hold.
Util-less hold. That was fantastic stuff from Safe inside of the tube on the B site. And even losing the player in the back of site, Trex. It's ridiculous that they're able to hold that site. Kesnet falling on top of him. He already got the early entry, so got the comp from Trex. And that flick is nasty. This guy is playing at an elite level on land so far.
Early, too.
Early in
It's not
group
like he's
stages.
warming up either, yeah. Or, I mean, heck, perhaps he is.
Yeah, maybe there's more to come. Still able to scrape together a buy here from Crew.
I don't know how. I feel like it's been in shambles for a little while.
Those guns saved. And they'll still be able to buy next round, even still.
Mazzino getting that orb one step closer to having the Seekers online. You can see, given all of the antics that Guild have thrown their way, the flanks upon the flanks, first from A, then from B, and everything in between, they've left Kesnet back to make sure none of that's coming their way.
Yeah, he's been definitely a solo mission on multiple of these rounds. Oh, what a shot from Delzig.
Even back to yesterday, to go back to the Kesnet point.
Yeah, on Haven. Against Loud, he was just making it so difficult for them to get anything done on other sides of the maps, and that's why he just got an entry onto Coldamenta.
And look at the rotates off of that. One kill is all it took for Trex and for Leo to scurry to B.
And the crazy part, too, is Guild was doing a great job on this quiet round to get info on the side of the map that Crew wasn't. But then Kesnet fills the gap, and there's still 30 seconds for them to take this site against Safe. But we just saw what he did on the B site.
Remember here, 2 Sheriffs on the side of Crew. It hasn't mattered so far. And they start to funnel out. You do have some showers control, or at least you had it. As Safe not able to deal with the pressure heading his way. The spike goes down, a 5v2. You've got an op on one side. Perhaps you save it here. Well, I mean, they've got money for days. I don't know, do you go for it?
Difficult choice, but the op investment for Trex is already unconventional enough. He wants to save. And Leo, with the money that he has, wants to continue to find some exits, or at least hold on to the space for Trex.
Yeah, maybe throw some bows a little bit.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's still going to be a little dicey here. They're running up long B already. Look, Kesnet and Klaus. And Klaus is going first with the Sheriff. They're also recovering the Phantom that Kesnet dropped earlier with the kill on the Coldamenta.
That was crazy. You were mentioning at the beginning of the round, they had enough to scrape together somewhat of a buy, right? Like you had, 2 Vandals and Guardian, and then Sheriffs, and they still had money to buy into the next round. They've upgraded the gaps that they had in their buys for free.
We might not see an eco from them.
Yeah, that may have been as close as we're going to get.
Yeah.
I think ult economy starting to lean their way a little bit too. Kesnet and Klaus, yeah, they both have theirs. Mazino's close.
Yeah, they haven't really been a factor yet. Trex hasn't been able to find a spot to use a showstopper.
Yeah, that's
Klaus has had his Viper's Pit for a couple of rounds. That last round, Delzik with the massive shot down short as well. It's interesting because Crew, historically and in the first game as well, as they take Hookah and Kesnet doing what he does, that's the type of play you're expecting, Kesnet to charge forward and try to find the entry, but Delzik in the last round as well, contributing a little bit. It's a good angle from Trex with the op. Against Kesnet, the raise counterpart, but the flash pushes him away.
I don't think I heard the flash pop either. That may have been a fake flash that pushed him off the angle.
Just to find the angle, exactly.
And off of that, Crew once again deciding they don't like what they see or what they feel towards B.
The last time they showed that much into Hookah, though, they were hitting B.
Yeah.
And Safe had that round. This time, rotating very fast over towards A.
Which we've seen out of them a few times now.
Safe has got the Seekers, though, to get the information. And they know it's coming.
There's Kesnet Showstopper. Oh!
Pencil jump. Gravity Well denies it.
Yeah, he gets nothing. He gets some space, perhaps, but that's it.
Can he clear? Actually save? Yes, he does!
Oh, I didn't think he'd get it. I thought it was just at the last second. Now they're going to drop the Viper's Pit, too. Again, similar pulse plants to what we saw in round 1, what we saw in round 3. They're happy to give up the site, and then they're happy to fight back. Mazino's already taking care of Russ. The Seeker's out for Mazino as they try to push their way into that pit.
Even now, they don't even care. This pit goes down. Mazino with the flank all the way in, but he goes too far.
Gets a little froggy, ultimately pays for it with his life. Klaus still playing in his pit. Spike ticking away.
Oh, he's going to get guns again, man. Yeah. They're so forward-thinking. They knew this round was locked up, and Kesnet now in a position to completely ruin Guild's economy.
He is so pivotal to the success of this team. If he's able to find something, oh, Leo knows. A nade in his lap. Looks like it's all it's going to be. But, man, Crew, don't tease me. Don't tease me now.
He really wants the op, too. He could have gone for other players in that situation because he knows the op is hiding, but he really wants that.
And you can tell what their game plan is. It's pressure out of Crew. Suffocate you every step of the way.
Like Kesnet thought he was going to die there for a second. But clearing that bathrooms as well was so pivotal to keep that Viper's Pit up the entire time. And we're going to see now Crew looking like they're grouping up towards A, forcing Guild to still be in a position where they have guns with the amount of drops that were there, but this is much faster, more aggressive from Crew. And Kesnet's got the judge all the way into laps already. There's a Fatal coming out too. That's going to push them back, but they still have space.
Oh, Mazino not able to find anything there. You mentioned Trex with that showstopper. Nags that's swinging out, not able to find it either. But of course, it's the classic from Kesnet that gets the kill. 4v2 here in favor of Guild. Operator in the hands of Safe. And And again, pressure coming in from all sides. They decide to flip the map. Perhaps they find easier waters at B.
It's going to be really difficult for them to know that this flank is coming. Losing Nags early on that take. The trademark not a factor whatsoever in the fade. Haunt still keeping them in the sight right now. They should hear it now with that Trailblazer coming through.
They're not going to find much. Spike continuing to tick away. As Trex just goes forward, because why not? If you have the numbers, overwhelm them, throw too much at them, more than they can handle. Kesnet down to 17 HP as Trex gets 3.
And that one was just them, Guild, being able to completely disable Kesnet's judge push.
Yeah.
All the way through lamps. That didn't find anything. They weren't playing in that position. Getting 3 picks before the TP comes out. Trex finally also finding some value with that showstopper.
Spike down A.
And that didn't quite work out. So I think it's going to be back to that slow, more defaulty way of playing from Crew. Try to neutralize any early pushes, then rotate around the map with Kesnet trying to find an entry. And Nags has the op this time, so he might join in on the fun too. Yes, they're spread wide.
I think this will be the first round. We have 2 ops at play too, right?
Yeah.
Nags has 1, Safe has 1 too. And it looks like there's going to be a bit of a duel. Safe holding the angle. Oh, and Nags takes the high ground. Oh, but he flicks onto Delzik. Timing just a bit off. Delzik takes a step too far, and Safe punishes him for it.
That's a big misstep, but they're going to actually respond right back.
And there's the op that we were just talking about. Safe falls a 4v4 for the round.
And it's still not finding any space in long, though, and this probably is going to push him back. He might actually have to TP away. And all of a sudden, they have nobody coming through long to pinch with Leo.
But they have to commit. They fully send as Leo gets 3. And now the spike's in no man's land. Nags has no way in.
And the TP as well. Guild is being so aggressive when the hits are actually coming. The flanks in this game so far have been masterful. Even when teams have that as their main game plan in their compositions, they're not as good as these ones that are coming through right now. That one, just the TP, cutting off anything that's Russ coming through really, really fast after Leo gets that 3K. And the funny part, too, is Safe is not even playing the typical chamber in that situation and still picks off Delzik. That was a huge misstep, and we'll see it again, potentially. Because Delzik is peeking before Nags is even on the angle.
10 seconds left.
There's no jump peek for him, nothing like that at all. He's just trying to actually fight as well. A miscommunication for sure.
The intention being to be able to
draw some attention, yeah. And it's kind of speaks to how Crew is actually not necessarily setting up Nags at all the time, right? Even though he's playing a role that could be really, really impactful, their main focus is setting up Kesnet. And that is a good thing in most cases.
Well, you told the people we'd see it again, so.
One enemy remaining.
I guess we'll take Leo's 3K, which was pretty good too.
Yeah, Leo was fantastic in that situation. The Prowler to start things off, for him to swing off of everything. Really, really good. Guild, on the other side, is really playing for almost everybody on the team. Whether it's Leo, who does have utility of himself to set other players up, or Safe in this case as well, who's playing this guy too. They're throwing it for everybody. And this could be a Crew timeout to figure out how do we get back to that streak that we have at the beginning of the game. But right now, we're still seeing not an eco out for them, but the bank is going to start running dry as we end up towards the end of this first half.
Ball, I'm going to be honest with you. You think about Crew in the match that we saw them play yesterday, I think their stars were on.
Yeah.
I mean, they had insane performances, and I couldn't help but go into this series and think, are you going to be able to replicate that type of performance? Kesnet has to go bonkers. Nags has to do it as well. Mazzino had himself a day. Like, they all played super well, and I feel like, although it's early, I'm not feeling some of that same spark. You know,
I felt it at the beginning of the game. I think it might be there. I think the Guild is starting to get a real read on it. It's hard for them to adapt. I mean, we've seen multiple plays that are just flat out not working. Right?
Sure.
Where they're not able to find an entry. But at the same time, you're right. And I think, I was thinking at the beginning of this, it's going to be hard for them to go from beating Optic and Loud, both these teams, and still be able to be motivated to beat a team that's so much less expected than those two teams.
Yeah.
The 2 finalists from Reykjavik. It's crazy that we're here in this situation as well. And the players probably think so just as much, although obviously they think they can beat anyone. We've heard them say that plenty of times.
Kesnet has found himself a timing to tuck. In hookah, not gonna get any challenge quite yet, and you see Coldamenta talk about tucking.
He actually hasn't found any challenge throughout this entire game in hookah. Outside of the one round that Safe tried to op of top. I mean, that was almost a round ago, essentially. That was the only time they found anybody challenging hookah.
Oh, Coldamenta's been found too. That Trailblazer gave him away. Has to reposition. And they're burning the clock here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Into that midnight oil.
And Nags is nowhere near either, so they're going to have to hit this without him. Thankfully, they have 2-2 split coming through here.
Crew's really, Kesnet's the only one. They are going to go ahead and flush out Kesnet. Tip of the spear, Delzing falls, a swing out his ear as Kesnet's able to find one, the second. Now the operator in play, 10 seconds left. The spike not down yet, but numbers so heavily in favor of Crew. It'd have to be insane, and so far it's been that way. It's a 2v2 now. Spike landed. Russ and Safe both weak, but he gets the first shot, a 1v1, Safe. The flash over the top. No info gathered, but he swings around and he spots him, but not able to land the shots. Nexit now holding the angle with the op. He tries to go up top. He didn't see his head. Nexit doesn't land the shots as Safe gets 3 and the defuse.
A series of misplays, and Naxit almost bails him out. Still, Guild had completely taken control of this game. 6-4. And they're starting to rise up in the clutches too. I was talking about how successful Crew was in clutch situations. They had a 26% clutch rate against Loud. That is clearly not going to be the case so far this series until they really start to heat up. And Safe has been phenomenal on that B site. It looked though that Crew was going to be taking that site for the first time with some great success. Kesnet in the back of site getting the first 2.
Yeah.
But then they over-pushed. They overheated. All the way in the smoke against a frenzy and they lose the fight.
This is vintage Kesnet. This is the Kesnet that you were looking for in hookah a couple of rounds ago, right? Just go, take the space, take the fight and win it. Now mind you, he didn't win the second one.
No, and that's massive. If you can immediately even out the situation, that's not even going down to a 4v5 for Guild. And it's the ace of Kesnet. So they leave things to Mazzino, they leave things to Nags. And Guild, who's been so good with the mid-round information. Making the right calls, not necessarily always being able to make the holds because of it. And it will be Nags at Mr. Fourth Quarter. I don't know if we can still use that title. Oh, what a shot. Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe. Might still be the first quarter, but if he's going to deliver all quarters.
It's the third quarter of the first half.
The orbital strike comes down, and Russ falls too. Are they committing to this? I mean, they have Shower's control, so I guess why not? Yeah, they're going to push their way forward. They have the numbers advantage. Just Coldamenta and Leo remain. And they're just going to walk in. But that hold at that angle, it's just too easy. Now Leo with the unenviable task of trying to win a 1v4, and he's not going to be able to do it. Mazzino gets one step closer to having the Seekers online as Crew get to 5.
Last round in the half.
And we're staying really close, despite the heroics from certain players on Guild. Despite the situations.
Oh, the elbow. The elbow.
That is crazy from Nags. The slow peek, and it really works out. Russ not happy with that orbital strike either. And Crew saved themselves a potentially really bad half. And they putting up respectable numbers here, first half. Again, fast for Kesnet. He's done. He's done waiting. He's done with the defaults, done playing.
He's got the showstopper, and there it is. The first satchel out. He's not able to land the shot. Another nightfall that trades him back, keeps him at bay as the gravity well does the same right outside a window. And the initial aggression that they had, they wanted to bully their way in. Nothing. Gets stopped, gets neutered.
Little damage on safe, though. He has to be a lot more careful. Still has the op, though, so massive value possible from him. One thing that Crew has done fantastic in the last couple of rounds, even though most of them have not gone their way, has been the flank control. But still, look at Russ. He wants more. Colementa's joining him, too.
We've seen this so many times, so, I mean, surely you're expecting a flank at this point, right? Alarm bot.
What a good alarm bot, actually.
Yeah, it gives him away. Guy had no chance. And off of that, they have to give the space right back. You see him running back into showers.
They didn't get info either.
Yeah.
They're going to cut this off.
That's why you see him back at B. Meanwhile, the hit is A. Cosmic Divide with 30 seconds left in the round.
That gives them the plant, though. Oh, what a play!
Way.
They pulled him
he gets
in.
the kill?
That is so sick from Colementa.
Spike planted.
5v4. Spike did go down. Delzik holding, waiting to see if there's a flank along the way. Already has, he has a molly too. His Trex just goes ballistic. He tries to go in. He tries to go insane. And he's not able to do it. Klaus falls. Delzik just dropped the molly. Kesnet trying to find some space, but no, Cross holds him back. It's just too much. And with the molly there, yeah, it's going to delay things just a tad. But it's not going to be enough. Russ is going to get the defuse. A 7-5 half.
What an absolute play from Colementa and Guild. They really cooked some things up in that round, and that nets them 7. A great half for them, shutting down Crew, who looked like they wanted to strike back.
I still can't put the gravity well on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. We even saw it.
This is so cool. Look at his POV.
Oh, we even saw it and went, oh, they left enough room for the plant. Little did we know.
That Cosmic Divide leaves questions, and immediately Colementa answers in one of the coolest ways I've seen a planned Cosmic Divide used.
Great fucking off. Lost a pistol.
Yeah, it was great. It was. It really was. 7-5 half here for Guild. Crew, again, Ball, you mentioned they tried making a run at it. They tried keeping things interesting, and while they were able to swing some momentum back their way, it was Guild who ultimately were able to save the day, were able to take the 2-round lead in. We're going to throw it down to the desk, actually, to hear what they have to think about that Cosmic Divide Gravity Well combo, because it was gross.
Thank you very much, Doug. Yeah, what a combo there from Colementa. Big brain, knows what he's doing. It's a lead, but it wasn't a pretty lead.
Yeah, I think it was scrappy. I think it was tooth and nail, but I think that that's what that half required. Both of these teams are fleshing out what the other is going to have to offer, and I really don't think you're going to know going in. We did say maybe Fracture, there's some counterplay coming into that, but Bind was going to be a scrappy affair, and we knew it going into this.
Yeah, I do think there were a lot of rounds, though, for Crew that they overplayed. Like, amount, I think there was a time where we saw Mazzino run out of a Viper's Pit when you have an advantage. Like, we saw some pushes that just didn't necessarily make sense from him. The one thing that was good, though, is the fact that Mazzino's normally someone who comes back in that second half, but someone who had a very good first half, Leo, his utility was on point.
It's the utility. He might have been the top fragger for his team in that half. That's all well and good. That's very impressive. But the proactiveness of his utility is great. But then you know what's even better than the proactiveness of his Fade, of which he hasn't played this tournament thus far? He's played the Sova, he's played the Breach, and now the man is showing that he can be that triple threat, dare I say quadruple threat, depending on what comes in this tournament. And that's the kind of thing that I think, if he keeps up that proactive, reactive utility usage and couples it with his mechanical skill, oh baby, we have a world-class initiator on our hands.
I think that is the talking point here, right? We talk about the great fades that we have in the tournament.
Sure.
Enzo, Shao, they've had practice for months on fade, up until like the close to the grand finals of EMEA. Tom, Leo had not touched fade in a competitive game at all.
No, I think he's been incredibly good in this map so far, being reactive with it. Like the way he's using his prowlers to sort of deny the space, the way that you've seen the C's combined with a lot of Colementa's utility, which even excluding just that last round, which was sick, the fact that he was basically just slowing and making the explosiveness of Crew, well, neutered, as Doug put it, because they basically want to be running into these sites with Kesnet at the helm, and instead they go, well, oh, we've just run into like 15 pieces of utility, they've slowed right down, and then they come in at the end, and there's a stack up of players there.
Crew's map pick, they got to win it.
Yeah, they do. Let's see if these many rounds will be enough for Guild as well. Doug and Bala take us away into the second half.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, it'd be my pleasure to take us into the second half. The first half provided all sorts of nonsense. But yeah, now we can turn our attention to the second half of Bind. Again, Guild hanging on to a narrow lead, just 2 rounds.
It is such a good game so far, though. And I love the pace that Crew is pushing up towards the end. Kesnet just running it down, trying to find entries. But I also love the amount of creativity that Guild has, and they've got some things prepped that I don't think anybody's seen yet. Their crew also has a little combination of their own. They use the Trailblazer through the long TP, the bathroom TP. That nest Kesnet an orb already. Nags as well got a tricky situation in lamps with the shorty. TP combination.
That's the worst.
It's so hard to clear.
Quiet round out from Guild, as they've already gone through 40 seconds in the round. And they haven't shown very much. They haven't taken very much space either.
Looks like we're back to the slow pace that Crew had in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Both spotting the crosses of Hookah and Long, and they'll fall back and play sight. Nags trying to get aggressive here. That might pull some rotates off.
But it's not. Safe tried causing as much of a ruckus as he could while the rest of his team was trying to get into B. It was a flash in his face. It was everything, but they don't bite. They start to flip the map back, though.
30 seconds left.
And now, off of that, the audio cues, Crew can rotate back to A.
There's still a nade, though, here from Kesnet.
They haven't won the
Delzik
foot race.
still has bathroom.
Yeah, they haven't won the foot race. There's still utility on the other side. This is a problem. They're going to have to brute force their way in. There's a nade that you mentioned. No way. The triple, quadruple pump fake?
Decay through this orb, too. It's going to stay up.
Klaus never left. It's just too easy at this point. Perhaps tried getting a bit too, bit too nice with it.
What choice did they have? There was a nade coming in their face. They weren't going to be able to plant that spike for another, 5 seconds at least?
Yeah.
That would have left them with, 10? And then there's people swinging them, so no decision to be made there from Guild. And the idea to start off, I think, was really good. They actually baited even Nags to TP over towards B. And he started rotating because of that flash, because of the push from Safe. But then the hit just doesn't actually work out on the A site. And they spent way too much time.
But boy, did they try every single thing you could possibly fathom.
And that's now 2 pistol wins for Crew again. They played 3 maps yesterday, and they went 5-1. So,
which is pretty good.
That's very good.
Yeah.
And it's better than even what they were doing in Stage 2 in the qualifiers.
Worth noting here, yeah, while they did win the pistol in the previous half, ultimately the half itself didn't go their way. Guild was able to weather the advantage that Crew had and were able to convert it into a 2-round lead. We'll see if it's a bit of the same. As it's, again, another quiet round out from Guild. So patient. Remember, this is what got him in trouble last time. They don't have guns here. Perhaps they can try to be a bit more reckless, but you're having to work through all of the defenses that they have. It's a nice kill out from Leo. They've gotten somewhat. Well, they almost had. Leo was really the only one who had gotten through. Oh. That always feels bad.
One left hand.
That always feels bad.
2 jumping classic kills, but that's it. Feels bad. But also, it's really interesting that Leo pushes that smoke. We already actually see a tendency that Guild has. They do a lot more of those shallow smokes that aren't smoking spawn, aren't smoking elbow. And those are very abusable by Crew.
Interesting bit to note there, as you saw, Coldamenta, the only player on the side of Guild with any experience. Versus Crew. Crew that you mentioned has been here every single international event.
Yeah, and that was back when Coldamenta played with G2 at Masters Berlin last year. They took him down in the playoffs. And before that Champions run, that was the deepest they made, 8th place against G2. And so, actually, yeah, it's interesting. Coldamenta's undefeated against Crew. He's also the only player who's been to international land, so.
Hey, listen, man, a record's a record, all right?
Record's a record.
The dub's the dub.
See if we can keep it up.
Aggressive push out from Crew as they take all belong. And they get the gunfight that they were looking for, perhaps a bit more, and they bargained for, though, as they just kind of get picked to shreds, man.
I mean, that was really, really well done. Well handled from Guild to have the personnel in position. And watching that long push, that could happen. They always know Guild is going to cook something up on the bonus, right? That's how they have that incredible win rate throughout the qualifiers. And Guild says, absolutely not. Not when we come to an international stage, not when we're playing on LAN, not when we can see eye to eye.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, really nothing for Klaus to do there. Coldamenta gets 3 on the round. The play call was pretty, and again, it was Crew who took that. They wanted that space. They wanted to take the fight. And again, it ultimately just does not go their way. Guild now with a 1-round lead. They've weathered, at least for now, they've preserved the lead, and they've taken care of having lost the initial 2 rounds.
And while the bonus idea didn't work out, this, I think, is where Crew will start to thrive, at least on the defensive side. Or potentially is their win condition. When Nags gets the op online, he's got it right now.
He's going to be holding a short angle. Russ on the other side. The thing is, he can play just... Oh, he's not. He creeps just a little bit further. He's got a shot at it. The swing's there, and Russ takes the damage, not ultimately falling. And they want to push forward. He's going to satchel his way in with 7 HP. It was off of the decay, and he somehow stays alive. Now with 41, that's not decay. That's the real thing. The spike still has not made its way out, and Trex is not satisfied with what he's taken, but the bullets go wide, and he's not able to get the kill he's looking for. Safe does. As he gets 2, now the Seeker's in play. 3v2 here is Nags. You mentioned the win condition. He's got the operator. He's got to do something with it here.
Already down to 36 HP, and he's barely seen anything so far. Plus, they've got the orb that is difficult to work through, and yeah, the decision's being made.
Yeah. Guy didn't get a chance to play the game.
That was a ridiculous round. Nags didn't get a chance to play the game. It felt like Klaus, even though he got the kill, eventually didn't get a chance to play the game. Trex, who double satcheled into the site.
He was the only one who played the game.
I mean, he was also got hit by this. I mean, there's so many things that happened that round. And the rest of Guild was not even close to being able to join him until the flashes end up falling off. So they'll take it. That is huge for Guild. The first gun round after the bonus, and they convert it. That definitely forces Crew down. Unless they maybe go for like a double. I mean, actually, they 2 guns saved, so maybe not at all. Maybe we're going to see a repeat of the first half.
So far, we are holding to form. We'll see a judge in the hands of Trex.
So that indicates Lamps. They're going to push Lamps here.
Yeah, given his antics in the previous round.
Yeah, he has some of the best double satchels I think I've seen since Bunny at an international tournament. He gets so high up. It is insane. Plus the speed, straight into Lamps, and nothing found.
Not yet. Look at him pushing his way forward. The guy's fearless. They have full U-Haul control. As Crew has to give the space up.
Nags rightly backs up. Yep, space given. He's going to rotate around, switch spots with Kesnet. And this should be able to follow up with this Trailblazer, but they're all grouped right now, still delaying a lot.
The nade is what kept him back. They still have to deal with Trex. He's still there. The nade is what kept them back. He was not able to establish that space yet again. As Trex, stalwart in his positioning, refusing to give up an inch. But the defuse, it got stopped just at the very end. Nags was able to find one with the operator. Now Leo pushing his way forward. Kesnet on the other side, the satchel in his lap, but the kill comes through anyway. Leo gets another. Leo with 3 as Guild gets the round.
This kid is unbelievable. The amount of super impactful moments that he's had is so high so far at this event. And that just marks another one. 16-8. Finds the kill on the Delsnick and just cleans up both Kesnet and Nags.
That's going to lead.
And he's fired up too.
For good reason, man.
He should be.
For good reason. Guild holding on to a 3-round lead here. Still guns on both sides. You hear the Viper's Pit dropped instantly to deny any sort of anything towards a short, or at least attempt to.
Again, that same Trailblazer used early from Azino all the way through the bathroom TP. Does not spot anything. So what info are they going to be able to gather here? Can Delsnick take the fight? No, he jumps out of hookah at the perfect time for Guild to take the space. The smoke's going to come down on the other side of the map.
Delzik playing in the safety, or well, at least I thought it was safety. Oh,
dude, they're insane. They just satchel it into the nade.
That's a bad day. That's a real bad day. You hear the showstopper go off. Kesnet not able to find anything. It's a 3v3. Stormate's on the side. Nag said he was concealed. He was tucked, and he comes up big at the end for Crew.
Still, though, they hold on strong. But that execute was just beautiful to watch.
Unless you were Delzik.
Unless you were Delzik. The satchel to push him into the gravity well, into the nade on the other side of that tube.
And a prowler on one side.
Yeah, beautiful.
Nowhere it was safe.
This is where I was talking about Crew potentially coming alive. It's in Mazzino. It's in Nags' hands. These guys are defensive-sided players. Mazzino, a huge upswing when he switches to that defensive side. We'll see if anybody can join with the aggression that Kesnet showed towards the end of that first half. Mazzino, you said it, was wonderful yesterday against Loud. Had that ace, had multiple clutch moments, and just quite hasn't been there so far today. But we got plenty of Valorant still to play.
Kid maybe warming up here as Guild call a timeout. Again, they still hang on to the lead, but you kind of wonder here, given, again, I think about Nags and the fact he was able to maintain Octagon control, and that was the problem at the end of the round. Perhaps it's shoring up these little things here, and Guild could be okay, because it feels a lot, Bala, like what we saw out of Crew yesterday. Their win condition was so heavily based around their ability to apply pressure from unexpected areas.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Nags just did.
Yeah, definitely was. The focus from Guild certainly came through to try to clear the back of sight, try to clear the cubbies, not necessarily focused on the elbow push, or really even long at all. So, the gun rounds continue. This is again, Trex goes fast. He actually goes with a satchel. He goes ahead of the Boombot instead of behind.
Little things, man.
These little things are so difficult to expect with the way that Guild is prepped in these situations. Klaus down. The Viper Molly's not going to be there to delay it. The wall not to be able to be used at all either. So Nags has to try to get info himself.
Shots go a bit wide. Trex still manages to preserve his life. Note he has a showstopper.
I like that though from Nags. Not getting over eager, getting the information. That was his goal. Sure, if he got the kill, and he almost did, it would have been okay. Safe heals him up though. So blinded. Info is all that they garnered. Have to watch here. If this hit goes to the A site, they've got the trademark, they've got the Brim ult as well, and they've got Kesnet to put his body in front, try to get that trademark down. And the slow field paired with the Brim ult could be disgusting.
The Cosmic Divide is there. You see the Seekers clearing out all of B. There's no doubt about it. They know that the hit's coming day. The Spike's still not
30
done.
seconds left.
Now Coldamenta on the plant. Delzik with the orbital strike. Oh, right up there. There it is. And it delays.
That's great though. They can't push through this. The Cosmic Divide is holding for now, and he doesn't even get punished late in that.
Spike now playing it. Delzik still playing backside as he pushes his way forward. There's a player right up top. The flash timing was gorgeous as Trex isn't able to deal with it. Delzik now still having to deal with what's in showers. Nags that left in a 1v3 and with 650 credits and 25 armor to his name. That's not a fight he's interested in taking.
Oh. Again, such a good round from Guild. They cleared the front of that Cosmic Divide so well. And then Coldamenta is 4 steps ahead of Crew, who wanted to Brim ult that plant immediately. He tapped the spike, moved all the way over to the site that he didn't want to plant, knowing that the orbital strike's not going to come on the first tap. And then goes back to the spot that he wants to eventually. Has to kind of force the speed. Timing doesn't exactly work how he wants to. Okay, Nags. Keeping this gun is huge. He could drop it and pull up the tour de force next round.
Again, as you know, we mentioned at the end of the round, 650 credits. This has become such a big factor at this point.
What a good peek from Trex there too. And then this was close to being disgusting positioning from Trex on top of that shed. Thankfully safe. Or actually, the flash from Mazzino is the one that got him down. And we'll move ahead into the 20th round. First time Guild's actually putting a lot of pressure here towards Bathroom. I think for good reason. Trying to find out where Nags is going to be with that tour de force, but look at him. He's all the way down long. He's gotten so much information here. They could potentially leave him with the trademark. But no, there's still only 2 players on this A site.
Nightfall to pave the way, but they're a bit timid in their approach. They're not funneling their way all the way out. Trex gets a kill onto Kesnet with the nade. Russ hits the tap and then pulls back. You have to keep in mind, Nags it on the flank, but is it going to be too little too late? Is the play going to be over by the time he arrives? No, it's Delzik who keeps them back for now. 3v2, Leo's so weak. And Delzik has gone unscathed.
Nags is so slow. It's literally all Delzik right now. Finally, he's here, and it's a double! Nags!
Forget the timing. It doesn't matter if you're late if you're going to do that. Leo now with 5 HP to win out this 1v2. He spots one player, he makes it a 1v1. It's Delzik who's there. He's been a hero for Crew the previous 2 rounds. Delzik on the tap. Leo holds fast, but Delzik lands the shots. Crew refuse to go away.
They do not stop. And from around that, it looked like Kesnet was trying to do it all on himself, pushing past lamps, past where Delzik was. Completely not finding any value for himself. Leaves it to Delzik and Nags. And I thought Nags was leaving him out to dry, but no. I mean, what an impactful bullet. Look at this double, this collateral. You can't even see the second guy behind the Viper wall. That just hurts.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Collabs are like cool too, but that with the impact on that, the value on that, knowing that you are down in numbers, that changes everything.
It's a top 21 player right there.
I feel like I've said this a lot. Guilds still hang on to a 2-round lead.
He goes for the Trailblazer when he's peeking in front.
That was the first thing he saw. Orbital strike now to delay, and look at that. They're a bit off segmented, yeah. Trex makes his way through. Now they can follow.
No smoke here. They're recognizing the fact that Guild likes these weirder smokes on this map. And it pays off. Nags finds Russ.
Trex has to go hunting, and yeah, he still has the 2 satchels. He can go right up top. He's only able to get 1. Kesnet with the trade. 4v2 here.
Spike planted.
This Guild don't have very much as far as numbers go, but they did get the spike down.
Obscuring vision.
Oh, the smoke for Leo to play into. Late for them both to play into. Trying to deny that's tap or anything like this, but there's a timer on this.
Cold Menta not able to get anything. Leo, 1, and that's all it's going to be. Delzik's going to get the defuse. It's now 1-round lead for Guild.
Crew not willing to let an undefeated map for them slide in the first map of the series. Their map pick. And Guild's gonna go for a timeout here as well. Nags, that's what I'm talking about. He's not smoked up in that position. And I love that Kesnet's tucked on that angle right there. That's not normally something you do. You're trying to get a pick, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They know the showstopper's coming. They hear the satchel. He tucks immediately. Nags is trying to stay wide. His TP's not active yet. And they get the trade for it.
You mentioned Guild calling a timeout. This Crew have just kind of been the shadow of Guild for what feels like the entire map. Right, Guild, they get a couple of steps away, but it just, Crew doesn't go away. They're lurking around, they're hanging around behind them. Now the gap down to 1 round as you feel the pressure begin to build. Again, folks, a decider for Group A, right here. The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
Absolutely. And they really want a map 1 victory. Guild's so close to flipping this.
But can they hold on?
That's going to be the question right now, and their money's not holding on. It's not going to be pretty for them. It is absolutely not going to be pretty for them. Because Crew have a chance to really put themselves up, even potentially to overtime point right away.
Yeah.
Nags has still got the op as well. They recovered that last round too. 17 and 12 he's improved to on this defensive side now. Flash trades, and Crew has not given any thought at all to this setup that Guild is doing where they're throwing the molly all the way from short to try to trap players in Octagon. And that's because Nags is switching up his position, and they're just not getting lucky in the rounds that they're choosing to do that. Here comes the wall, the late curtain as well. Not something you normally see on Bind. Usually that's immediately put down. But they wanted to leave it potentially. Oh, they might go B in this case. Instead, they'll just prowl her up, and another smoke kill from Kesnet.
And note, that was, I mean, they were just trying to funnel their way in. They had the cover. They had gotten a couple of players into U-Haul.
Nags just cleared so far at bathrooms as well that he has free reign to peek through bathrooms late. And his TP's all the way back up towards heaven.
Meanwhile, Cole Demento was flirting around in Hookah, seeing if he could find anything, now rotating back towards A with the rest of his team. And that gives them the numbers advantage.
I do like this freeze though, but Crew just sent to flash down down long, so they know they're not rotating off back into long. I think what they're doing right now is waiting for Safe to have a flash back up. No, they're just gonna swing out of lamps, and Crew's there with the crossfire. Kesnet and Delzik are just destroying them and destroying that push.
Yeah, the gun difference here, very evident. That's Cole Demento. Ooh, he spotted him.
10 seconds left.
Have I told you that sheriff skin gives you automatic headshots?
You have.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You believe me?
Yeah, I use that sheriff skin. I've never missed a shot.
Friends at home, if it's in your shop, go buy it. After the game, though.
Live now? Okay. Whoa.
After the game.
When did you become a shill?
Yo, come on.
11-11, all tied up. And yeah, we expected that situation. But the thing is, Crew has another buy in the tank. So even if Guild wins, Crew has 2 chances here to get to overtime point. If Crew wins, Guild is reset. Their money is not going to be there.
Yeah.
So this is it for Guild. Do or die on this map.
Again, I have to mention how Crew have been so persistent on refusing to give this map up. They've hung around the entire time and now find themselves on the precipice of winning this thing back. You see the Viper's Pit drop. But they've taken the space that they want. They have showers control too. I mean, if you've given it already, why not?
Sure, the showers control is crucial for this too, because they're not going to be able to scale with it.
You see the Seekers come out to try to find some info on what's happening in the Viper's Pit, but the Nightfall's going to deny.
Kesnet's got double satchel and hold here. He can go crazy into that pit.
Freaking A, of course he goes. Why is that even a question? Drops it and he gets the kill onto Russ, and now the pit's down. Kesnet trying to find more, and he does. As Guild are in so much trouble, man, with 3 members left. Yeah, they have showers control. The gravity well's going to pull him off the defuse like we've seen before, but Kesnet with the 3rd. As Guild down to very little. Perhaps Trex and Leo can do it. Trex trying to push his way forward, and way too many members on the other side. Yeah, they get the kills at the end, but Crew get to map point.
Oh, and he gets the gun down too. Leo, no escape. And that's what I was talking about. What a round from Kesnet. This guy a monster. I've seen that situation literally unfold so many times with this guy. We're so familiar with him at this point. And the Trailblazer was perfect. It stunned Russ in that situation. So you're wondering, how did he just guess where he was? It was not a guess. That's cohesion there at its finest. Kesnet knows how good that round was, and also knows now their best chance to end this.
Final round, potentially, of the map here. Again, Crew have been on the doorstep of this, and they've finally taken the lead with eyes on the prize. They were able to cauterize and capitalize on what was put before them, and now they're in a position to put Guild away.
I can't believe they got the spike down so fast, though, in this round. A 5v5 retake, and the tools are not there this time. Thankfully, no Viper's Pit. Tracks up in that spot again. They spotted him already.
Feels similar to what we saw, though. No showstopper this time, but Kesnet is still able to find value. 5v4 here. Crew with the advantage. Safe trying to find something a little cheeky. And he does.
On the defuse already, though. Is there a molly out? Yes, the pull as well.
He's going to delay for a little bit longer. Again, Crew still have the numbers advantage. Perhaps Leo can find something, and oh my gosh, he does. He finds the back of Zeno's head. Leo gets another. It's all down to Kesnet. And I don't think there's any way in. Not this time. Leo with 3. 12-12, baby.
We go overtime. Let's go. Guild and Crew delivering on this first map in spades. Kesnet as well in the last couple of rounds. But Guild just pushed onto the site. Low money, low utility, and they still make it work. Their executes have been phenomenal. And that's no different right there. We're going the distance. And we've set ourselves up for such a phenomenal qualification match in the playoffs.
Huh.
Now that is very interesting.
Yeah.
That's only the first two games that either of these teams played. Crew against Loud and Guild against Optic.
Mark 2.
See things here, Crew starting off the first overtime round on attack. And again, very reminiscent of the opening rounds, or the opening halves really for both sides. Quiet, waiting to see if there's any aggression on the other side. Nags rocking the glass cannon here. And he's gonna get an angle at something if Coldamenta goes a bit too far. The shot doesn't land, the swing is there. Nags with 9 HP has to back up.
He thinks he's playing regulation in there. He thinks he has head undershots. That's why he swings back into it. The muscle memory.
Yeah.
Almost gets Nags completely dead. And Massino's running back. Yo, let me heal you. I got you.
But don't make the mistake again.
And the thing is, though, he's giving up that space. And look at the rotate from Guild. 4 players are going to be here.
And now
the Trailblazer spots everything.
They know there's an op on the other
side.
side.
Oh, Kesner's dead.
Yeah, there's no way out of that. You see the C's nade combo. Finding value. The star for Crew.
I love this. Mazzino just walking out. They've given up the space right now. Oh, but they smoke.
And he doesn't take elbow, so off of that, Guild are still going to be able to approach this retake from 2 different angles. Molly from Brim, Molly from Viper to deny, to delay anything coming in from Spawn, but it's going to be a pinch in from the other side too. Note now 3 angles with which Crew are going to have to deal with this. Trex swings his way out. Klaus already able to take care of him. How much more can he find? How much faster can he hold as he finds his second? It's just Safe and Leo that remain. Spike ticks away. Mazzino tries to swing it out, not able to land the shot. It's a 2v2 here. Nags again has that operator. What can he do with it? It's gonna have to be Safe who does it himself. A 1v2. Time not on his side. No way. He's able to get it to a 1v1. But again, not enough options. He's got to deal with the swing, but I just don't know that there's enough time. He got the kills, but the defuse is not gonna come through. Crew take the first overtime round.
And in a fashion that is super reminiscent of their game against Loud. They lose the opening duel. Kesnick falls to the C's nade combo.
The deja vu in it.
And they just walk it back into the site. Look at this. Beautiful stuff from Guild. And the read was perfect for them too. Remember, they had 4 people on this site as this hit's about to come through. But Klaus holds strong inside a hookah. And the rest is history. Safe almost makes it work, but not quite there. And that's a sigh. Well, losing hope a little bit.
I mean, Nags played it so well, waited until the very last possible second to challenge that.
We swap sides again. Guild really strong in these executes. They're setting up really fast. They've got Octagon control. Look at this pocket that Mazzino's in.
That boy's in trouble. Oh, okay, forget it. He's not in trouble. He is the trouble. Mazzino with 3. Guild thought they had him trapped, but he punches right back.
Such a good play from Klaus and Mazzino. They haven't used that pocket at all, and Guild have not noticed that it exists. Tucks himself in it, they drop the Viper wall, and he frags out.
For this to be how they potentially lose the round, Safe has to throw it and reverse the satchel in his feet. Still gets a kill onto Kesnet.
They've got time to work with. 2 versus 5 to hold on to the game.
They just don't have the personnel.
2
and
versus
it's
3.
now, it's a 3v2 now.
Oh.
Safe, again, a 1v2, 24 HP. Spike just out of reach.
They're separated right now. He gets the information in Octagon. Oh, but Mazzino's being a little bit disciplined. Gonna group back up.
30 seconds left. Safe. With so much before him if they swing out at the same time. Actually, if he's able to isolate some of this, he's gonna get a shot at it. Nothing seen. Delzik on the swing, he hears that. The molly in his lap, Safe. Gets it, and now the Seekers come in play, but with 13 seconds left, he still has to get the spike through and get it planted.
10 seconds left.
Is there enough time? Mazzino holding the angle. Safe has to go. He has to go now. He's just waiting for the fight to come through, and it's not going to happen. What a way for the map to finish. And, of course, Mazzino with the 4th at the end. The hero for Crew when they needed him most.
Just an unbelievable round from him. To tuck himself in there. And then to close things out in the anti-clutch, the 1v1 against Safe. Guild almost pulled it back. But yeah, they were so close to tying that back up.
For Safe to have the performance that he had.
Yeah, 22 and 18, but you know, I can't help but go back to that 1v1 at the end there. He was so cautious, so apprehensive, and ultimately that's what cost him. Time was not on his side. He had to go.
What can you do? A molly at your feet. Still such a fantastic performance from him, from Leo. But Crew, the resilience, man, they show it so often. The comeback against Loud yesterday on Icebox. In map 3, and now this one too. They're really showing a different Crew here that they showed at Reykjavik.
Yeah. Couldn't have gotten much worse than what we saw at Reykjavik, mind you. But man, the tenacity, right? Like the stubbornness, really, with which they played just this map. For them to hang around and be as close as they were, and then in overtime get the kills that they needed, take the lead, take the win. Yeah, that's impressive.
I didn't even realize Mizuno spammed him at the end there up through the box. And the crazy part too, I think this is going to be Guild actually getting humbled a little bit because they're feeling on top of the world after beating Optic 2-0.
Yeah.
Right? Sure,
Yeah,
two
yeah,
overtime games. It's very difficult game, but super solid.
Yeah. I think the other thing we have to mention is that Des was talking about it. Crew had to win map 1 because it's very unlikely that they're able to take map 2, and while it was close, they freaking did it, man.
Yeah, they absolutely did.
Map 1 in the books, map 2 on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I know about what I know about what I know about what I know about what I know what I know about 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 I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
It's another overtime here at VALORANT Masters Copenhagen, but this time it went to the side of Crew. I'm back here with Jess and Tom. What a match that was. I feel like we got given everything that we ever asked for.
No, yeah, we had all of the sort of cool executions coming out from the likes of Guild, like having these sort of mega big brain plays, and then on the other side of things, you had these explosive rounds from the likes of Kesnit, like basically just upsetting everything that was being attempted on the other side. No surprise to see that man right at the top of the board. It's the man on the other side that's sort of the biggest surprise, not because it's him, but because of the agent he's playing.
I mean, even I got to give a shout out to my man Delzig as well. He is someone that has underperformed time and time again, and it's someone who hasn't been able to step up in the international sphere. He came into the first match, also had a little bit of a trip and stumble, but
this was hilarious. It's the fact that
speaking of,
they actually win this round as well. The amount of utility that was just thrown in, like pushing him into this nade as well, and just basically from then onwards, you just see the firepower of this roster. Mizzino on the defensive side always causes them issues, but Guild just got caught multiple times by these cheeky little angles, these off plays. Like you can go into OT Mizzino's 4K towards the end where it's just like he's in a position that he basically hadn't played for the majority of the game, and so Guild are like, well, he's not going to throw that in now, is he?
I mean, look, predominant amount of damage going to the side of Guild as well, but Crew coming out and showing, and that's something we actually attribute to Crew 9 times out of 10. If we're talking about damage, we're speaking about Crew in the server. Now we get to sit here, and again, I get to say that it is a team effort from Crew. It is not Kesnit and friends. This is the kind of performance that we needed from them. They did turn around and say there has been coaching shifts, there has been a little bit of shifts around for the roster, but they can come out and they can perform as a team.
Yeah, and things could have been a lot differently if Guild could just win a pistol.
Yeah, I feel like we've said that a few times about different teams throughout EMEA, all of us on the desk right now. Not entirely sure whether or not this is over a mass amount.
I guess the way we could almost say it is that this is what they played during the season, and what they're currently doing at this event, the percentage is much higher.
Yeah, what about, like, look, my stat skills off the top of my head are not, but they've lost 1 pistol so far.
What, 8?
8 out of 8, and that's a pretty good turnover. And actually, we can use that graphic to sort of convert and saying, well, usually they win around 60% of them. Now they're winning over 90% of it. That's converting a lot of these rounds. And when you're talking about OT, I'm sure you agree with me here, Tom, 1 singular round, maybe moving it into the second and converting, that's huge in a match like this.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about if it was enough for a Guild when they were on the first half, and clearly, in the end, it wasn't enough. But one man who tried his best for his team, of course, is Safe here in the Verizon high-speed moment. I'm going to take you guys back a little bit because this, Tom, was also nuts.
Yeah, I feel like we had so many different plays like this throughout, but it was just the fact that, especially in that first half, Safe was able to just basically lock down positions just off his own individual skill. And we saw that throughout from the likes of Leo as well in post plants. Like, I think he had so many 3Ks just throughout this map, but honestly, I think that they had those explosive plays, and it kind of come down to if they just won one of those pistols, they probably close this easily. Like that's the problem here.
You just got Mizzino, the kind of second-hand man, the duo of Kesnit, and the more, I would say, cerebral player on the roster compared to Kesnit, who just runs and guns. It's Mizzino who's trying to balance both the mechanics and the kind of pre-thought to reactive and proactive is really good from Mizzino there. And he himself, you asked me about the the triple kills, the double kills here. That was shared around the server simultaneously by almost every player. So every player was putting up the numbers in, double and triple kills.
I mean, this is what we spoke about with Crew when it's not just Kesnit and friends. They're able to put out, achieve results like this. But before we talk about the second map of Fracture, let's take a look and check out the AIM Lab shoot-around with, drum roll.
At the back of the head, can you tell?
It's Nags, it's Nags, it's Nags, it's Nags. Yeah, that's Nags.
Why does he need to do tracking?
I'm doubling down it.
Why does he need to track when all he needs to do is point and click?
I was about to say, like, the man playing the operator is tracking. That's going to be interesting, but I think actually going into this next map, it's going to be fairly interesting watching him in particular. I think he's a perfect highlight because that was the one thing that really shone through on Fracture was his defensive start to that map. He was a menace. That was the only reason that map was even close. Like, they probably should have got bodied out by Loud when they played it, but he did so much. I think it was like 12, 13 kills in like the first, like, I don't even know, 6, 7 rounds.
Yeah, he's having really the tournament of his life so far. I feel bad for ever criticizing him at any point. We are moving on to Fracture, which is Guild's pick. We've seen Crew play Fracture already, and it did come down to pretty close results against Loud, Jess.
This is why I think Guild have picked this. They've turned around and they've gone, what we were able to show on Icebox, for example, is a perfect read of our opponent to a T. Same on Split, same on other maps like that, where they've been able to show they understand quite down to the micro level what their opponent's going to do. What better thing to do than sit all of last night after watching Fracture and going, you do this, you do this, you do this. You don't have time to change this, but we have time to put something in place to counter you. I wonder if that's it.
The only thing I will say, though, is that if a team loses, they're more likely to try and fix stuff. Like, if they'd won the game and you go, I'm now going to counter everything, I feel like that's a very smart move because you're not going to adapt much to stuff that worked.
But do they have time?
Yeah, that's the only real problem for Crew. I do still think they had a lot of very solid reads when it came to their defensive side, and I highlight him a lot, but I really want to look at Mazzino on this map. I think the way he was using his wall was one of the most irritating things. He shut down Les like it was absolutely nothing, and I'm telling you now, Les is an excellent Fracture player. He was my highlight player going into that map, and he got obliterated by Mazzino.
We're going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select very soon, but when it comes to the compositions, you know, Crew, they run something very, very meta. Guild, on the other hand, I'm not sure if I want to see the Astra come back in once again.
Astra Viper? Yeah, I think they can definitely have their combos. Like, we've seen it in the past where you have it alongside that Raze and Breach. Like, you can basically have the nastiest combos possible, but I do think just like the pace of which you can move at with Brim, it's one of the maps where I actually think the stim is useful. Like, it may be one of the only ones because of those stairs.
Well, so far, everything looks pretty like how we expected on the side of Crew. They're not changing anything. But Calder has changed it up, and we're going to have a mirror matchup. Okay, Guild are going with a meta.
All right, we'll get rid of the Viper. We don't find it necessity. That's fine by me. Also, that Astra not being in play for me. I mean, the Brim coming in and being the player, I don't mind. I did wonder about the sort of combo with the Raze, and that's going to be the Breach for them. And then Russ bringing out the wall in combination. That was something Crew went up against. They had a counter wall to go up against with that barrier orb from the other Sage. So is it going to be a Sage diff here? Russ had a pretty abysmal map, number one. That's the player I'm actually going to look at here to make a bit of a difference, both in utility and presence.
Yeah, for sure. I think that this is definitely going to be an exciting head-to-head matchup. I think you've got the likes of Leo and Klaus playing almost polar opposites in the way that they actually look at this Breach. I think that Klaus is so good at actually setting up the likes of Kesnit in particular on this map, so definitely going to be worthwhile watching when it comes to that attacking side. But again, have to highlight Mazzino, and I think his counterpart Russ had a rough map in the first one, so there could be a Sage diff here.
There really could.
I mean, they changed things up, right? Russ was on the Viper on the first map. Wasn't his best performance, but over here on the Sage, Jess, we'd expect things to be a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, I would hope so. I think maybe there was a lot of expectations on his shoulder on map number one, and of course he's not meant to be the star player either, but he also didn't have the impact at the very minimal level that you should have. So I think moving on to the Sage here, I think his job will be very obvious as to what he needs to do, and set plays maybe with the Viper, Snake Bites and everything. It's a lot to deal with in a round, but he knows what they need to do. And do you guys know if they're starting on the attack or defense? That might change my little...
Looks like Crew is starting on the defense.
Well, there you go. That's going to be the attacking. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the attacking, sort of get the walls in, get the job done, and then become the gunner for the team. I want to see it.
I mean, also, if we look at the wider story here, the winner here, if Crew are able to take this map, they become the first team to lock in a playoff spot out of the group of death, Tom. That's going to break everyone's pick'ems.
Yeah, mine are already broken.
Yeah, mine are gone.
They're already broken. I did have Guild going through, but I had them going through in the lower bracket match. I thought that it was going to be plain sailing for the likes of Loud or either Optic, but the fact is, hasn't been the case. That's the elimination match, and honestly, you don't want to be in that decider because Optic are known for coming back, and Loud, they're always a team to fear.
I'm just a little worried that map number one wasn't as clean from Crew as I would have liked it to be. We said they needed to win. They did that. Check that off the box. There's a little sub dot point to that in my mind of you also had to really claw it back in an OT fashion just to get it. Am I sold on your performance there? Not 100%, but do I think Fracture can bring us prizes? I think that just comes with the nature of Fracture, does it not? So there's opportunity there for sure.
Well, I do think of any team though, like I would agree with you if there was like maybe an FPX on the board. It's like winning your map so as cleanly is cool. If it's Crew, though, winning an OT, you see them screaming, passionate at the end. They're going to come into this one, goes, it doesn't even matter what map it is. I'm running into them. I'm killing them all like Kesnit. You can see in his eyes. He's going for them.
I will say on the other side of this, after the results of FPX, Guild, they have to finish top 4 now in this competition if they want a direct invite to Champions.
True.
So the pressure is even higher for them. A brilliant debut yesterday, but Jess, do you think they can pull it back yet?
I think if you pick this map, you've got to plan, and it has to be confident. The same thing, we can actually put the same statement onto Guild here that we put onto Crew on map number 1. Obviously, if they don't win this map, they lose the series.
Yeah.
But conversely, if they don't do it confidently, map number 3 is gonna be a sort of stickler for them, I think, moving forward.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for being the guests on my podcast here.
Of
I'm going to throw
course.
this to Doug and Vala. We're in game.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. So you're happy. I mean, if you want to come hop on the booth, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, come on down.
Yeah, throw it down with us a little bit. Listen, I did want to mention this, Bala, as we talk about stakes and setting the stage for what's before us. Crew,
Yep.
they've been on the precipice or in playoffs a lot.
Yeah. They're trying to actually make it a 75% playoff success rate in the events of Masters that have had playoffs. Obviously, they've been here every single time at Masters.
Yeah.
But Reykjavik was the first time that they actually failed. So we're going to see them right now. A quick approach from Guild inside of Arcade, and it's almost everybody except for Safe.
Oh, Delzik. Look at you with your...
Sure.
Yeah. I couldn't even bring myself to say it.
It's disgusting.
They've
got two shorties, bro.
They funnel out onto the side.
Oh,
They
no.
managed to avoid some of that. Oh, and then there's a jumping classic.
Yeah, neither of them get any value, and honestly, the worst even gets the kill.
I mean, it's the best gun in the game.
It's a 3v3 right now.
30 seconds left.
And everybody from Crew stuck behind the wall. Safe is going to take the fight still into it. Crew doesn't get any trade from that.
3v2 here. Spike's been planted. It's just down to Kesnit. He's got 25 HP. And nothing but a ghost. How on earth does he get through this? Now his position's been given away. Use those 12 bullets. That's kind of all he's really got going for him here, though. Clears that first tight angle. Again, time just not on his side here. Way too many things to deal with.
Yeah. And they set up the crossfire perfectly. You have Russ just tucking into Canteen, Golden Menta falling all the way back, and Safe after the first shoulder peek. A little bit of discipline for him. And attempts to find an orb, and only finds the death orb. And that will be, as Jess was mentioning on the desk, the first pistol round win for Guild in this series. And they were actually great against Optic in pistol rounds. They were 3-1. Not as good as Crew, but Crew played an extra map, so.
Right here.
This is a good sign for Guild, given the fact that the game was so close on bind and they lost both pistols.
Yep.
Thankfully, they won both bonuses. So we'll see if Crew can do the exact same. They are fantastic in anti-bonus rounds, which should be coming up ahead. Unless they have something new on the eco round, they're just going to push it.
It may not be new, but it is fast, it is aggressive, and it has, at least for now, failed.
They did this so often against Loud in the last game, so it's no surprise to see Guild prepped up. One kill comes through for Kesnit, but they accepted that push with open arms. Wow. Even taking the precautions to go underpass, get the other orb.
They're thorough.
I mean, they could even go dish if they want. No. I don't think they got it, no.
Well, the kill comes through. Either way, Leo's 1 point away from having his Rolling Thunder online, and we're going into round 3. That's insane. Leo with a great start. He popped off on map 1. He seems to be continuing that trend here on Fracture.
He had 28 kills in that first map. A quiet 28
Yeah, quiet.
kills.
I was
For
about to say
usually
that.
when we see Leo pop off, it's like, oh my god, this guy's the best initiator. But we barely even realized the situation that he put himself in. He tied Mara for the most kills so far at this event in a map. And once again, Crew is grouping here. 3 players at dish. They put a deep smoke in halls, which indicates that they're fighting for it. But Guild don't care. They're going to swing through it and realize, hey, there's nothing here. We already put our smoke down. We don't want to waste it. Should go for a sand push.
Bomb buddy out.
Scurry on back. And Klaus still has some of the utility. The wall's going to go up to deny any sort of entry. Not from tower.
Oh, Top trying to get info on the other side of the smoke, but Safe has already found his way into the back of the site. He's able to pick off a couple of members of the crew. Relatively effortless fashion. Guild still have the numbers advantage here. Leo's gonna get the spike down. This is not gonna be exceptionally easy to work your way in. There's that Rolling Thunder that we saw so early.
Tagged both of them.
Yeah, buy some space, and look at that. He's just gonna funnel his way right in. Coldamenta glad.
Wait a second.
To take some of that and then back around.
They might be getting a little ahead of themselves. They've all fallen off right now. It is planted for
Does he have
Halls,
a Molly?
but yeah, Molly. Okay, maybe they're not getting ahead of themselves. They're actually covering all of their bases.
Yeah, a little post-plan action. And there's just no way that Nags and Klaus get in. It's early, but Guild are already showing why this was their map pick.
I was just worried because of how fast they were pushing the saves on bind. So either way. Leo just accidentally stunned Coldamenta. He just got up the road. So the anti-bonus for the first time, not converted from the team that loses the pistol, or yeah, loses the pistol round.
And again, to go back to the what you were talking about on map 1, Bala crew are often the ones who do this.
Sure, yeah.
Getting a taste of their own medicine here.
Both of the teams are really good at protecting this this pistol round win. They are very good in the rounds that really set the pace economically. They're just not necessarily best in breaking those advantages, except in the anti-bonus. So I don't expect, for example, Crew to be able to win a round like this, although they do have 2 guns, so this is not even close to, you know, full save or anything like that. The interesting part, though, is this is going to take a while for Nax to get his gun, or get his op online. He's nowhere near the tour de force, hasn't gotten the deaths, hasn't got the orbs to contest for it, and they're actually feeding Kesnet the orb here in Halls.
Safe, pushing forward just a tad. See Klaus on the other side, takes that rendezvous out just in the nick of time too.
And that was all just to see, hey, is there anything here? Do you guys have a stack coming through Halls? Do you have a trap play? No? Okay, well, I'm just gonna rejoin the rest of your team who is walking up here. The stim comes out, the flash goes out too. Are they gonna clear Nags though? They did really well in the pistol round to clear up in tower.
On off of that, now the fight on the site can ensue. Mazzino's able to get one with the Sheriff. How much more can he find? His Trex still playing up top. The Satchel to perhaps try to deal a little bit of extra damage. No, it's the Vandal who does it at the end of the day. A 3v3 here. There's still one in play. Well, it was until Klaus died.
Kesnet's got the ult now.
It's a 2v2 here, yeah.
There's no guns to pick up, though, for either of these players, so still 2 satchels as well. He could easily get the spike planter when he decides to go for it.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for that cue. What's that green light? What's the go button?
There's got to be a trade, though, for Trex. That's why he's walking close. And Colamenta wants it. Oh, he has the spike. Got to be careful here. Here comes the plant.
Trex.
Kesnet's not in a position to punish it. He's going to go for it either way.
Oh, he's going to get both. Oh, he only gets one. Coldamenta and Delzik are left in this 1v1 with 3 seconds left. He's just barely going to get the spike down. Delzik has the gun. Delzik gets the kill.
And Crew convert the 2 hero rifles, the one they saved on Nags last round. And that is some heroics right there. I thought you were right. I thought he was going to get both of them with that, but the stare angle was really difficult for him to target select, and he chooses right. He gets the spike planter down. So Trex not able to do anything after these first 2 kills.
I want to see it again. I don't know.
Here it is from his perspective. Oh, it just actually trades Trex. Coldamenta was the one left.
Oh,
it's crazy.
Those pesky walls.
I hate those situations, man. I kill the Rays. And Trex has got to feel the same way right now. Safe going back to... Oh, actually, it's just to put a trip down.
It looks like it's just on the other side of the smoke, too.
Yeah, it could be visible, though.
Yeah.
From the doorway. Either way, the Halls pressure is what Crew wants. This time, instead of pushing Dish after smoking deep, they're here to set up a trap play. So Safe has got to be careful if he wants to end up in that situation. Are they going to break that trademark on Dish?
Yeah, I think so. I think the plan is to trade that out because look at the rest of their team. They're already starting to take some space towards B.
Like it.
Oh.
I like that a lot. Trex is going to push him off, but Kesnets gets the info that he's actually the only one there, at least peeking the angle as it stands. The other part about this, though, he's got the spike.
Kesnet did take some damage there. They're going to rotate back into it.
There.
It's going to be very crucial to see how Klaus pivots from the trap play that he set up with Delzik in halls to holding down this dish. Right now he's relying on the smoke, but Koldameta's got an ult of his own. So does Trex.
Kesnet off of that info has time to ruminate on it and now anticipate what's potentially on the other side.
Great spin.
30 seconds left.
They know he's there. It's a nuisance. That nade is gorgeous. The orbital strike comes through, and there's no way in. They have to back up. They have to give the space back, so it's delayed.
Mazino's here in time to slow wall the wall.
Oh, no. They've got to go. Now the showstopper. 3 ultimates used so far this round. Trex not finding a target yet. He has to drop down. He's not going to get the kill, but they've gotten the space. Crew seems to hold fast. It's all on to safe. A 1v2 here. 4 seconds left. The spike not anywhere within reach for him.
And I love how they face through that smoke. Crew, a fantastic round. Read very well. And I posed the question, how are they going to hold this dish push? And they do phenomenal.
The wall.
Yep.
Once the wall goes down,
very
the
late.
nade.
Yep.
Then the orbital strike. Like, they did such a good job of layering utility to deny any of that push from Dish. That was gorgeous.
And it actually gives Casino a fantastic angle.
Yeah.
And Trex had no clue, uncharacteristic from him, but he had no clue where to put his showstopper because nobody was on site. Yeah. The only player actually who he could target was inside of halls. That was Delzik. And I think he actually did a little bit of team damage in that situation. Either way now, Guild gonna try to do what Crew did to them for their first round win. That will be an eco win with Leo just having the Vandal.
Op in the hands of Nags and Ball. It feels like Nags holds this up a lot.
Yeah, he does. He's actually the guy who buys the op most out of anybody in this tournament. At least throughout the qualifiers, it looks like that trend is definitely sticking through. 33% of rounds he buys an op. The only other person who comes close is his fellow Latam player, Takolia.
Well, and then you think about the financial implications of having something that expensive. 33% of the rounds, I mean, that ain't nothing. And there you see why.
Yeah, and he responds where Leo got a massive first kill onto Mazino.
That operator still in play. Nags did take a little bit of damage. He has no armor left. The flash is gorgeous. The swing was there, but Delzik falls.
A little early on the swing there for Delzik. The fault line was fantastic, but he's there before. But Kesnet has joined the fray, and with 25 seconds of nade and a rolling thunder to this round has been shut down.
They do such a good job of delaying. Again, I bring us back to the previous round. Now this one, a lot of the same.
Can they pivot through sand, though? Nags is watching it from Dish.
There's 15 seconds left, too. They haven't gotten past what they need to, and now the spike sits harmlessly on the ground. As Klaus gets through on the round, Kesnet cleans it up, and we're tied up.
You're right. The utility is so good from Crew. Whenever the hit is starting to come, they delay it enough for any extra players for Crew to come through. In that case, it was for Kesnet to get all the way into sight. Klaus does a great job with the 3K. And now we're back to even economy. Guild will have guns. Safe has got the tour de force. He did pop the rolling thunder, though. And while that definitely shut down the rounds,
you want to play?
Don't have the same ult situation anymore.
Now, speaking of rolling thunders, though, remember it was in round 3 Leo had his first. Round 7, he's 1 point away from having a second. Oh.
He's gonna re-clear this angle with the door opening now.
Again, bro, the op, and there it is. He gets another one. The value that he finds from that weapon is absurd.
Zeno's still in sight too. A really tough angle to deal with. But it's exposed, and the spam is good from the other side. Trex, after he gets weeded out, he's gone.
He was just overwhelmed. The guy had no options. Now Safe, who just upgraded a weapon. He didn't have a Phantom at the beginning of the round. Now he does. Still with that tour de force in play. Leo falls. How do they get through this? For as good a job as Crew have done at delaying Guild. Now that the spike's down, the game's different.
Oh, he actually tried to use his TP to back up into halls, but Crew might take the space and it might punish. Oh, he's on top of the box!
Oh, but the first one, the shot goes wide. He's not able to land the no-scope, but the Phantom does come through, and now Nags with the operator. We've talked about his heroics so many times. We've talked about how he buys it as much as he does. Finds another kill for his troubles, but gives the space away.
That was, I thought, a massive blunder for Safe, but
Well,
a little hidden, the TP.
I thought he was going to hit the shot. I
Oh,
thought he
yeah,
was going to hit the no-scope. That would have been nuts. Can you imagine?
As he TPs on top of the box, yeah, that would have been crazy. Yeah, I didn't even know there was space for somebody's head to fit inside of this halls on top of that box.
Crouches, of course. He's a tall guy, man. Chamberlain's very tall. There's no way. Ice in his veins, bro. No reaction.
Yeah, no, not at all.
What is that?
Trex is something different.
Double op setup out of crew. Look, Kesnet now has the op, and the tour de force comes through for Nags.
He's picking Arcade too, and that's exactly where they're coming. Going to get flashed off the angle and then have to deal with the boom bot. We saw how he struggled last time, but they're through when the first pick goes in favor of Coldamenta.
And he did see at least 2 there, so you see the rotations now start to come through as Guild don't want to delay this at all. They want to go, and they want to go fast. And that's exactly what they've done. They're going to get onto the site. Note that you have the Rolling Thunder out from Leo as Russ has to think twice about it. He had to reposition. Nice spam out from Crew.
Don't forget, Leo has this ult too. So at any point, if this push starts to come through, yeah, they're deciding to save. And it's a good decision. Is anybody going to hear them? I think Coldamenta might have just heard a glimmer of them stomping in through spawn, and yeah.
Possibly. Huh.
He's starting to walk down, explore the north side of the map, and I think they're hunting. We've seen this situation so many times. Can they find value?
All right, now you and I get to chat for a little while. So we wait to see.
I don't want to talk to
the
you.
end of it. You know what? That's fine. I was really enjoying that. Yeah, I think the real question here is, can they get the operator out of Class's hands? He's tucked. There are layers to keep him safe. And Mazzino is that first layer. And while he falls, Klaus even gets one more. Oh, he did die. Are they going to be able to pick it up?
Any damage here? No.
They didn't get it.
That's massive. Again, Nags relying on that weapon. Really relying on that weapon. Already highlighted. He's got it in 33% of the rounds he plays in. The most out of anybody here.
No tour de force either.
Yep, they just spent that. And they're even pushing him off the angles too. That time the flash. He opts to re-peek into it, which sometimes I like, sometimes I don't. Right now.
Well, you like it if it works.
Sure, but also you got to mix it in, right?
Yeah, sure. Talk about mixing it in. Look at how much space and how many kills they've already been able to get. Guild are just able to bully Crew. And the aggression they tried throwing Guild's way. Now Nags that left alone is in this 1v5. It was a gamble, and there was really no reason not to, but ultimately it doesn't pay off. And while Nags doesn't have an operator, he does have a pocket operator.
Yeah.
Which is still pretty good.
Crew has really been readable on these eco round attempts.
Yeah.
You could see Guild already had the smokes down on Dish. As the push came in from Arcade, they know there's a north side pinch coming in. As soon as there's any utility thrown, any person shown. And again, they receive it with open arms. Loud was not willing to do that last time. Last time they played this map, even though Loud won, they saw the push happening, and then they would kind of just go to the other side. They're like, I don't want any of that.
Fight, yeah. Don't want the heat.
Guild is super confident, despite losing map 1. And I think that's definitely netting them the lead here so far in this game.
My man satcheled over the Roomba, by the way. You talk about being willing to take the fight, right? Like to lean into it, knowing you have a gun advantage, trusting your shot. I mean, when you feel it, you feel it.
Yeah.
And they're feeling it. They felt their way to a 6-3 lead here on the second map. Crew call a timeout as they try to salvage this first half, or at least try to get into a position to do so. And worth noting here, it looks like Nags is going to be able to get that operator back online, and they have a couple of key ultimates here, Bala, that are just around the corner from coming online.
Yeah, the Breach ult for Klaus, the Raze ult from Kesnet, the Brim ult from Delzig, the list goes on, but on the other side, it's literally the same, right?
True.
Exactly the same almost. Available for Guild. So this timeout is almost exclusively used to figure out, okay, what can they do with these ults? What do they tend to do? and how do we actually counter them on both sides. So the leveling that's going on right now is really, really fantastic.
Well, and you know, both teams have shown that ultimates seem to come in bunches. On Fracture in particular, like both teams have been so willing to dump everything into a round to secure it. And yeah, it was early on in the half, so perhaps a little more blase-blah with the investment of it, but they haven't hesitated to pull that trigger, man. There are the ultimates that we were just mentioning. Safe has the operator. Nags is going to do a bit of the same on the opposite side. It's actually Nags who's hanging out towards Dish right now. Not going to have any contest initially, and look at this pinch they've set up. They've sent 4 down the northern side of the map. No one's home, though.
No, not at all, but they clear the north side of the map, right? So Nags now has free reign to, oh, he takes his TP back. Yeah, it probably wasn't in position to hold halls. And he's got the trip, so knows he doesn't have to worry too hard. And he gets into a great spot to hold, but I think Safe starting to get an inkling of what's going on. Here's potentially Delzik rotating back in this position, hearing them rotate off through. So, yeah, the ult's going to come in. The wall again, reactively from Mizzino.
And off of that, the showstopper comes through. Trex, how on earth? He couldn't have had any health. Now you see the second Rolling Thunder again. The ultimates come in bunches here. And through the cacophony of what's been thrown into this round, we still haven't had very much as far as advantage in space.
Complete chaos, but Russ is going on top, and nobody's there to follow up with him. So Klaus gets the easy kill. Oh, they push him inside of this orbital strike, though.
I've lost count. That was a showstopper in an orbital strike, too. Klaus was alone there. He had so many things before him, and there's no way he could deal with what is thrown his way.
30 seconds left.
And now Nags with the operator by himself ultimately falls courtesy to the op on the other side as Guild get to 7.
This is domination right now. Guild played that really well, even though Russ loses his lives swinging on top of that. He's trying to find out exactly what's going on, right? He's trying to see, okay, what actually happened with that Trex ult that missed? As Trex finds the kill after all that happens. And then they push them into Canteen with this orbital strike, catching anybody who's trying to play and save Mizzino's life there. Forcing that showstopper to come through it to try to save them, and that's an overplay from Karoo in that situation.
Was that every single ult that was available? Russ kept his.
Yeah. There was a couple that were about to come online. For example, Delzik didn't have his ult yet. It was one off.
And I think Mizzino kept his too.
Yeah.
Or he was close. Either way, there were a lot. Another timeout coming in. This time for Guild.
And that's off of round win, by the way.
Yeah, that's interesting timing.
Yeah. Hey, they want to use the one in the first half, close this out really strongly. There's 2 rounds left. And if they can improve from the 7-5 that they had on binds, they're thinking that this should be easy.
Yeah, they certainly seem poised to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said moments ago, this half feels like domination.
Yeah. I mean, no buy really out from Crew here.
They already ecoed them once, though.
That is true. That is true.
This time, no Vandals, though, available with it.
And is it a lot of the same? Is it what we were talking about, where when they're on nothing as far as a buy goes, they just full send one side and try to catch them slipping?
Well, the one round that they won, they weren't doing that. They played a lot more slow, got the early pick from Nags, and then played off-site.
And that's what they're doing here, perhaps.
Love this angle under the rope. It's hard to spot, but he comes from the other side.
Zeno's able to find one. Trying to pluck Trex out of the sky, not able to do it. Ultorb comes through. Numbers in favor of Guild. And Kesnet, the only one who had a weapon, really. Not going to find value. Yeah, the nade's just a bit short. See the spams come through the smoke. Klaus and Kesnet both getting tagged up. Delzik is 2. He's got that orbital strike in his back pocket, but I feel like it would take a lot for them to decide if that's what they want to do. And of course, it's Leo who's moonwalking his way out and spamming through, getting the kills he needs.
Flashing for himself.
Last round before the switch.
Does not care. Will run spray you. Goodbye. And that's now 5 in a row for Guild. That's Crew. That eco kicked off a streak of 3, but that is certainly not going to be enough on this half.
No, and I feel like Bala, one of the things that has changed or perhaps has been lacking from what we saw Crew earlier on Fracture was their delay.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen very much of that at all. Now, note, Dalsik has that orbital strike. We'll see if that comes into play.
Sure. Pairing it with some sort of utility from Mazino. I mean, there's been rounds where they've tried, but the great thing that Guild is doing as well is they're not necessarily committing to the full executes that we saw on Bind, for example. They're slowing it down once they get past a certain point. There's never a point of no return for Guild. So that's a great adaptation that they've done through the timeouts that Crew has called, through the timeouts that Guild has called as well. Save going to go for an entry as they, again, pivot towards the other side of the map. He might find it. Yep.
Yes, he will.
Super on point is Save today.
And he still has that operator in play. Looks like they have a setup towards A. The thing is, they're going to have to deal with the alarm bot out from Nags, who's actually on the northern side of the map. The flash to swing out in the double satchels. Of course, it looks like he almost tried landing on his head, but Kesnet was there to cover it. Now the orbital strike falls. The spike kind of stuck. As you see, it's hanging out under tower. He's going to take some damage, but now the res brings Leo back. Nags is going to have to do it himself. And he's got Old Faithful in his back pocket, but it's not going to happen. A 9-3 half out from Guild. Dominance.
Just dominant. That last round as well, a streak of 6 to tie it, the first half down with a bow. It's just really, really strong from Guild. Everything that Crew did responded well from, and the adaptations throughout the half after that streak of 3 have been phenomenal.
And you saw Crew try to do a lot of the same. Try to delay, try to keep him back, but it was just not enough. Again, Guild sitting cozy with the 6-round lead at halftime on Fracture. We're going to throw it down to the desk to see what they think.
Yeah, this is the most comfortable Guild have looked so far. And Tom, partially thanks to one man, we highlighted him in the pre-show. Trex has been popping off.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like, especially towards the end, the whole team has been popping off. But Trex is sort of always the tip of the spear, the man leading the charge. And I think that he's so good at just taking space. Currently 334 ACS, just having an absolute tear. But he's also just causing them problems. Like, we've literally seen him like jump over people's heads and stuff. Like, it's got a little bit ridiculous.
That was something we said on the desk. I think it was mentioned multiple times about how much space he was taking with the blast packs. I mean, that was the kind of entry that they need. A lot of teams don't have. I don't know why G2 is coming into my mind of not being able to take space on the attack, but it's the kind of reference point I have, and that Trex is able to be so successful at.
Yeah, I'm glad Bollard mentioned the word adaptation, because there were a few rounds, Jess, where we were seeing the EMEA Guild that was kind of tilting us a little bit because they just ran out of time.
Oh man, if you watch EMEA, you'll know my death segments. I mean, look, this man is trying to mitigate. I get what he's trying to do is taking the space, but by the point of them taking the space, if you look back over their past stage for Guild and how long it takes them to get into the site historically, I'll be nice. Actually, you know what? It's actually not going to be nice. It's going to be a little worse. I'm going to just pick up their fracture stats, and look at how long it takes them to get into site. I have listed here that they don't take their pre-planned attacking first kill usually until the 82nd mark. I don't know any other team, and I've done a segment in EMEA that reaches that long, except for Fnatic, and they're positive.
I will say, though, after those first, 4 or 5 rounds, they completely adapted away from that. Like, the pace change, they went far more direct. It meant that a lot of the aggressive plays that were being made by Crew just didn't really work out anymore because they were already taking space into the site. They mitigated Mazino. One of the things I highlighted at the beginning was how good he was with his walls. Well, he does it reactively. They were just dry peeking him. They shut down Nags and every push he tried to make. So it was poor from Guild at the start, but they adapted, they came back, and they had a great half.
Yeah, they were paying off indeed. They have a great chance here to push this to map 3 over, back to you even, Doug and Bala, to see if they can.
Thank you so much, Insu. Bala, I hope you like Icebox, because it seems very likely that that's where we're heading. Again, Guild, 9-3 lead, dominant performance out of them here on Fracture.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think we're heading to Icebox pretty quickly here, because I don't see any of the win conditions that Crew is going to need on this half even close to coming alive on that defensive side. It's Kesnet, right? This guy needs to really push the pace like he did on Bind on those attacking halves, where he is pushing. And that's really, really difficult for him to do on this map specifically as Raze. His team needs to do so much for them to gain space for him to then be able to do it. And I think this actually might be an example of that all the way upstairs right now.
Well, you even think about the composition on the other side. Sage slows, breach utility. Chamber slows too, depending on what he has out. Like, yeah, it's not easy for Kesnet to hit that go button. But they're going to have to try. They've managed to work their way into B. Uncontested, safe with the flash in his face, has to turn away. But he holds on to the angle, knowing he's got some safety just on the other side, but he overstays Mazzino and come up from under it. He's able to clean him up, take him down with him. As Mazzino ultimately falls here, 4v4 as the spike ticks away. Kesnet also falling. It's a flank upon the flank, and Delzic's able to find so much more value. That was gorgeous.
There's two moments there, I think, that were fantastic from Crew. This flank from Delzic through underpass, coming back under the stairs, and then also the push from Mazzino as Nags and Kesnet are pushing through tower, right? So he finds the one guy, as he pushes through the smoke on Arcade, he finds the one guy that he needs for them to really have success, and he spots the full push, 3 players from Guild coming through Arcade, and that gives Delzic all the time in the world to make that flank.
And he doesn't even just spot him, he gets him.
Yep.
He gets everything he needs. Crew winning a big pistol. I believe that puts him at 3 of 4 on the series.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, not too shabby, but here Guild, without very much, as far as artillery goes, as far as arsenal goes, decide that they want to bunch up and try to go to the death ball route towards the southern side of the map. The ult orb has been picked up.
We are literally watching a mirror match.
Yes, we are.
In these pushes.
Yes, we are. Patience out from Nags. Holds on to the trigger.
Look at the space that, I mean, Nags might be just dead here.
Yeah.
But look at the space that Kesnet has garnered. He's all the way in spawn. That won't really matter unless he can get somebody else there, and unless they've planted for spawn, which I don't believe they did. It looks like the spike is on the other side of the default box.
It's a thing here too on Nags. Yeah, he falls, but there's no weapon to upgrade. Mazzino's able to clean up 2. And somehow they've made this into a 3v3. Note, Crew still have a notable gun advantage here. They're going to have to try to get in from a couple of different angles, and Klaus is ready to greet on one side. You've got Delzic playing on the other side too. There's really no easy way in on this one. Russ did upgrade. The time is not on their side either.
1 enemy remaining.
Don't need to be peeking now here. For Crew, let's keep the slight guns that we have so we can have a real bonus, and we will.
And this goes back to the stats you were dropping earlier, but it is worth noting they haven't done it this series.
Yeah.
They haven't converted.
They have not converted a bonus. They were, leading into this event, the best at converting bonuses. At 63%.
They'll have a chance to do it again here.
But in this series, they're 0%, 0 for 2. And the bad part about what happened that round is this is a weak bonus, right? We have one guy forcing in with Nags, but Mazzino's going to stick with just a frenzy.
Suboptimal for sure.
And it makes sense for Nags. He has extra weaponry.
Safe. Oh, the flash. Man, you can tell he wanted to take that fight. He was chomping at the bit. But ultimately has to give the space up. And now we see the layering of utility come through. You got the slow orb. You've got the aftershock.
This was a problem early on the bind half on defense for Guild. They used a lot of their utility very, very early.
Yeah. Yep. Rotations were early. Utility was early.
There's an aftershock and a slow already spent. Exactly. Good read clear, though, but it's going to spend so much again. They've got Arcade, but they're swinging hard. Crew is wanting to fight this.
Tried getting a little cheeky with it, and through all of that, we still haven't seen a kill other than the one we just saw. It feels like these players have peaked this angle for what seems like an eternity, and now the bodies start to fall. As the kills go back and forth, the 2v2 here as Russ has to heal himself up. No armor left.
Delzic's exploring, but the spike, they still have control of it. They want to leave.
And they have time, bro.
But Delzic might get picked here. He's got to be careful. Russ has got the timing. He's going to take the fight, too. And he spots him falling off, so that's going to be immediately the cue. No, they're sticking here, thinking that maybe there's a walk underpass, something like that. This is going to buy a lot of time, actually, when all is said and done. As Kesnet gets the spike down, but they won't have Hall's control, and it's not planted for Dish. So how can they reposition themselves to play this right? Because Kesnet's going to have to try to fight a crossfire that Delzic has, and also hold Halls against Russ in long range. This is a tough ask.
Well, and this goes back to denial, of delaying. They've got the molly, they've got the nade on the side of Crew. That might just be what they need to keep Guild at bay.
1 enemy remaining.
Or Trax is just going to take care of Delzic. He's going to nade his own Kesnet. Unexpected angle, and it's just not enough. Trex is able to clean him up. They're going to get the defuse. Guild get to 10.
A slight miscoordination there, and not their fault, in my opinion, from Crew. Delzik trying to stay dish there, I think, is a great play. They've got a natural crossfire there. They don't know if anybody's top ropes. He doesn't want to peek that. That leaves Kezen in an awkward position. He doesn't want to stay in sight because they don't have Hall's control. He has to push towards Hall. He challenges that. And then by that time, Delzik is already getting pushed on by himself as the crossfire is broken. So tough decision. It could have played it slightly more optimally, but with the information they had, it's hard to say it should go any other way. So they failed to convert the bonus again.
I think you jinxed him. You may have.
Those stats regionally. We talk a lot about regional differences. And I already said Guild saying, oh, this is not going to stand on the international level. We're going to be prepared specifically for what you guys' strengths are. And that's one of them.
Bro, and if that has not been the story for Guild this tournament, preparation, they come in ready. They have not been fazed by anything thrown their way. 5-round lead here for Guild as, again, they find the opener onto Nags.
Kezen's really far up dish. And I wouldn't just say it's preparation as well. I think it's individual level from a lot of these guys leading to that prep being fantastic. Right, a lot of time you could do a lot of the studying, right? You could have good ideas on how to counter. You could have ideas on what the tendencies are from your opponents. But Leo's been amazing this tournament. Safe has been fantastic.
You were saying. Trex, or excuse me, Safe. Is already able to find two as Mazzino, you see, was just trying to jump up into the smoke, trying to stay alive, find some solace, find some safety, and ultimately isn't able to do it. Safe with 4 on the round here. And Kezen is going to have to pull off a 1v4 if he wants to bring this back. Now, worth noting, Safe is weak. Oh, and the couple of shots. I thought we're going to go into the back of the head, but no, it's the ace that comes through for Safe. He is good.
You can't tell me that that player didn't jump backwards in front of the shots of Kezen so that Safe could get the ace.
Yeah, maybe.
You can't tell me that.
That's a good teammate. That's a good teammate. I mean, you were just singing his praises.
Is this a 6K too? Because there was the res? I don't even know. Okay, no.
Yeah, he totally was. Trying to feed him. You see that smirk on his face? You know what you've done.
Russ is like, yeah, I set you up. Okay, I'm making you look
I got
good.
you. Yeah, you remember that. You remember that.
Uh-huh.
Crew call a timeout here, feeling Fracture really just kind of getting out of hand. And if there was, I mean, this feels like the breaking point in the half, if we haven't already surpassed it, to be honest.
Sure.
Where if there was a moment in the half in which they can try to mount some sort of a comeback, it kind of has to happen here because this window is very quickly closing.
And I think that's why they're forcing here, right? They don't want to play for overtime in this case.
Yeah.
There's way too many instances where in this game you could amass massive amounts of ults. So they have to play it forward in a sense. Otherwise, there's just no chance of them sticking into this game. So they're going to force in this one, and they're discussing how to play the force round. It's not a pretty force as it comes back on the screen. It is.
No, it is not.
It's not pretty at all.
No, you're right about that.
And Nags, unfortunately, the performance he's had in this first half or in the second half, doesn't have his tour de force yet.
No, but he is 1 point away from it. You see, he hasn't bought up at all, so it seems like they have a play set up for him to get that online and then make something happen. Also only has 4 bullets on that headhunter.
So is Trex and Coldamenta going to face this? I think with the fault line, they have the trap set up and they're punishing.
And it seemed like the ultimates perhaps were going to be what got them some sort of an advantage, or perhaps at least put the round on equal footing. But that hasn't been the case at all.
Oh, and they double smoked the spike off. Nags finds an angle, but they're not pushing into it. They just say, okay, hey, we're watching literally the other side of these smokes. Not giving an inch. I love that play from Guild. You called it out. You said Nags is 1 away. He's probably going to try to play for his tour de force. So they're probably going to try to take a lot of space, face the gunfight up on the default, up on the triple, that dice box right there. And unfortunately for Crew, they went for the wrong orb. I think this is the most natural one to go for, but
it's a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
It's a bit unlucky.
5v2 here. Now, Nags and Klaus both do still have weapons, and they are both a point away from having their ultimates at play. But I mean, it's just dead silence across the map here.
Yeah, they just want to keep the guns.
Yeah.
And they have to
10
keep the
seconds
guns.
left.
The problem, though, is you're talking about the ult. Look at Guild. They're almost fully loaded.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Meanwhile, them saving the guns means that they won't have the ults. So, and they probably won't even be able to drop, honestly.
Now, what is interesting is I didn't...
Match point.
I heard the orb get tapped on that fight, and I question if it was Nags. I would assume it was.
Yeah, he is, but he's stunned up. So he's falling off of this after the fault line
peeled
comes
off.
Yep. Okay. The rest of his team is trying to get in front of it. And Nags is like,
Not this.
What can I do? I've got a head under long range. I'll take one shot and then I have literally nothing.
So Kesnit has his, Klaus and Nagzet both very close to having theirs. As Guild find themselves on map point, trying to take a size box. And it almost seems like a foregone conclusion at this point.
These fault lines from Leo at the beginning of the rounds or reactively or whatever they're being used for, feel like they're getting so much value.
Yeah, Leo's been nuts, man.
When we are able to get that information, it's going to be crazy. Kesnit going to ult up. Russ also completely walls off tower, and he does get the kill though, but the counter ults as well. Trex takes out Kesnit.
A little one-for-one action as the spike still not making its way in. The orbital strike going to buy some more time.
And they still have Leo's ult, the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, Klaus has his too. Nags on the tap. Again, to get that ultimate online, it finally comes through. You've been waiting for bated breath for the longest time as you see the Rolling Thunders duel and intersect one another, but nothing happening. Effectively canceling each other out. You see the mollies come through as well. As the spike ticks away. Guild again in a position to put Crew away, but Nag's able to find value. Mazzino does too. They've snatched this round right back, and they're not done quite yet.
Nope. Not at all. 6 still. But the goal that they had set out to after that timeout was to try to keep Guild off of overtime. And this is going to be difficult, Doug.
Yeah.
It's 6 in a row. And I mentioned the ults, how it could play. This one, they kind of got countered, actually, fully. Kesnit got his. Trex traded it out. And then the Rolling Thunders got canceled out from each other. Plus the orbital strike that actually was used by Guild just delayed them from getting on site. Not necessarily stopping them from eventually taking it.
Oh, and I think the other thing too is, okay, you found that win condition, but the deficit is so big. Well, he tried. The deficit is so big, it's difficult to ask for that to be repeated. You don't have ultimates to rely on here, even if they get canceled out. And now you don't have Kesnit and Mazzino to rely on either.
These fast plays have not been working out at all this series on bind even.
Great reaction from Russ, even as the wall goes up. Yeah, Kesnit was able to satchel his way through, but a great kill, and he's able to find another there on the Nelzik. It's a 4v2 here. His crew are going to have to pull off some sort of miracle just to extend this thing. They're both weak. Armor in a less than desirable position.
They have forced Guild, not forced them, but Guild have gotten off the site, so they'll dry walk very close and then fault line to clear. They want picks though.
No charges left.
Not going to get them.
You're giving people hope, Bala. Stop it.
That's your job.
That is true. That is true. The spike goes down, so maybe. See, as soon as I say it, it's over. Save's able to take care of Nags. Now Klaus left in this 1v4 to try to extend the map and doesn't get a shot at all. The bullets come through, the molly at his feet as the defuse cleans things up. A 13-6 win for Guild as we turn our gaze to Icebox.
Yeah, final map. And both of these teams now on playoff situation. They are very, very close, just one map away. Crew thought it was happening this map. And we're going to go both teams winning their map picks. Guild again with a surprise one too, because we didn't even talk about this, but Guild banned Fracture yesterday against Optic. And here they are picking it. And they make Crew look like slouches, honestly.
Well, and I think that goes a bit into the preparation piece that I was talking about a couple in that map. Ball, it feels like Guild are very prepared. Do you ban Fracture against Optic?
Yep.
Because it's Optic, right? Like they banned
this the way they went through the picks and bans on this map because of who was playing on the other side, because of what they saw Crew do on Haven. So they are very prepared coming into this tournament. You're seeing it pay dividends.
And I also think that that's not necessarily something that a lot of teams have done in the past, right?
Target bans are rare.
Target banning, but also specifically thinking about what their prep is going to be good against. And in this case, Crew is playing a very traditional comp. They're very comfortable playing against this. Whereas potentially against a Neon, something like that, maybe that's where they're like, okay, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Because I don't think that the comp that we prepared for this event is necessarily good, but I think even still, Guild have surprises up their sleeves because they've played such a variety of them. This is actually them coming back to an old comp that they were running, and it worked out.
Yeah, Guild looks super clean. Again, I go back to the ace from Safe, and he still didn't top frag, which is kind of crazy. Poor guy. Set up for the ace, still wasn't able to top frag. Excellent performance out from Guild, though. Again, a 13-6 win to turn us to Icebox, to turn us to a decider. And it doesn't get any better than this. We'll be right back.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
What a response from Guild there as they bounce back and take map 2 versus Crew. I'm back on the desk with Tom and Jess. That was much better. They looked really, really comfortable there compared to Bind.
Yeah, I would hope so, given the fact that they chose the Fracture. We heard the casters reference the fact that they banned it against Optic. You go there, you pick it, and you hope that there's something up your sleeve for it. And whilst I have the thin sleeves today, I can absolutely tell that if I was picking Fracture, I'd have something up my sleeve. And we heard Baba scream a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
It was excitement from the whole team, regardless of where they were sitting.
Yeah, I think a slightly different scenario, obviously, to yesterday with Optic being one of the almost trendsetters when it came to Fracture. And now you sort of go into this matchup, and I think it was an overall team performance. Like, yeah, Trex led the charge, but I think ultimately the credit I want to actually give is over to Coldamenta and Barbar, because I think that it was almost like Coldamenta was calibrating for the first like 5 or 6 rounds of the game. It's like, I'm just working out, gauging what they're doing. And the problem I had here for Crew, I think they are one of the best intuitive teams in the world. Sure. I think when it comes to reactive play, almost feeling what they should be doing within the server, they are brilliant. When it comes to almost adapting to a team basically just running at you, I don't think they're very good at that. And I think one of the things that Guild basically did to adapt was they picked up the pace. They stopped letting that clock run low. They started really moving into those sites quickly. They started using that Brimmy Stimmy, and I just don't think there was anything they could do. You had the likes of Nags getting shut down, and well, there was definitely a chamber diff in this game because Safe was, well, he had an ace almost 6k. It wasn't quite there.
Weren't we sitting in the pre-show, Yinsu, and we were talking about the best chambers in the world? I think it was Buzz, we had Ye, of course, in the list. Durka was in the list. I think we might have to sort of move it over, squeeze the spot over and add Safe to it, because what I saw from him so far on the chamber specifically, he said in the press conference, it's not about me being flashy with the chamber. He can be flashy. Oh my goodness, against Optic on Icebox, my God. But he said, I make sure I get the job done with my role. It's not the flashiest, and I want people to know that I have impact with it regardless. And I love that he can make that statement, get into the server, and then make it come true.
He's been saying for like the longest time since he switched to Duelist that he is one of the best. He's like, guys, I am really one of the best. And I fully believe him at this point, Tom.
Yep.
He's been super consistent since getting to Copenhagen.
Well, the fun thing about the next map as well is that I feel like he actually does need to be a little bit more flashy, because it's the one map within the series that we're not going to have that like raise on raise action. You're not going to have Trex basically taking that space. He will do it to an extent with the KO if they stick with the composition, which I'd be surprised if they don't. But both chambers in this map are going to have to be the entry point. They're going to have to be the ones taking that aggressive stance and getting the openers for the team, and he is going to be one of the focal points.
I just cannot understand, and maybe you might differ with me here, Yinsu, and Tom, you've casted a bunch of their games, but I feel like out of all of the chamber games I've seen from Safe, that opening and that debut for the international debut against Optic was one of the best showings from Safe.
He was great.
Look at his tour de force usage, his power control across. It was unbelievable, and I could probably safely say that we were talking about Leo's best Breeze the other day. Well, now we get to focus on a completely different player and say, well, that was his best Icebox we've ever seen.
I've seen him play Jet a few times where he's absolutely cracked. So it's going to be hard. There's been many Safe games throughout the last, year and a half on Guild that he has been phenomenal. But I will agree, it was a brilliant performance and against the best opposition.
Yeah,
so
that's the thing. The caliber is so high.
He's going to hate me for saying this, but very Durka-esque almost. I do want to say, though, as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select very soon, is that I have high hopes for Crew purely because Guild, they haven't played Icebox all that much before coming here to Masters.
Correct.
They made a team composition into the Crew comp. Like Crew, they played this comp for a while. They know what to do. So surely, Jess, they know how to counter it as well.
That's my biggest fear here. I actually think that's the biggest loss condition here for Guild, is that they have this false sense of security that after what they've done to Optic, it can be replicated against Crew. I think they are two different beasts. You've referenced the fact that they are very reactive. They are one of the best in the world at that. I actually think Optic aren't that. I think they're set play-esque. They're the ways that can play off of their tip of the spear. It's very different. I don't think you know what is about to hit you on Icebox. And I'll never forget Kesnet on the Rainer on this map, running around and stealing scalps. This is the map they love to run on.
I think the thing with this map that's interesting for me is I think we have almost a few head-to-heads that are going to be really interesting. I think the Sage battle, Mazino was unreal in their game versus Loud. He was the reason they won it. It wasn't even a competition. It wasn't Kesnet this time. I think the 2 KOs, both raises switching over to the KOs, going to be really interesting. But I also think that we need to see the best from Nags, because I have faith at this point the Safe is going to put up numbers, and he is going to be that almost star within the team. A lot of the time, Nags isn't expected to be, but if Safe is popping off, he needs to match him, because I think in every other battle other than maybe Mazino and Russ, I think the Guild actually win it out.
I also feel like that Guild's comp against Optic yesterday, it made a lot of sense. It was, you could see why they won, but when it comes to a mirror matchup, Guild, they haven't been tested there on Icebox ever before with their new comp. So I don't know. I'm leaning a little bit towards Crew just because they've had more reps on it. And again, surely with the preparation they've been doing, they know how to counter it.
pistols as well. How many pistols?
They're probably going to win both pistols as well.
That's the thing, is that you think about that, you think about the leg up. If it's a close game upon which it's already been, think about it now going into the final map. This is their debut on an international stage as well. There's a lot of pressure, and Crew have been to every international event. It's polar opposites.
Yeah, it is indeed. And as you guys can see in the Prime Gaming Agent select, we are going to get, we're going to get that mirror matchup. No changes on either side.
Yeah, I think one of the things to note is that Cordamenta had an unbelievable start in the game yesterday, and it still came incredibly close. So there are a few sort of caveats that I'm going to put in that, like, I'm not sure some of those plays are necessarily repeatable, especially as a team as good as the side of Crew. It can be said, though, so far we've only really seen them beat Brazilian teams on this map.
You know what? We've put a lot of head-to-heads nags. We put, you know, the likes of the Chamber. I'm going to say Delzig and Leo. I'm actually going to put the Sova diff on the board here. Not something we get to do very often. I'm going to put that halftime and see where we're trending at halftime, because that's where I'm feeling it.
Well, Leo Sova diffs everyone, so I know I have the answer already, and I'm sure Doug and Bala would have loved that one. Over to you guys.
Well, that's the nice thing about being here and not there is we don't have to have the answers. They have all the answers. And we can just focus on the moment before us, which is a map 3 decider.
They don't got the answers.
Yeah, you're right. They don't have the answers.
It's Crew and Guild who have the answers. That's who that's.
They have the answers. Actually, nobody has the answers. Either way, map 3 decider for Group A right now between Crew and Guild. We are heading over to Icebox, talk about compositions and how they are mirrored up. The last mirror match that we saw just a couple of moments ago was, well, it was a stomp.
Yeah, it absolutely was on Fracture. It felt like Guild had the pulse. Now we're moving into territory where Guild actually have shown something here on Icebox. Des touched on the games that both these teams played. So Crew might be a little bit more comfortable going into this, know what type of adaptations they're ready to make.
I don't think Nags is expecting safe here. Reposition just a tad.
Should be okay with the TP anyways, as long as he doesn't try to challenge.
Yeah. Well, and he was looking down long. But either
You're
way,
right, though. I don't think he does.
He has spotted Russ, and that's all he knows. If Cordamenta puts...
Did Safe actually TP across?
Spotted Cordamenta. He's just going to teleport out now, yeah. So he feels some of that pressure. That's all it is.
45 seconds, and really nothing has happened except for holding pushes and safe crossing.
Which just kind of fits the pace of the series in a lot of ways.
Yeah, in some cases, sure. Now we're going to get this deep drone from Leo. They know with the position that Safe was on that this should be clear, but Leo checks it anyways. The delay is really strong. Is there another molly? No. Klaus doesn't have anything else. Kesnet, no nade either. Spike should go down. Delzig using his shocks. 15 seconds and finally the wall goes down, and a massive shot from Safe tracks as well. The wall up!
They're starting to counter it, but Gilder's still able to find the kills. Mazzino, perched up, tries to take a couple. He's just not able to do so. Safe hits some filthy shots. That first one under Delzig, it was like on the other side of the map. Poor guy had no idea what hit him.
It really was, and not only did the kills go their way, but I feel like they literally made Crew do exactly what they wanted them to do, right? The delay, they baited out the shock darts, and like, okay, you use both of them, sure. And the timing was perfect, so then it's like, okay, Crew's win condition for this round. They're like, yeah, let's delay the plant as much as possible before our rotations come in. And then instantly, the wall goes up, and they're ready to fight. The only audible that was called is that wall up from the side of Crew to try to deny the plant even further. It just doesn't work at all.
Nags able to keep his position concealed for a little while. Up until then, actually. This Cordamenta's able to spot him. See the ult going to the hands of Russ. Now they can choose how they want to approach this round. On the other side, you've got Crew who don't have anything other than pistols, so they have to be a bit more respectful of what's being seen their way off of the info that was gathered B. They send everything that way.
It's been the theme for their ecos on defense.
And Alarmbot just spotted Mazzino mid, too.
So they get a free sight. There is nothing to watch this flank right now, though, so it's only Trex who's going to spot it long range with just a ghost. His teammates are going to have to book it back there once they're spotted, and he finally does.
Well, we can't go this way. Maybe we go this way. Nope. Can't really go that way either. Ah, Mazzino's able to find a little something there. Able to upgrade a weapon, but it's just one. They do have the numbers advantage here. The thing is, that wall just cuts off any sort of help. Mazzino has to go in aggressively, but he's going to try to put up a wall of his own, and he does. Oh, but this is just a fight up on ropes. What on earth was that? A 1v1 here? And Trex wins that out? That was much closer than it should have been.
There's a little bit of spaghetti everywhere, man. I mean,
it's all over the floor.
Hey, Mazzino goes for the tap and then tries to rope across to find a kill and then decides, hold on, maybe I should just wall this off. And by that point, there's already a guy behind him. There's already a guy on the rope somehow.
Yeah. He tries to go
There's
back up and ride the ropes. Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't even know. Either way, now the gun round comes, and Crew will attempt the anti-bonus. Guild on their one attempt have been good.
Take flight.
So let's see if they can repeat.
Very similar start here early on. You see the knife to clear anything out towards B long. Info gathered. Nags holding a tight angle.
Oh, almost dodged the drone through that pit.
Yeah, did it spawn anything?
It did, definitely. Delzik continues to hold the angle for quite a while.
So we've seen this now again out from Guild. They test the waters B long. This time they explore mid a little bit. Now they want to return back to A, where, as you mentioned, there's probably still spaghetti on the floor from the previous round.
Tomato sauce, everything.
Slow orbs, knives, everything being thrown around. Trex is the first to fall. For Kesnit, just traded right back. They have time to flip if they want to, and they haven't fully gone all the way up. Mazzino with the late wall there, and he's able to get two from a height advantage, and now he tucks.
That's a great wall from Mazzino.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Ratty little thing. And now Leo has to try to do it himself, and he's just not able to do so. Well played by Crew.
Success for them. And that wall actually might give them a pocket to plant, so we'll keep an eye on that when he's back gen, putting that wall down, instead of somewhere like on the backside of 410 or anything like that. Yeah, definitely. Delzik also on the other side. Klaus contributing his wall from elsewhere as well. Makes it so that Mazzino's safe to fall back, and everything that goes along with this. They're going to try to punish potentially here on this B lane. Russ is shoulder peeking wide. The knife catches Nags, and nobody's there to actually swing on him, even though the TP's gone.
If nothing else, info gathered on where Nags is, yeah. But you're right, I expected something a bit more aggressive to try to punish.
Interestingly, Delzik just walked down mid and broke the alarm bot that Safe has down. So the flanks are going to be an avenue that Crew has late in the round, and Nags still has this TP available on the other side of this. The drone missed him. He's just not finding success since the end of Bind. On any of the plays that he does have, he puts himself into some solid positions sometimes. Sometimes, sure, he overextends, but in most cases, he's just not able to find anything. In that case, like, he should have been able to maybe swing quick, find a headshot, and TP out, given the misinformation that that drone gave them.
Deeper wall here, not quite the same one that you were mentioning a couple of rounds ago. This time it's at 410, and now with 30 seconds left, it seems like Safe has found enough space towards B, not able to land the shot on the kill, but he's taken the space back yellow, and now the rest of his team is going to scurry over and try to reestablish themselves on that space.
15 seconds, though, and this time there is a lot of delay if Kesnit gets here in time. Delzik can shock dart this with the decay. Could be really difficult. I don't think there's going to be time right now. They're trying to swing and get the kills.
They have to take the fight out to take care of some of the delay on the other side, and it's turned into deathmatch. Forget about the spike. They just want the kills. Golden Mens is able to establish some space up in kitchen. Gets a second to get them the round.
That is huge for Crew. That forces the eco here from Guild. And definitely a misplay. Safe had so much space for so long. How much time did they spend rotating away from the A site, crossing mid?
It just seemed like they wanted to fight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had no tools. to really get that spike down. They had no tools to push back the post plant that they are assuming is still available there. They're assuming Kesnit's in position, maybe Klaus as well with a molly.
Oh, you saw even Russ's wall was unconventional. It wasn't to block off anything coming from Snowman or anything like that. Round ultimately doesn't go their way. We're tied up 2 apiece. No guns on the side of Guild. His safe has already fallen. Now Coldamenta and Russ both have ults. Leo and Trex are pretty freaking close too. Heavy gun advantage here for Crew.
And not even a Vandal. And almost every eco so far this series, it feels like there has been at least one Vandal.
Yeah, a little spice. Yeah. That's just nothing here, man.
And the crazy part, too, is that they've not really netted any success. We'll have Coldamenta deep up kitchen, but with only a Sheriff. If they don't challenge him in kitchen, it's going to be even tough for him to find some kills long range on the flank. So he's going to try to cut off rotations as they hit the B side, but Nags is still here. There we go.
And he's able to take one for his troubles. Russ falls. I wonder if there, there were so many things that had to go right there for Guild
30 seconds left.
to pull the trigger that it seemed like they were flirting with. Okay, hasn't moved.
Coldamenta just keeps getting baited. There's like 3 times there he's like, oh, I got this. Here we go. Here we go. He's stepping my way.
Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Crew as they take the lead over Guild here on Icebox. Again, Guild didn't have very much. All of the stars would have had to have aligned in the most perfect of fashions. But it just doesn't come to fruition.
Isn't it coming through at the end to close things out? That was really nice there. Finally, Nags finds himself a couple of kills. On the push through. And the slowness of Guild so far this game has definitely been punishing them. Something they were doing a lot against Optic. Very common. Missed the slower though, or maybe that's to punish a potential push.
Yeah.
Either way.
I think it was to deny that orb though. You see Klaus is 1 away from having that Viper Spit online, so they had a little something set up for it to try to keep it back.
Definitely. One thing though is that they are very, I mean, we watched the game yesterday. They did that every time there's a possible orb contest. Okay, this is different here though. Safe all the way up. Remember last time, Coldamenta was just hiding behind it.
He's patient.
And they're kind of switching it. Coldamenta was there every single time in the game against Optic. This time, he hasn't necessarily had the same impact as he did against Optic.
Well, the thing is, clearing out that alarm bot introduces the possibility of something happening in kitchen, but off of that, they just want to play with pace towards A.
He's going to go on top of this wall again. He wants this back 410.
There it is. Wall goes up. He has to drop down instantly.
Very dangerous.
And he pushes his way forward. He's able to get a kill. Trex trades it back out. It's a 4v4 here. The thing is, 2 members of Crew are still on the opposite side of the map. They're going to have to give up the site. Surely there's no way they hold this themselves. Unless Guild just want to fight again.
Trex does have the null command to deny any of this late situation, but the knife's going to do the job instead.
They're able to tap 3, 10 seconds left. The spike still has not gone down. Have they overstayed their welcome? Have they tried going too late yet again? Now Coldamenta in his pit has to do it himself. The spams come through and he falls. Delzik cleans him up. Crew gets a 4.
And they just got loud too. Around, I think that they were thinking, oh, this is going to be bad. With the amount of players that got on the site from Guild after Mizzino got traded out early after that wall attempt.
Was it a 4v2?
Yeah. And then finally the rotations come in. And Klaus pops off.
1 enemy remaining.
With everybody swinging on the backside of this Guild, I don't know. I think Coldamenta really slow on putting that ult down. I'm not sure when he got it, if he got it off a trade or something like that. Either way, the time is killing them. And they call a timeout to discuss exactly that. How do we actually up the pace here? How do we push Crew off the positions that we need them to be off of? Because right now, Crew on a streak of 4 rounds, and it's not looking like it's going to stop.
No, the thing is, like I don't feel like it's necessarily pace. as much as once they get to a certain point, that's been 2 rounds now. Now, mind you, there are so many nuanced things that happen in a round that often don't get seen, right? Like there could have been a molly that was delaying the plant. There could have a myriad of things that go down there. But the truth is that's twice now that we've seen Guild take space and choose to fight instead.
Well, in that case, I think Delzig did a great job with shocks as well.
Yeah.
All right. The delay that Mizzino's able to get brings all the rotations there in time, so it's actually risky to go for plant in this situation. And the information on your screen right now is definitely something that you have to consider. It was the same thing on Bind as well. The last loss that Crew had on Bind to blemish that perfect record was at Reykjavik.
Yeah,
so they were 4-0 on that one too, and 4-0 on Icebox. And in important matches too. The qualification map for them was against NIP on Icebox.
Early pit use, and it looked like the knife tagged, and if there was any doubt, the drone threw it, spotted it.
Nice shot from Nags, but yeah, the drone threw. They just cleared this pit completely. Completely. And it actually just falls, so.
Oh yeah, they pushed him off the space. Yeah, there's nothing he could do. Absolutely.
So they get some path back in to the B site. No wall put down from Koldamenta at all. And I mean, that's just a free shot for Kesnet. Doesn't have to just blind spam. He could literally see him.
The thing is, Guild, again, just don't have much to fight back with. 2 Sheriffs, a Marshal. While Crew are still at full force, they try to get... Okay. That was nice.
Spike down B.
But the spike still hasn't been planted. No financial advantage based off of that. Somehow they're still getting kills in ways that are beyond me at this point. And they get the spike down.
One enemy remaining.
Just a matter of time.
He just shows up on the flank right as the spike goes down, by the way. All the way completing his flank. And no success from Guild after the timeout. Sure, low buy. But it came down to time again, so I'm not even sure how this is going to continue. The crazy part, too, is they scaled fast after that Viper Spit. Remember, the drone goes, and they're immediately running through it with the drone. Klaus hears all of that, so they're able to really reposition and understand what's going on in the round. And I guess Nags must have been really up pushed. I must have missed that. Because he came fast, and Crew made the perfect read on exactly what was going down.
3-round lead here for Cruz. It's been 5 in a row. I mean, they've come in bunches. As you see Guild a bit more forward in their intentions. As it seems like they're already dropping a lot of utility towards A. Now you hear that no command come through.
This wall's still going to be up, though. They give up the site either way.
Yeah. Hunter's Fury out to delay. And it does exactly what it needs to do.
Guild's going to be set up perfectly here. Koldamenta, though, actually going for the flank instead. He's got mollies. I really think he should be playing for the post plant, but no, he's going to flank through kitchen.
But that's such a long route, and there's an alarm bot on the other side.
Oh, he's hiding here for the time being.
Second Hunter's Fury dropping. Second wall goes up, and Mizzino is able to find the space that he needs to get right behind him. Now Koldamenta running, trying to find the space. Able to find 1 kill, not a second. 3v2 here in favor of Crew as Delzik is on the tap. Gets it to half.
Nobody's there.
And he can just stick it into 2v2. Oh my gosh, she swung it at just the right time to get the kills they needed to. Trex is nuts.
That wall came down, perfect timing as well. And Klaus decides to stick it. Trex has been finding so much value with not only his utility, but his gun too. 11 and 5. He's been fantastic all series long.
Timing has been, I mean, chef's kiss, bro. 6 bullets.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Well done.
Koldamenta on the flank too. Can't understate that, the value that got. Knowing that for so long, Crew is staying outside of sight, avoiding the pulses of Trex's ult. Should be able to find something here. Nags.
Ooh, saw a little leg. And now he sees it around too. Woo! Koldamenta's been fire.
Nice flash. That's beautiful from Kesnet. Way over the top.
And now Nags can choose to double dip, try to find another, and spot some leg. This time gets the kill.
Spike down B.
And he does himself. No flash to help.
Another flash coming, yeah, exactly. You see him tucking. Yeah. Spikes down on top of that. And with Nags controlling yellow, and they know it's going to be difficult for them to actually gain space. Here's the dart. That's going to be the cue for him to jump up. But Nags is holding the angle again. They did get spiked, though.
Ooh. 1 bullet left in that tour de force for Nags, and after the damage that he's already done, they just decide they're going to rotate away. Clear out the alarm bot, which has been very protocol for the last couple of rounds.
Double peek here from Cosmo.
Oh,
Kesnet still takes it anyways.
I thought for sure it would just be to introduce some doubt, but no, they wanted to try to take the space.
They've got a 3-point crossfire here, too. Look at the position of Delzik. He's so far back.
It's all the way back into the next round now. 4v2 here. Crew's still with the advantage. And Guild have nowhere they can go.
14 seconds. I mean, the time's gone.
10 seconds left.
The story continues. I mean, they really are struggling so hard with that. And the round that they won, guess what? They hit off sight right off the bat. Oh, gosh.
That was that last bullet. Nags gets 3 at the end. But yeah, you're right. I think we need to continue to touch on that. It has been we're going to burn down the clock. We're going to wait until the very last second. Now, this one felt a bit different in that it felt like it was because of Crew.
Yeah.
Less so than Guild deciding to approach that way, but either way, right? Like, the truth is, they're playing the very end of these rounds, and it's not working.
Absolutely, I agree with that. That time it was Nags and Kesnet to re-clear on that. Normally, after the drone shot, Nags is like, I'm out of here, right? Especially after you could hear them scaling behind it. Fast attempt here. Goldemet has a Bucky. He wants to play the Viper's Pit. If they could get this plant down, this could be dangerous for Crew.
That's if they get the plant down, if they get the pit down. The thing is, they've been playing so far up. There's that Viper's Pit. Mizzino gets spammed through with a frenzy, and Kesnet's able to find some more space. He's able to get another kill. But you're right, now that Bucky in the pit is in play. Russ with the plant. Op in the hands of Nags. Certainly not ideal when you're dealing with a Viper's Pit. There he is. Trying to find something. How the heck do Crew get into this? The Knife gonna find some info. And now they decide they want to go. Again, the clock is not on their side. Russ able to flick through a wall with the Stinger. Land the shots that he needs, but Kesnet's already gotten 3 on the round. He's gonna have to do it a bit more. The flash to swing out. The Bucky's not gonna land. They push him off the space. Oh my gosh, they're blinded up in high heaven. As Kesnet's still able to get the 4th. He's gonna have to get 1 more. Safe in the 1v1, and Kesnet's not gonna get the defuse. He's not gonna get the ace either. The Red Bull clutch comes through.
Safe in the 1v1, just plays the time perfectly. And the spike was actually planted preemptively, knowing that they might have to play both sides of that. Instead of the default plant where it's only really playable from one side, or maybe you go for the spam from Maze. Really, really well done from Guild. And the idea, you can see it right away with that Bucky purchase. I mean, it didn't necessarily net anything in this round, but just told us exactly what was coming. So there we go. Another fast push and another round win for Guild.
I'm noticing a trend.
Yep.
Save has it toward force in his back pocket. Choosing to rock the Vandal. He's going to get an opportunity to make it work, but Nags swings out at just the right time. The trade is crispy, it's clean. And he ultimately falls the res. You heard that come through. They just don't, I mean, it's just Sheriffs.
Delzik survived though. Oh. Unlucky. He's spamming the backside of that wall. What?
You're mentioning Delzik. But of course, it's Kesnet with the spam headshot.
Now it's difficult to get through this wall. You're not going to see the same denial that's normally coming through.
Well, you also see an adjustment already. Again, how many times did we see them in that position choose to fight? This time they want to get the spike down. They have the numbers advantage. They have the gun advantage. Kesnet weak. Spike ticking away. In fact, I'm actually really surprised that Crew have made it last as long as they have. Delzik with the Sheriff trying to swing through. He's not able to do so. Trex cleans him up at the end as Guild get to 5.
Just the Sheriffs, a couple nice shots from Crew at the beginning of that round. Especially Kesnet's shot.
They're like heat-seeking, bro.
Yeah, I mean, here, I think, this is the moment. Look at this. Just off of the spam coming through the other side of that wall, the danger of using Vandals. Either way, good round from Guild, and they've really recovered. Because it looked like they might only win that pistol round and anti-eco.
That's a good start.
6-3 at one point.
Yeah.
Something like that. You hear that null command come through.
Hasn't popped his own as well, so no utility on both sides. It's actually a fake, though. Nags has the angle with an op, though. And they've got nothing to clear him on that side.
And off of that, you see the value that he's able to find. Coldamentus already fallen. He wants to go back. And well, for good reason, he's found success here. But it's just too much for him to deal with. He has to take a step back. Live to fight another day.
Even though they lost the first kill, they still have an opportunity here to plant.
Leo just got his Hunter's Fury online. Last round of the half. So unless something goes awfully awry for Leo, you know that that's going to be in play.
Rush just set up the wall. And there it is. It's not clearing anything. Nags TP's off of it.
Oh, the shot goes wide. Russ gets the spike down behind the wall. The nade comes through late.
Still holding the angle, not taking any more space. After save TP's off. The heal came in as well.
If Klaus is able
They're
to
going
get,
back for the wall.
If Klaus is able to get one, he's got the Viper's Pit to work with. The tap to try to draw out the fight, and that's exactly what happens. There, Klaus is able to find it. Mazzino's able to get one too. And forget the Viper's Pit, they just get the kills they need.
And that's the half. Crew go up 7-5. They win it for once. They lost the first half on Bind. They lose on Fracture as well in a massive fashion. And now they win the first half here against Guild on Icebox. And both of these teams won this map against their opponents in the opening match.
Klaus is proper to just be like holding W and spamming through everything, getting the kills they need. You see it.
There was not even a flash.
Nothing.
They just pushed through the orb.
Yeah, but if the bullets land, what do you need a flash
Absolutely,
for?
no, it's coordinated. Absolutely it was.
Very, very well done. Let's take it down to the desk to see what they thought.
Very well done to you guys as well, Dark and Vala. Now, these two teams, it just seems like they keep going neck and neck this map. Both teams are kind of slipping and then catching up again. But Tom, I really can't call where this is going to go. But I can't help but feel like Guild, if they just plant, it would have been okay.
Yeah, I will say, I want to give, I think obviously we have to criticize a bit, but I also want to give credit where it's due to Crew. I think they've been very good with a lot of their counter utility. Like, I think the walls out from Mazzino again have been slowing them down, but also it's like Kesnit's knives and even just his ult, the way he's been able to just remove all of their utility. There was a round they lost on time because they had to wait about 15 seconds to just get their own wall back to actually be able to plant. And then you had all of that bombardment of utility back straight away. So I think Crew have done a really good job of delaying them. But yeah, some of the rounds they have just straight up run out of time.
I mean, and it's because I felt like I was watching a tennis match at some point. Speaking of tennis match, you might as well spring your eyes left and right on this screen here. You got Nagsed and Safe. We spoke about the chamber players. I think there's a little bit of a diff here. I can count pretty well. That's what I'm an analyst for. And the left-hand side looks to be better.
Well, one of the things that we always spoke about with Nags in previous tournaments is he would always come alive at the third hour. Like, that was his thing. It was like, he'd have a, map 1, map 2, that guy we don't really need to talk about. Map 3, Nags comes up and he's the best player. And it's happened many a time within series that when his team needs him the most, he steps up to the plate. I will say, it's unfair to judge Safe just yet, because he's about to go onto that defensive side. And that's where we expect both chamber players to be better. So if Nags can keep it up, okay, this is a done deal. I don't know if he can.
I think defensively as well, that's something that when I speaking about the Sovo diff, there's no reason for me to bring it up because the chamber diff was way more important to speak about. But at the end of the map, given the fact that we have Leo moving on to the defensive side, Safe as well, you're speaking about his defensive prowess. This is where, if Guild lose this, something has gone wrong in the Matrix for them. All of the strategy play has gone down the drain because defensive side should be a comfort if they have prepared. If they have looked at it and they've gone, we know what to expect from you on attack, there's not enough time for you to change it. So we can really counter you on this. If they've countered them, this is the half we see it.
Sounds like you're both on the Guild copium here.
Maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
Okay, Jess is on the Guild and copium. Jess, Guild, they have to win if they want to go through today. This is it, guys, the final half of this series. Doug and Vala, I'm very excited to be throwing this back to you.
Well, the desk might be on the side of Guild bringing this back, but for Crew, this is familiar territory. They talked about how they've been at every single international event, and Kesnit said before the game, after the Loud game, that they're no longer nervous in this situation. They've been here so many times. And Guild, their first time, backs against the rope. 5-7, they've got to pull something out on the second half, the defensive side of Icebox.
Opportunity to really learn what Guild are made of in a position like this. Hopium, Copium, whatever you want to call it. That opener on the pistol is certainly going to help the matter.
And Nags, who was fantastic, has the angle, but he backs off of it. Let's see if the delay is as good. And Leo is probably the best shock dart user, even though Delzik might have had something to say about that in the first half. Leo will definitely turn up on this second half.
Just a bit late, though. You see Delzik waiting for the flank to come through, and there were 3 coming that way, and they're still going to continue to push through. Full steam ahead, and they just overwhelm Crew. That was gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, the pressure in from the attacker side spawn. You get the kills that you need from the front side as well. That was quite literally flawless.
Yeah. And it ties up the pistol score on the series. It looked like Crew was going to run away with it at the beginning of the series on Bind, where they went 2-0. But now Guild claps right back. Should even this out. And that was on the hands of, I think, a great call from Goldamenta. And good coordination for them to re-clear through this. There was really nothing for Crew. They weren't prepared, as Leo did a great job as his own to push them off of that site and not give them any position or space on the back. There it goes up top again, a deep dart and a spot. Only 1, no 2. Ooh. And the spam for Russ, really well set up for them. Something that was really good though, Nags, a great shot on the save. They were so good with the spam on the A side against Optic that now seeing that, I get really concerned for Crew if they end up coming over towards this A side ever.
Good reason to be concerned there for Klaus as he falls. Drone clearing out mid, out from Leo. Now the spike turned its way into A. The thing is, you're going to have to deal with the Sage wall out from Russ if you do opt to go that way.
Should be falling soon, too.
Nah, look at that thing, man. Ain't going nowhere.
And they actually spot it and decide to back off. That's going to be back up for Kesnit.
As soon as the wall goes down, you're right. They rotate right back into it. Thing is, again, Guild can afford to play this a bit more hands-off, if you will.
They can if they're playing for a round win here, but it could get dicey now that it's in post-plant situation. And they will get the plant down.
Here the nade came through, a bit late.
There's no real post-plant utility here from Crew, so they're going to have to take the fights. Should be a couple kills, though. If they can net that, that's going to be huge. No re-flank, though.
Player standing.
They're just getting bullied through with the weapons that they don't have. Nags is going to have to pull off some sort of miracle. And boy, did he ever take a run at it. But ultimately, it just wasn't enough. Goldamenta is able to clean him up. And he gets the defuse to get him closer and closer to that Viper's Pit. We're tied up at 7 apiece.
And Crew will tie it to do what they did in the first half. Although Guild, not much of a bonus. This is what I was talking about, right? Giving the spike plant down. It's going to make the situation really hard to play because it's a more dynamic situation than what we start with.
One enemy remaining.
You're letting them set up in positions that it's not like you're practicing setups or anything like that. You're practicing retake XX. But it's much more difficult to predict exactly how your team is going to set up in post-plant. Now, they are going to go for a bonus, which leaves 3 pistols on the side of Guild. And that almost indicates that this should be clean. The goal here for Crew is to make this as clean as possible.
Sure.
It's not just enough to win the round. It has to be a clean anti-bonus where they keep some percentage of these Vandals alive.
The knife out from Trek should have gotten a good bit of info on where Crew are, what antics they're up to. And if there was any doubt, now you see that drone come through, or you hear it come through, and that instantly draws out the molly to delay the plant. And once again, delay is the name of the game.
They're baiting the utility out much more early. than Guild was in that first half. And there's the knife. As it goes down, find themselves a little corner to plant with. He should be able to fall back. Still, Coldamena almost spams him down. A very risky wall. But it ends up paying off.
And then the guts to just hold it, to stick it, and trust that it's gonna be too small of a crack for you to get spammed through. And boy, that was close. But you're right. Either way, it goes down. Safe goes down as well. You see the health of Guild really follow suit. Oh, unless Trex can do something. Find a couple with the Sheriffs. He's got it down to a 1v1, but Trex ultimately not able to pull it off. I thought he was going to do it.
I thought so too. They do get the spike down, and they do win the round, but it's not clean whatsoever.
That's exactly what you're saying too.
Look at the buy. A couple of them on light armor. Some utility not going to be bought up. Mazzino trying to sell to make sure that he can get what he needs. Actually, somebody going to drop him instead, so he gets full utility. And this is actually okay. Meanwhile, Safe has got his op up, and it is a lot of light armor on the other side too, so it's battered on both sides.
Crew hanging on to a one-round lead here. You mentioned the operator in the hands of Safe. The Viper's Pit instantly used at the beginning of the round to deny any entry into A.
And Safe also has to TP out immediately because of the knife from Kesnet. He repositions to yellow right away though, but it's going to be much harder for him to actually swing on this angle.
Trex is getting a lot of info
He's
mid
close.
here.
Kesnet's close.
He's getting a lot of info mid. He's pushing his way through. You know they're not coming in A, and that's what you see the rotations popping over to B. Kesnet with the flash out. Safe has to give the space up. And do that on the way.
And you're right though, Trex, look at him.
Spike planted.
That's Naxxet gone. This trip is not up. He gets past it.
Yeah, he does. The res comes back up, but they don't know. Oh my gosh, they're surprised. Now they know. Trex is able to get two. Mazzino tries to swing through the Viper wall, not able to find anything as it's a 2v2 left on the round. And the maps have been flipped. They're approaching things from opposite sides. Klaus has fallen. And it's all on to Kesnet in this 1v2. 42 armor, 98 HP. He's able to get one, but Trex gets 4 on the round to win the 1v1 and get the defuse.
A good attempt from Kesnet as well, who has been fantastic in those situations. But Trex is even better. Gets right past the alarm bot. As the timing is the res, right? If that res comes up, if he's 2 seconds later, that's alive.
Yep.
I'm not sure how long it takes for the trademark to come back up. But either way, he gets past it. Naxxet has no clue. Delzik has no clue. And Crew still made the right play. That was a clean shot, too, from Trex. Getting the trade.
I mean, the kid won them the round.
Barbar's hype about that.
He won them that round.
He did. And he's 22-9, trying to keep him in the game right now.
Let's play.
Icebox is a map where a lot of it can come down to star power potential. And usually you don't expect it from the KO, but it can come from any different places. Trex has definitely been a leader in this series.
Heard the tour de force used by Naxxet. Russ did take damage, had to heal himself. Now no armor in play. It's tight. Nax just gets decapitated.
Yeah.
They're gonna funnel in, and they don't know that Leo's there. They're able to find one. He gets away.
One enemy remaining.
And that's as easy as it gets, man. Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Guild to take the lead.
And it all starts, even though Nax gets so much space in mid, just walks through the orb. Nobody's there to spot him. And he takes the challenge with the tour de force. We saw him in a bind, how good he was on those attacking openers. He was able to take out multiple really close angles where you're like, what the heck is going on? But this case, Russ, with the timing on the free swing there, just jiggling a little bit, takes him out. And that is now a streak, in my mind, of Naxxet really not able, since Fracture, to find something on these openers. And it's hard because they rely on him a lot for them.
Also,
oftentimes he's, I mean, it's 60% plus, one of the highest that I've seen for both him and Kesnet, the duo that leads in entries. But he's dying so consistently. He's the only chamber so far that's played who has gone negative in first kills, and it's not even close, right? It's not at 1 point. It's like not a 0.9. It's really tough for him.
You even go back to looking at the other side of the coin. Russ to have the confidence to re-peak that after he got banged by Naxxet at the beginning of the round. Had to heal himself up and know there's a real good chance he's coming that way to retake that fight. Just goes to show, you know, in a lot of ways, like Guild, they can feel some of this going. They've tied it up. Now they've taken the lead off of things like that. They're feeling it, man.
And it's great to see as well Russ have some really impactful moments, because yesterday in that first map, he was the guy who was struggling. The rest of his team on Icebox was like 20 kills plus. And while, yeah, sure, he's at 7-13, he's had impactful moments. He's playing the, you know, the Sage. Everybody knows. It's rough times playing Sage. Yeah, they top frag on Icebox. While planting the spike, while walling, while throwing slows, while rezzing, while healing.
Safe with the operator drone in his face. And he repositions. He wants to take the fight again. The flash, it's like he was waiting for it. Oh, now
Can't TP out now, though, so if they challenge, and they won't.
The thing is, we saw Safe hit a fadeaway shot very similar to this a couple of rounds ago.
It's very true. Gotta be careful. Gotta still use utility clear. They're spamming the angle still on the back of yellow.
Wall up. This time Mazino not planning in the very corner. Looking safe. No way you do this. Oh, the nade right at his feet. Takes a little bit of damage, not a lot. Now that Viper's Pit is going to shroud everything on the site, try to provide some cover. The Hunter's Fury used as well.
It does clear out the pit, and they're in the front side now, so it's hard for Crew to retake this, but they've been in a situation like this.
They've slipped in. Trex has fallen. Nag's able to get the kill. Now opts to go forward again. Right into his demise. As Safe is able to get a second with the operator before falling himself. With 3v2s here, still in favor of Guild.
He's on the flank.
Big Klaus has too many targets before him. He's not able to get him. Mazino's in this 1v2. You mentioned the flank, and Mazino gets both! The Red Bull clutch for Crew!
Above average.
A 1v2, just in the nick of time. If they stuck that defuse, they had it. But he takes out the first and spray transfers the second they line up for him. It was such a good retake from Guild 2. Safe was definitely putting in work. They took the backside of this yellow side really, really fast. The only place that Crew really has to hold on, but the flank is good from Mazino.
Oh, that hurts, man. Oh, that hurts. You can see it. No time to dwell over what just took place. Turn their attention to the 19th round. Safe with that tour de force, not going to find any action across the middle of the map, at least not yet.
The drone at the beginning of the round should have given information to them. They might be able to make a read that he's down there. And with the drone now, potentially spotting the trademark. Yeah, they marked it up. Should definitely tell them he's off. Jeez. Opening, Mazino follows up with a 1v2 with the entry onto Trex. The guy who's been leading the charge for Guild over and over.
What a Chad. I mean, just outrageous.
And that's off that read. That's off of the fact that Safe pushes down mid with the tour de force. Always trying to use the snipe. Is he going for the res? It's behind the wall. He could, but he's actually suppressed right now. And I'm shocked that Crew is not moving on that.
Hunter's Fury. Delzig got the tag.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, you're right. Not able to finish that ult out.
Yeah, Trex just immediately as he gets up, pounds the no command key.
Dude, you see how close these rounds are. It's just a 5v5 with 18 seconds left in the round. This is madness.
Mazino still has his wall. The nade backside, they're pushing it. Look at Kesnet, he's all the way forward and he gets punished from Leo. The spike going down though, and it should be enough. Look at the HP.
There was none left. He only had one and he ultimately falls for it. Klaus also very weak. Guild with a heavy numbers advantage. And they can play this a bit more carefully. They can take their time. They can be methodical about how they approach this, how they try to take the lead back. It's not going to be any spray heroics this time around. Guild punch back.
And they get the reset on Crew. Their money is going to be tough in this round. And while they've shown resilience already on Bind, this one, only one person can buy here. Yeah, Nags doesn't have his ult.
10 seconds.
You think about something like resilience in a moment like this, it almost feels like there's a limited quantity of it.
Sure.
How many times can you get punched in the face and get back up?
What a close series.
It's delivered.
It absolutely has. For the first qualification match in the playoffs. Guild take the lead for the first time since they went up 2-0.
And they're in a position to balloon it. Again, Crew don't have very much. A stinger for Kesnet.
Oh.
There was that, by the way. There was that Stinger.
No op, by the way, for safe. So
they're just going to fight. They just want to push.
They did this. Oh, this start is really good for them to push, but they actually don't able to take the space, so Guild is going to clean things up. Trex just runs through his own fragment. And that's another round on the board for Guild. They go up to 11.
Prime Gaming flawless, too. They had the Stinger, as we mentioned, but that was really all they had behind that punch. And yeah, you're right. Now Guild up 2.
I'm terrified that they are continuing to hit this B site and push that wall. That time it was not even time related. They just really wanted to push it.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to fight. Yeah.
And the other time it was more time pressure that was keeping them there. They can't rely on the wall going down, but either way, that's twice in a row now where they go for heroics on the backside of it instead of relying on what has gotten them here, what got them that win against Loud. And they've been ignoring the A site for the majority of this half. They've really let Guild back in the game. And this is their almost final shot right now.
They're scrappy, though. You got to give it to them. They like to fight. And you're right. This feels like it's very well maybe the last chance. The flash, the swing out from Russ. Is it really, though, a swing if you jump over? Nice. I don't know, what would you call that? What would you call it?
I got nothing for you.
Kesnet gets rezzed up. Brought back into the round. Once again, we've reset a 5v5. Kesnet, no armor here. But he's shown before that that's not always necessary for him to have a pop-off moment. And he's going to get a chance at it. Safe. Oh my gosh, it's Safe who has the pop-off. It's clean.
And that might just be Crew's hopes and dreams of making the playoffs in the first shot. Gone. Because they're good at converting 4v5s, don't get me wrong, but 3v5s?
It's a different story. Oh. It's a very different story. Klaus? Oh, okay. Okay, a 3v3 here. Klaus weak. Coldamenta able to trade that out. But the damage has been done at this point.
The Iceman, Mazzino's still alive, though.
And he's able to get Trex. A 2v2 here as he drops into his lap. Leo falls and Crew snatch it back!
That is just ridiculous. The first 2 kills, the first 3 kills of the round go to Guild. And Crew say, absolutely not. We'll get Kesnet back up, and he'll still be a non-factor as Safe gets the double spray down onto the 2 top fragers right now for Crew. Klaus says, absolutely not.
Come on.
A dropping shot. I mean, come on.
Just served up. It just served up. Oh, this one's going down to the wire. Viper's Pit used right off the bat.
Kesnet looking exasperated at that clutch from his teammates there. Reminds me so much of the game against Fnatic that they ended up losing, where Kesnet was just carrying his team like crazy on this map. And again, against the EMEA team here, the win against Fnatic was the only time that they've gotten one out of 5 attempts.
Well, it's interesting. The knife landed from Kesnet on a right before, or right after the Viper's Pit was used. I wonder if they were trying to hit something a little bit more aggressive, eh? They got the info, but the Viper's Pit's already been used.
And they lean away after whatever it was does not work out. Safe still has his TP here. Kesnet's knife is going to come back online.
Yeah, he should have it there shortly. Safe. Position given away.
Actually, no. I think he used it already. It's definitely not coming right now. Viper's wall comes up. Safe is still on the backside of this. They have to clear him out. He could do so much. There's the TP.
30 seconds left.
And the wall goes down.
It's a flash that pushed him off. Max waiting for the mid pressure, and Russ delivers again.
Welcome to my world.
You have to get through the Sage wall. You're going to have to get through the Viper's Pit, and look at Kesnet. He just wants to push his way forward, but Mazzino with 3! Mazzino looking to single-handedly will his team across the finish line. As the tie game seems inevitable. Delza gets the last. We're tied at 11.
2 rounds ago, they win the 3v5. After losing 3 kills in a row, a res comes up. And then they go into the situation. That first shot is Unbelievable. Mazzino is just holding the W key in these last couple rounds, and it's working for him.
I don't think he saw the first kill. It was a gift.
Wow. That is tenacity. And we saw them win a similar round before where they put the Viper's pit down, but Mazzino's flanking around. And we also saw them really lean into this tendency at the B side of trying to push past. In this case, they're like, okay, let's put the Viper's pit up. Guild know how we want to play this. They're going to retake that back of yellow. They're going to ignore the front of the Viper's pit for now. And the idea was good. Mazzino's like, okay, if they're going to do that, let me take the fight to them. As they have their utility out, as they're trying to flash their teammates into the back of yellow. And it is the right play, the absolute right play. What a series.
I know it's only 11-11, but it has felt like both of these teams have been on series point for the last, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Playoff dreams.
You're just really seeing like these two teams challenge and push each other in such, as a spectator, such fun ways, right? Yeah. You're seeing them push themselves to the brink.
And the craziest part for how Crew is being resilient here is that Nagzet and Kesnet, in the last 5 rounds, it feels like they've lost that first kill. They've lost that first battle. Nagzet died in mid that round.
Yeah, it's
without even getting a shot off, right? Yep. He had the jump on him, and the guy just headshots him.
Yeah, Russ was good for it. Again, you see this denial of trying to get that ult orb. And it was Safe who was actually close by.
He's really deep up.
Oh my gosh. Oh, but he gets nothing.
There we go. Talked about how Crew was losing these first kills. This time they get it.
But it was via Delzik too.
And even when they've been winning 4v5s, now they're 1 point off of the res. And he's got the spike down too. If they get this plant down on B site, things are looking really, really good here for Crew.
You see a ping just hit on your minimap. Out of Crew. Good understanding that that alarm bot is likely there.
That caught one, I think? I think it caught Klaus.
Yeah, it did.
And that actually does delay them, right? Because the wall can't come up for quite some time. And Trex has already got a lineup here ready and waiting. And he preemptively throws it.
And they have no info on if they've made their way out or not, but the timing is gorgeous! Hunter's Fury out. Mazzino still gets the spike down, and he walks right into it. Unfortunate circumstances there as Leo's gotten 2. Russ is on the flank, and he gets one himself. 4v2 here in favor of Guild. Nags and Delzik have to do it on their own. Delzik not able to find it. Nags in a 1v4. Tries to, but no. Guild are going to get the defuse. Trex is going to get the null command online, and Guild get to series point.
Guild, who was trailing for so long during this match, are the first to series point. And Crew on the back foot now. Thankfully, they did put a string of rounds together. Thankfully, they should have some money in this last. Look at this ult from Leo. Finds Mazzino in the last second and then pops Kesnet too. That completely opens up the flank from Russ. And boy, how much has Crew struggled with these flanks.
It's been suffocating.
From the beginning of this half. And the eco is good, but these last couple rounds, man, you have to find value off of Nags and Kesnet. They have completely disappeared.
Let's play.
Even though the rest of the team is keeping them in this game.
Knife not tagging anything there.
There's 3 players here, though.
And they're going to push forward. You see them all the way into Hall. They're going to work their way forward. The swing off the drone, is it going to be there? Coldamenta pushing his way up, and they don't know he's there! A couple of bullets to the side of the head, but he gets traded out, a 3v3.
If they can get the res here, Mazzino should be able to get it onto Delzik at least. Trex is definitely trying to hold this off. Leo's got nothing to add to this. So that's what they're going to go for. They got 1 minute left to do. And the heal finally comes up on Klaus as well. Kesnet has the no command too.
And it's used instantly, you're absolutely right. Guild looking to try to deal the final blow, while Crew looks to stand toe-to-toe on this long area. Numbers not on their side, but it may not matter as Leo and Trex are able to get one apiece, the 2v2 left. Tucked in. Safe waiting to see if there was anything on the other side. Nags now gets the spike. Look at Leo just on the other side of the wall. He's so patient. He's so disciplined, prowling around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour, and he may get the chance at it.
Out of range.
Spike ticking. Can Gil do it here?
Player
No.
standing.
Safe falls. Leo again is gonna have to get it, and he's not able to do so. Overtime on map 3.
Switching sides.
Playoffs on the line for both these teams. And it couldn't be more tense, Doug. It could not be more tense. It's left to Trex and Leo there in that situation to hold yellow against everybody from Crew. But the trades are so good. Even in that 2v2, I could see it, man. The narrative was written all over. It's Kesnet and Nags who have been very hard pressed to find some kills in this tail end of the second half. And they deliver. So we go to overtime for the second time in this series. And for Guild, this is now their 4th overtime at Copenhagen over 2 matches.
What a banger. What an absolute banger. Nags at Blast Cannon. He's got that operator in tow. And a common place too, you see, holding down long, but the Spike and the other members of Guild are going A. The thing is, they're leaving 2 here for the flank, and I wonder if Leo's setting up for a shot dart maybe to clear out the alarm by the kitchen. I don't know, but either way, they're going to try to push their way in. Are they expecting this much of a flank mid?
Enemy mark.
Spot 1. And they're still holding strong here, Mazzino. We've seen his antics with the wall that he likes to do. Back 410, back gen. Looks like he's going to go for it reactively. And the wall from Klaus is denying any more space from them, and they're going to back up again. The time going to be a problem here.
Once again, it's like we've been here before. 35 seconds left in the round.
Kesnet's knife is up too. That is huge info.
It found 3.
And it suppressed them. They weren't able to break it.
But it's Coldamenta on the flank again. Can he be patient enough to play spoiler yet again? The thing is, Crew haven't fully committed to this either. They still have a couple of rotations that are going to show up, and it's not going to matter as Mazzino's able to clean it up himself. Crew, map, series point.
They respond with one of their own.
Match point.
Playoff point for Crew. Attempting to make it to 3 out of 4 playoffs, and this one on their first try. And mind you, let's remind you guys what happened yesterday.
This would be 4 out of 5.
Optic fell to Guild yesterday. Crew beat Loud the 2nd place. And Crew right now is about to take out Guild. These 2 teams came out of the gate swinging, looking fantastic, and it does not stop here.
No, an area they're comfortable with, a situation they're familiar with. Nags again with the operator. A position to put Guild away. Much more presence mid here from Guild. Almost like what they were expecting in the previous round. That is a lot of concern across the middle of the map.
Yeah, it is.
You see off of that, they clear out the wall again. This idea of introducing doubt. Oh, safe.
2 seconds, though.
Look at safe. How froggy do you get? Oh, you can see the temptation. He wants it, but he just gets dropped. Kesnet takes care of him. Crew potentially have just dealt a devastating death blow. Now they have the wall going up. Mazzino should be able to get the spike down. The molly, the shock darts. He may die, but the job is done. The spike's been planted.
The flank, though.
How patient can he be? Trex has fallen. Nags not understanding, and Russ, once again, he's there when they need him the most. A 2v2. No command online. Klaus has spotted Coldamenta. On the tap, the flash. He can't land the shots. And Kraus just gets dropped from up top. 1 round of overtime is not enough. We're dancing again.
2nd overtime underway. Crew and Guild have gone tit for tat, blow for blow.
Switching sides.
this entire series long. And it's not stopping here. It looks like Guild has come alive in these pressure situations.
Dude, Russ, forget the stats.
Yeah.
Russ has been a savior for this team.
Yeah, he has. The amount of flanks that he's pulled off.
Yeah.
The amount of impactful kills that he's gotten. The amount of denials he's gotten to.
He's been so good. And again, you don't see that kind of thing on the stats, man. I think he's like 14 and 21 right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't look great. See a timeout coming throughout from Guild, but very quickly, Russ has just been on fire.
Yeah, he has. And Kesnit's coming alive too, though. Because that round, he started off getting the first kill. Still not necessarily topping the charts. Mazzino definitely gets that honor for them.
He's still negative.
And it will be a timeout from Guild, too. You can see Barbar for a moment there, trying to calm his team down, trying to get him under control. Let's call the strat. Let's figure out what the idea here is. Because we're going now to Crew's defense. And this is where the problems have lied for Guild. It hasn't been terrible, but from a perspective of, game plan, it definitely hurts when you see them every single time approaching a site with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
And I say that, but they still, remember, it was a 7-5 half. And they're still bouncing back in some instances. But Crew came out with the advantage in the first overtime. See if Guild can break the pattern right away in the second.
Molly from Coldamenta used instantly down at the bottom of Tube.
Yep. That hasn't necessarily been somewhere where Nags has been pushing. So maybe trying to preemptive.
Yeah. But again, it's a lot of the attention they showed across the middle of the map the previous round.
Oh, Zeno doesn't get the wall off this time.
He's still healthy.
Oh
my gosh, I thought he was going to get the kill. First panel of that wall goes down. Russ is going to get the spike down too. Safe, waiting around. Delzik walks right by his crosshair, but Kesnit, the man you mentioned, has come online, gets another 2. Crew in such a good position here. Guild are going to have to rip this thing back.
No flanks this time either from Guild.
Standing ahead.
Oh, just a little mano a mano. Mazzino on the tap. And now he pushes forward. Delzik. He's gotten it halfway. Trex has been good, but not that good. Crew once again find themselves on series point.
Advantage
Switching
gained
sides.
again.
Match point.
And they move back towards the attacking side. Kesnit, I'm not even sure how he got to that position, man. He just booked it onto the site. Mazzino did such a great job on the back of site, dragging so much attention that he's able to sneak past as that wall comes up from Klaus.
So well done.
There's been a lot that actually has worked well for Crew. Some of those B hits that rely kind of on the Viper's Pit, so a lot on Klaus. And then the A hits where they're really aggressive have worked nicely as well.
Just on the other side, never saw him. He never had a shot. Russ gets 2 big ones again. And Mazzino gets back with 3 of his own. Numbers back in favor of Crew. The rest comes back online. Is this it for Guild? Can Crew put him away here? Leo playing on the other side, and Mazzino had no chance. He had no idea. He's been sucker punched. But Crew still hang on to the numbers advantage. Now it's a 2v2.
I was just picking him off from the side. Like a sniper, they've never even seen him.
Bloody roller coaster of a round.
And it's Leo and Safe again. They were in the 2v2 to close out regulation, and they failed. Now here up against Klaus and Delzik, different opponents.
30 seconds left.
And Leo's looking for more. He spots him and gets him.
Now Klaus is left alone in this 1v2. Leo's already gotten 3 on the round. He's got the Hunter's Fury online too off of that. And there it is. It gets used almost instantly. Klaus with 59 HP.
Go for the push.
Yeah, he is.
14 seconds.
The tap, the swing, the kill. A 1v1.
For the win.
10 seconds left and Safe. Safe drops him. We go again.
Safe is absolutely not done with this one. He's played so well for so long for it to end up with a Crew win. based off of Mazzino getting 3 random kills as he pushes forward. That guy has been spraying everybody. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the same situation. He is now 27 and 20. Trex, at 29 kills of his own, has overtaken the most kills so far in one map here in Copenhagen so far. And the fans are excited too. VALORANT Masters hashtag. We go again.
Freaking unbelievable. Guild once again on the attacking side. And this time, Safe deciding to explore into kitchen. We haven't seen this in a long time, Bala.
Yeah, he got a lot of value out of it last time. There's a couple rounds Coldamenta tried it, didn't get as much. And Safe's out of there immediately. They hear the TP away.
That's a big one.
Mazzino again by himself. No wall to put down this time, and he can't escape. The backside push! He's blind, and he gets the kill to hold on.
The slow was so good. How much more can Mazzino find? Magic from that same position, but this time, no. Guild sitting cozy here. Personnel up. Spike planted, and Klaus not able to do anything. Nags, who has the operator, has found 1 kill. 1 shot left in his headhunter. But with no armor, with no time, with no teammates around him. They say it's the loneliest number.
I can't lose.
And he's not able to pull it off. Now it's Guild with the advantage.
For the first time in the 3 overtimes.
Match point.
Guild will return and back to series point. It's Crew's turn to slow things down, call a timeout. Let it breathe. Because they were so close last time. They were so close. A 1v1 that Safe landed to keep this alive. Crew was 1 kill away.
You know, perhaps the saying, first time's a charm, is what comes through here. As you're right, this is the first time Guild find themselves in this overtime situation where they have the advantage, where it's Crew whose backs are up against the ropes. That is how the saying goes. I just Googled it.
I wasn't going to say anything because this is a serious moment right now. But you know, you said it, so I have to laugh. This is crazy, man.
It's delivered.
This is crazy.
It is delivered.
A little second to chat, a little second to calm down. Hope you guys are on the edge of your seats because we're standing, but we absolutely would be. This is so fun. The battle between these two teams, and the greatest part is we get to see it again against the winner of Optic Loud.
Yeah.
And whoever goes to playoffs from this match alone, from this round potentially alone.
Again, Guild, unfamiliar territory in this overtime situation. They have the advantage. They have the lead. And maybe it's them who can put Crew away. Russ tucks. And I don't think Nags has any idea.
Remember, when we went into our first bind overtime,
that feels like forever ago.
Yeah, it does feel like forever ago. We actually looked at a stat that said Guild, I mean, we watched the game yesterday, 2-0 against Optic in overtimes. And Crew lost their overtime game against Loud.
Russ has been spotted here. But you're right, Crew have had their chances.
So Guild, while they might be inexperienced, they've been in this situation already.
Yeah.
So early in the tournament. Russ, he's got a kill here on Keston before, and he gets it again.
And he gets away. No trade, no challenge, nothing. The wall up at 410.
And no flash either. It was by himself.
But the thing is, Crew has 2 members who have pushed up B. It's not the spike, but is it going to be enough to draw the rotations? Very reminiscent to a couple of rounds ago where they can play a bit more cautiously because the wall is up. Safe is taking baby! And he's not able to land the shot. Stelzik wasn't either, but Klaus gets the spike down.
Nags. He's advanced, he tries to take that spot. He's not on the op this time, he actually has armor. 4v5, they've been great at this. Crew has been great in these positions, even in this series alone.
But Mazzino has to hurry up, he's just now arrived. Patience out from Guild.
No charges left.
as they chew over how they choose to go about this. The flash, the swing up from the wall, nothing from Klaus. It's just Nags and Delzik. Coldamenta on the half. He's just gonna stick it. He's gonna get it all the way through, and Guild are gonna do it. Welcome to the knockout stage.
Their first international showing for the youngsters, and they are absolutely hyped. They are absolutely ready to potentially challenge for a Masters Copenhagen win. A long time coming, this appearance. And it comes with an absolute bang.
What a performance. What a performance. We've talked about grit. We've talked about tenacity, resilience, whatever word you want to use to describe. I mentioned at the beginning of Icebox, we're going to learn a lot about who Guild are.
Yep.
And man, did they not leave an impression on the international stage tonight.
So crazy. And while it might be heads droop right now, heads held high because Crew, you still got another challenge, but you have been here before. You have pulled out upsets in the lower bracket of a group just like this. And if this series did not show you that Crew is definitely here to play again on the international stage, then I don't know what to tell you.
Relive the magic of Guild taking down Crew, of Guild making it to the knockout stage. First time on the international stage, and they hit top 8. And they're not done. taking down big names too. I think again, we have to go back to that.
Yep. A win over the Masters Reykjavik champions. And now a win over Crew, top 4 at champions.
And on maps that Crew had not lost in ages.
Yep.
Unreal performance.
And Coldamenta, we see him there, just in the last moments getting a defuse. Bar, immediately gone. Coldamenta goes 2-0 against Crew as well. We talked about that a little bit. A stupid stat, but it's still true.
You know, it's crazy. It's only day 2.
It's only day 2.
I mean, come on.
It's only day 2, guys.
What are we talking about?
Oh, this is so cool.
Jubilation, cheers, all around for Guild is again, first time on this stage. To take down Crew, to take down Optic, to do it in overtime fashion. What more can you ask for?
People were absolutely doubting Guild's ability to make it through this group. And for that reason, we weren't even really thinking about Guild. We really weren't.
Truthfully, yeah.
It was like, okay, well, if they can't make it out of groups and because of the opponents that they have, then what can they do? And that was an absolute misassumption. A complete missed assumption.
It's just unbelievable. Again, when you think about that group and all the teams that were there, I would be hard-pressed to find anybody who could, with a straight face, tell me that Guild was going to be the first one out.
And it happened. No, I'm not. I'm just
I thought you were about to try. I thought you were about to try.
Yeah, I did it, by the way. I wrote it in my predictions. It's in my notebook.
Don't believe him. Don't believe his lies.
You want me to do like Jess?
No. Again, Guild, unbelievable. And now you have the miserable chore of having to decide who the MVP is, because, I mean, who do you pick?
Yeah, this one's actually tough, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Trex did get the most kills out of anybody here so far at Masters Reykjavik with 31 in that last game. And sure, he definitely had massive impact because of those amount of kills. But Leo was clutch. You had, Russ is not on the list. He had massive impact.
Yeah.
Safe was fantastic all series long. You have to give credit to him. And he played a variety of different agents. So I don't know, man. I really don't even know who I would go for.
Again, get your votes in for the in-zone MVP right now. Scan the QR code. Get your votes in. Let us know who you think is worthy of that title. Again, Guild, take care of Crew. They punched their ticket to the knockout stage, and the Cinderella story has already started. We'll be right back.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
This matchup is more than just pride, more than just regional rivalry, but a spot in playoffs, and to prove to everybody that yesterday was not just a fluke.
A decider for Group A, right here. The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
One enemy.
Nice! 12-12, baby.
We go overtime.
What a way for the map to finish. And of course, Mazzino with the fourth at the end, the hero for Crew when they needed him most.
This is domination right now.
One enemy.
13-6 win for Guild as we turn our gaze to Icebox.
Vamos!
Mazzino looking to single-handedly will his team across the finish line.
Spike planted.
One round of overtime is not enough. We're dancing again.
One enemy.
Oh! Guild are gonna do it. Welcome to the knockout stage.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Guild, they make it to playoffs. They are the first team to make it out of the group of death. I'm back here with Jess and Tom. We always throw one of these off a Crew every time they're here, but Guild Gang. So
I can't make a Guild
Gang.
What if you? What do you do?
You have to do it. It's backwards. G.
And that's why I didn't do it.
Well, you're the head of the Guild Gang fan club. So I feel
you
like
are
you
the
should be
president.
repping
As the
them.
president,
Yeah.
what is our next move moving forward?
Win. Just win.
Wow, this is why you're the president and no one else is.
The other thing we have to do is fix Barber's chair after the amount he
Yes,
beat it during that game.
Can someone check if he's okay? And also, can we just get a perma Barber cam?
I don't want a high five from Barber. I feel like he's too
Did you
wham.
see the
It's just-
moment
yeah, it's
he
gonna
flexed? I thought I was
break my
going to
hand.
die from across the arena. I was like, okay, I'm staying
That's
away
why
there.
they had to put them downstairs before, because they were scared of the guns.
Oh, dear God, Tom. Well, let's talk about that game, because another overtime with Crew versus Guild. At this point, I feel like we're owed an overtime, and it really could have gone either way. It was one of those overtimes. It was back and forth. It can't have felt good to throw that 4v2. That 4v2 was really hard.
There was like a million rounds that we could talk about here, like the Mazzini running, spraying 3K. Like I feel like there were so many just huge plays from this match. I think Mazzino had a fair few of them though, and you have to feel a little bit gutted. I feel like he might be the most terrifying player to play on Icebox at the moment.
Yeah,
I can't think of anybody else, especially just with the fact you know what he's going to be doing around the Sage Wall, and it just seems like there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. The amount of like A-site holds he had where it was, okay, it's just Mazzino here. All they have to do is kill him, and it's like, no, it's not that easy.
I think overall, the best thing we can say is that the very first team that's gone forward is an EMEA team, and not necessarily in the fashion that we expected. The upset of this group, the group of death upon which we've been slowly sort of whittling away at and trying to give you guys insight, we have looked wrong. The past 2 days, just through and through, we've said this team should win, they are the first, they're the second, so on and so forth. Well, now we just flip it all on its head and we say, enjoy the chaos that ensues. That is Group A thus far, and I've been pretty damn happy because EMEA came out up on top, and we have the EMEA desk to welcome them in.
Third seed, by the way, that was only
I mean, like, that's
seed.
just wait for the second and first.
Our first seed hasn't even played yet, so you guys know what to expect. But I'm very excited for this interview that's coming up. It's Leo on LAN, standing by with Sideshow in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, Yinsu. Leo, there are major congratulations in order. You are the first team to qualify through the groups to the playoffs, and you did not make it easy for yourselves. You really didn't. It was overtime after overtime. The pressure was mounting. I could hear you guys screaming at the other side as well. Talk me through some of the stuff that was going through your head as you finally get that round through, call them into sticks, and you know that you're going into playoffs.
No, it's a great feeling. We coming here first LAN for many of us, 4 people in the team, beating 2 very strong teams, and I mean the overtime. It was honestly everyone. We were coming up with ideas that we were probably never done before. Everyone was giving ideas. Russ was doing some crazy stuff, and I was just, it's overtime. It's a time to pull out these plays that probably seem a bit not the most percentual place, but yeah.
Do you feel like Gildra are the kind of team that are thriving in that atmosphere? Because there's been a lot of anticipation for your team and yourself to come to LAN, but it's always difficult to know what you're going to get out of the team, out of yourselves. You're now maybe going to have an opportunity to play in front of the crowd as well if you make top 4. Do you feel like your team is thriving in this new environment?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously, it's for me, it's a lot more exciting than playing at home. But yeah, I think we're thriving good. We're doing good results, and yeah.
What's the secret to the Leo utility? Okay, are you practicing lineups all across the map? Is it just grinding ranked all the time? How are you? You know, other people aren't even putting you in the conversation, globally speaking, for the best initiator, but people that have watched you play absolutely are, because we know what you're capable of in EMEA, and now you're demonstrating it on the global stage. Is there some kind of secret sauce going on there?
I mean, it's a combination of everything. I think playing the game, watching the game, learning from others. I mean, I think I play the initiator role different from how people see it. I don't like to sit and do lineups. I mean, I have lineups, but I intend more to play reactive with my utility, and I think it shows.
You are going to be into playoffs. You have an opportunity. I mean, you're not going to be able to select your opponent, but there are a number of different opponents that you could potentially meet there. Is there a specific team, specific player that you particularly want to go up against? Perhaps somebody that you've watched compete before while you were stuck at home?
I mean, I just want to play different regions. I don't want to play the EU teams or, I mean, in the final or anything. But Paper X in an official environment would be fun. We played them in some practices, but yeah.
That would be fantastic. I would love to see how those styles would match up as well. Yeah. The slow, disciplined guild against the chaos of Paper X. I wish you all the best. Again, absolutely the biggest congratulations for performing here when everybody was doubting you. And we'll send things back to the desk here as Yinsu ponders that potential guild v Paper X game.
Why you gotta do this to me, Sideshow? Why you gotta do this to me? But also, I'm gonna call you out because I'm pretty sure you, since the Bonk days, have been saying that he's one of the best flex players in the world.
I don't think I'm the only one. I think definitely, that's the thing. I agree with Sideshow because he said on a global scale, and I think that's true. Leo is not getting anywhere near the clout that he should have for how good he's been within EMEA for an incredibly long time. The one that's sort of more surprising to me at the moment, though, is the fact that Trex, I feel like, really has burst onto the scene. Like, at least at a tier 1 level. He hasn't even been there in EMEA for very long. And in this series, he was godlike.
Yeah, I think he really made a big difference. We can talk about Leo all we like, but he's just kind of like the sort of silent assassin behind him that just blast packs, flashes himself in and goes, I got the job done. And then Leo goes, yeah, mid to late round for me. Just let me do the mid to late.
Our clutch.
Yeah,
Ice cold on LAN, these players, by the way. You will not be able to tell that they've never been to a LAN before. This is their debut. We can speak about who we think the best player is, but we asked you guys at home to vote in the InZone MVP fan vote on Twitter. And I can now reveal, surprise, Leo on LAN takes it. I have a feeling that this is going to be first or second of many, many more MVPs.
Oh, no doubt. Like, I think you genuinely could have given it to anyone, with maybe even within the series. I think you could even look to the likes of the other side of Mazzino. I think Kesnet still put up a fantastic performance, and I think overall this was just an incredible game. Like, we could be looking at 3 completely different names if just 1 or 2 rounds went in the other direction. So a worldie of a match, and that's the problem now, is because Crew now have, no matter which team they play, an incredibly tough road to make it back through into this matchup, and that's why it's the group of death. It really is disgusting that we have to lose 2 teams.
Could be rematches, could be all of these extra chaotic areas that I've tried to look at the script that you keep hiding from me, and so I would like to look at it. You give me a sneak peek.
Hey, I told you it was Crew versus Guild.
I mean, you did. I want the next days to come.
All right, I'll tell you after.
Cool. I'll let you guys.
I feel like we've been here for so long. Does anyone remember Surf? You know, that guy?
Yeah.
He was kind of good.
Yeah.
I like that
guy.
The op. Yeah.
Let's revisit him right now in the HyperX Reflex, because, I think you did cast this. And what was going through your mind when this happened?
He's a nutcase. Like, I couldn't believe... The thing is, what his teammates did was not a good play at all. Like,
Correct.
They completely... Either that or he made a very bad play and decided to stick around, because ultimately they had a setup, and this was something that Xerxia were doing all the way through, having these wonderful setup plays, and he just stayed behind and then just hit an absolutely ludicrous shot. And honestly, I think that's the case with both games today. That I would have been happy. I would have been happy with whoever won. Like, there wasn't a game where I was like, oh, if they win, they don't deserve it. Like, every team deserved to win. Unfortunately, 2 had to lose.
It's funny with the HyperX Reflex moment as well. I wish I could pull the stats. I can't. I don't have access to them, about how much of a headshot percentage he has with the operator. I actually quoted throughout the game. I was like, I would bet good money it is Surf in the global rating of headshots with an operator, which is a ridiculous stat that you probably don't need.
Probably higher than most people who are not using an operator.
Well, it is ridiculous. I think all of today and yesterday has been ridiculous, because if we revisit the bracket, you guys at home, make sure to tweet at us about your pick'ems. I want to see if anyone in the world actually had this out as the scenario of what is happening in groups.
I want it dated as well. Like, I want it like legitimate.
But more impressive on the other side is that in Group B, we could have another EMEA team making it out tomorrow.
That's unreal. Can you imagine all 3 of the EMEA teams who will come to this?
We've done it before.
That's true. We are not, unknown for being able to do it. But furthermore, this rings a little bit of doubt. I mean, obviously, we're looking at the 2 finalists from the last, Masters. They're going to have to knock each other out. That's a rematch way earlier than we expected.
Has Brazil ever not made it to the playoff stage before?
True.
Rob? You with us?
Hello? But I'm pretty sure that we've had them in at least the majority of cases in some regard. Maybe towards champions, I don't know if that was the case. But I think that even still, with Loud, it would be way more of a surprise, especially with how good they were the last event.
Well, I think that's about it from us. We've had a very, very exciting day. But don't worry, you guys. We're going to have more exciting matches tomorrow as FPX take on DRX. Xerxia, they're going to be playing Northception as well. And, of course, the rematch of the grand finals of Masters Reykjavik. Optic versus Loud. You guys are not going to want to miss this. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you then. They were meant to be on this stage in Reykjavik. They couldn't make it. They are here now in Copenhagen, but not the full strength roster of FPX, which means this is a perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take the win.
Down A.
Nice!
Oh, what are you doing, bro?
Enemy remaining.
Nice! FPX are picking up their first map on LAN, and that was Xerxia's map pick. 9. Xerxia take map 2. They've guaranteed themselves a haven.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
What? That's just ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! It wasn't quick, it wasn't clean, but FPX, they found success here in their LAN debut.
This matchup is more than just pride, more than just regional rivalry, but a spot in playoffs, and to prove to everybody that yesterday was not just a fluke.
Down B.
Vamos!
A decider for Group A, right here. The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
One enemy.
Nice! 12-12, baby.
We go overtime.
What a way for the map to finish. And of course, Mazzino with the 4th at the end, the hero for Crew when they needed him most.
This is domination right now.
13-6 win for Guild as we turn our gaze to Icebox.
Vamos!
Mazzino looking to single-handedly will his team across the finish line.
Planted.
One round of overtime is not enough. We're dancing again.